He had 6 months to live, bought a lottery ticket, and got a death sentence instead. So he begged to live, and woke up as a bald skeleton, then a demon king. Then got tricked by the gods, and somehow ended up reborn again, this time as a holy child. The problem? He still has all his demonic power. Now he's surrounded by priests, blessings, and divine contracts, while secretly absorbing corruption, growing stronger, and hiding the fact that the being they worship is the one planning to destroy their entire system. Our main character, Kim Isak, really wants to live, really badly, but he was diagnosed with an unknown disease, and so his name will become the name of this disease. The doctor offered him his condolences. He has 6 months left at most. Devastated by this news, MC left the hospital. He didn't pay any attention to the people around him and thought only about his life. This can't be. He worked diligently like a worker ant and was finally able to settle down. And now he's going to die? He was completely absorbed in his thoughts. The traffic light had long since turned red and the cars had already started moving. Then some caring person pushed him onto the sidewalk and he fell. He dropped the lottery ticket from his hands and thought it was a death sentence. But it was so unfair, especially on the day he won the best lotto. He wants to live so much, he doesn't want to die. He grabbed this lottery ticket and shed a tear, thinking that he would be happy in any case, only if he lived. Then he looked up to the heavens and asked their inhabitants not to let him die. However, he didn't ask to stay alive in this state. Fate played a joke on him. He simply had to reincarnate as a skeleton. He can't even go to the toilet in this body. Now, in this body, he fights monsters. One of the creatures pounced on him from behind. He quickly turned around and swung his heavy sword, killing them, and there was only one enemy left. A huge monster pounced on him. He wanted to slap it, but he managed to jump in time. He prepared himself and thought that finally it would all be over. He pounced on his enemy, rushed forward, and dealt him a crushing blow, thinking it was the last one. When the monster's head flew off, he rejoiced, because the enslavement of the rebels was complete. After reincarnation, he became a demon of the lowest rank, a skeleton. As he advanced in his ranks, he evolved into a demon king, a lich. He revived the criminal demons that were almost destroyed, and they recognized him as their ruler. He may be bald, but he was the demon king now, and he was very happy about it. The monsters began chanting his name and praising the king, whose name comes from his bad temper and cunning. They shouted Isaac's name several times, and he exclaimed in irritation that his name was actually Yisak. How many times did he have to tell them? He thought they were idiots who couldn't even pronounce his name correctly, but let them take care of themselves. He walked on, and one of his subjects asked where he was going, to which he replied that he would now receive his payment. He just wanted to eat food and go to the toilet. He wanted to become human again. With this thought, he went to the divine realm and showed the terrified gods the head of his enemy. All 5 sat on thrones before him, and he told them that he had gotten rid of everyone who was against them. Is the agreement still valid? According to the contract, they have to make him human. They were surprised that he defeated them all. They thought it would take 500 years. One of the servants ran up to the god, and they started whispering. She said that she heard that all the high-ranking nobles united to work with him until they dropped, without any pay. MC said that he heard them. Why are they talking so much? After all, they themselves said that they would make him human if he dealt with everyone. The god smiled slyly and asked if he could do one more thing for them. He clenched his teeth nervously and thought that even if he was a skeleton, they should know when to stop. Even if they were gods, they were finished. He cursed loudly and asked why the hell they were trying to make him their slave. He released his murderous aura and asked, displeasedly, did they force him to work even though they didn't know how to turn him into a human? One of the goddesses whispered to the other that it seemed like he noticed. He asked, didn't he tell him no from the beginning? Why did they even make a contract with such a barbarian? Yisak became angry and exclaimed, is that all they can tell him? Besides the forbidden summoning techniques, they can neither create nor destroy. He is not alive, he is undead. If they cannot turn him, who is capable of endangering the divine realm, into a human? Then, they understood what he meant and became agitated, asking him to give them more time. If he fulfills a few more of their requests, they will do it. But MC didn't believe them anymore. He said that as payment for them failing to keep their promise, he will kill them all. He threw up his hands, gathering more energy, and exclaimed that they will all remain skeletons. His magic flared. He laughed, watching the swaying flames, and then suddenly everything disappeared, and he realized that he could not move. One of the gods said with a smirk that his attempts were useless. The one whose name he was writing here couldn't move. He showed him a beetle with his name written on its shell, but here's the catch. It was spelled incorrectly. Isaac instead of Yisak. He said it was destruction, eradication. In the past, this high-class divine technique was used to seal away disasters like him. The god asked, how dare a mere demon do such a thing? He should be grateful to them for making him an extension of their arms and legs. Let him live as a beetle now. MC wondered why a beetle and not a furry caterpillar, and the god asked, was he still obsessed with hair? Suddenly, the beetle glowed brightly, causing them to become confused, and Yisak laughed, calling them idiots. If they were going to do this in the first place, there was no need to wait so long, because he would rather kill himself than turn into a beetle. His entire body began to glow from within. The gods rushed excitedly to him, asking him to wait, and he, after uttering a few last insults, exploded, shaking the entire divine realm. Dust rose in the palace. The gods coughed and called him a crazy idiot. Seeing a beetle on the floor, one of them excitedly exclaimed that the ritual had been activated correctly. The god lay down to examine the beetle and said that since the ritual had been performed correctly, the demon king's soul should be sealed. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and began to discuss the situation. Since the demon king was no longer there, they should have their powers back. Every time demons disappear, they gain this. But it was too early to relax. They didn't know when the next catastrophe would happen. They would create the perfect vessel of a saint in the human world and kill all the demons. One of the gods asked his friend if he was okay. He definitely used a lot of power. He told him not to worry. Let him choose a soul to place it into the saint's body. After that, he picked up the beetle and said with a smirk that the insolent demon king would be locked inside the beetle for eternity. He would make him come to his senses. Meanwhile, MC took a deep breath and told himself to pull himself together. Just think, he was deceived by the gods. Did he become stupid because skeletons have no brains? He opened his eyes and thought that it was so bright in here, but he was just a beetle who had no hands to close his eyes. He instinctively stretched his hands forward, blocking the light, and saw that he had them, and thought, what was this soft skin and warmth? Where did he get his hands? Did he really become human? But why did those who hate him the most in the world do this? Did something go wrong during the sealing? One of the servants called him a saint and told the others that he finally woke up. He slept so well. What woke him up? Her partner said it would be great if he slept longer. Isaac was confused. He didn't understand who these people were. Are they nannies? Has he really become human? Those two smiled strangely and said that now they are upset, but they have to do their job. Let him forgive them, but he needs to fall asleep again forever. Seeing a bottle with some strange green liquid in his hands, MC got nervous and thought that he had just died. Do they want to kill him again? He started waving his hands in every possible way, not letting them get close to him, and when the nipple almost touched his lips, he sharply turned his head to the side. Then this servant brought the bottle to him again, but each time he refused. Because of this, he became very nervous and exclaimed, "Why isn't he eating?" Isaac turned away from them and thought, are they kidding me? He had just become a human, and there was no way he would have eaten something so suspicious. But how did he even do that? One of the servants called him Sir Isaac and told him to just act like a child and close his mouth so they could help him sleep. He immediately turned to him in surprise and wondered what he had just called him. Isaac. That's an alternate pronunciation of his real name, Yisak. And when that god sealed him, he used the mistaken name, Isaac? Now he understood why he hadn't been sealed. He had even reincarnated into a body with the same name, and now he was Isaac. Those idiots acted so confident, but they were careless and didn't seal him. He laughed, and then the servants immediately shoved a bottle into his mouth, but he started to resist, and the guy exclaimed, "Why is this child so strong?" MC felt like it was vegetable juice, but the taste was simply disgusting. Are they trying to kill him with this nasty stuff? He only just became human. His eyes slowly began to close. He saw grins on their faces and realized that something sinister was entering his body. Now they were in the Central Eastern Temple of the Holy Empire of Helon. Bishop Martha Barrett headed to Isaac's chambers, and judging by his grin, his intentions were ill-intentioned. He wanted to end this child, but a man appeared on his way and said that he seemed to be in a good mood today. It was the Emperor of Helon, Alexander Heathcliff Hela. The bishop, along with his priests, immediately bowed, greeting the son of the empire, and he inquired what business the bishop might have here. He replied that the Yeshua family had arrived to convey greetings to the candidate for sainthood. The Holy See cannot fail to care for a saint. Alexander grinned and said that since it concerned a saint, he must take personal involvement. If another accident happened after the child was handed over to the Holy See, it would be very unfortunate. Martha became nervous, pretending that he had nothing to do with it, and at that moment, a loud cry of a child was heard. The bishop grinned faintly, thinking that his plan had worked, and Alexander immediately ran towards the sound. He burst into the room and worriedly asked what they were doing with the young master. One of the maids turned to him with an agitated look and exclaimed that the young master was so cute. Just look at that plump belly. He eats so well. He really is an angel. He ate 15 bottles of that disgusting vegetable juice. The bishop, dumbfounded, approached the baby's crib and looking at the pile of bottles on the floor, thought that it was impossible. He was still alive, having drunk so much, but this wasn't just juice. A few minutes earlier, when Isaac began to feel something entering his body, he realized what it was and was very surprised. It was a holy curse, a deadly poison that destroyed a cleric's holy power. It didn't work instantly, but since it was poison, drinking enough of it could kill one. But he would convert that poison into demon mana, which was a blessing for a former undead lord like him. He couldn't believe they'd handed him, a demon, something he could turn into mana. This was simply amazing. He was going to gorge himself on this magical baby brew. Just after finishing the juice, he threw the bottle on the floor in a rage and screamed, and the maid asked if he was asking for more. It was as if she'd learned to understand him. Her partner gave the child another bottle and said they'd be happy if he drank more. Apparently, vegetable juice didn't work right away. MC happily reached for the bottle and, starting to drink it again, gave it a thumbs up and thought that now he needed to exit the world of consciousness and enter the world of the subconscious. Go to the deepest point, the world of origin, where the mana core is created. He would be safe here. Now he needed to concentrate. He would gather the mana he had absorbed into the mana core. The core was needed to use magic, and if he wanted to cast spells in the future, this was absolutely necessary. As soon as he gathered the clot of mana, it glowed brightly, and he was already scared, thinking it was a magical explosion. But something else happened. Usually the mana core is 3-colored, but now it was white. He realized that the problem wasn't the color. He hadn't even properly gathered his mana in this small core. What kind of energy was this? He grinned and thought that this exceeded all his expectations. He walked toward the core, overcoming the powerful energy currents that hindered his steps, and wondered how many blessings had fit into this young body. If he worked on it, he could become a much greater monster than he could ever imagine. He reached out to the core with a smile. His new name appeared, and he pressed the survive button. This was his most desperate wish, carved deep into his soul. He wanted to survive so much that he was going crazy. This was the beginning of his rise as a demon king, thanks to which he was able to create his own special buffs and abilities. But most importantly, he managed to inherit these spells in this body. While he was subconscious, he didn't move at all, and the servants thought he had already died. But he suddenly raised his hands sharply, and a servant exclaimed in fear that he was still alive. Isaac made some kind of sound, then squealed with a smile, asking them to give him another bottle. At the moment, Alexander breathed a sigh of relief, saying that it was good that nothing happened. MC told him in his mind that they had actually tried to kill him, but indeed, nothing special had happened. He saw the old man's shocked look and thought, what was wrong with him? Why was he staring at him like that? Maybe he had eaten too much? He couldn't afford to do anything that would arouse suspicion. He better play dumb. He smiled at the old man, but his frown only deepened. Right now, the bishop was thinking that the dose should have been enough to make him die choking on blood, and instead, he was laughing at him. A few days ago at the headquarters of the Holy See, Harry Barrett said that the one who became a saint rules the Holy Empire. But that's absurd. It all ended with everyone declaring that their child was a saint, even the lower houses. The bishop nervously told him not to worry. He would take care of all the other candidates. The man smirked and said that of course he would take care of them. But he had heard unpleasant rumors that there was a candidate for sainthood from Eshua, House of Eshua, the emperor's right hand. Martha became nervous, saying that they could do nothing with them, and then the man in a rage threw a goblet of wine at him and said that he should be dead by the time he arrived. It would only be necessary to confirm the presence of a body. He had already decided everything. The saint would be a child from the house of Berit. Now looking at this child, the bishop became very nervous and thought that he had said that the saint would die. But why was he still alive? It was simply impossible. Alexander extended his hand to the child and said that this was quite interesting. He had shining curls, the hair color of the founder of the Holy Empire. He turned to the bishop and asked, "He's right, right?" He became flustered, asking how he could say such things. Isaac looked at him in surprise and thought, "This man is an emperor?" Alexander said with a smile that he felt closer to God than the current pope. As expected from the latest candidate for sainthood, MC was very surprised by this news. He kept wondering why they all kept talking about some saint. Realizing that the emperor was starting to favor him, Martha decided to stop it and awkwardly asked him for permission to examine the child. He asked why he needed this, and he answered that something was wrong. It was incomprehensible that a newborn drank all that juice. The emperor asked what could be wrong with the food of a candidate for sainthood. They continued to discuss this, and Isaac rolled over onto his back and thought that he, the demon lord, had become a candidate for sainthood. And how could this even happen? He accidentally released undigested dark mana from his mouth and realized what a mistake he had made. He immediately turned his gaze to the bishop and thought, did he notice this? Yes, he noticed it. He smiled ominously and told the emperor that he just sensed dark mana from this child, and this is very suspicious. MC became very nervous and thought, did this idiot really see it? Martha said that the child could be a false candidate carrying mana, so he should immediately consult with the Inquisitor. He became very nervous, and the emperor exclaimed in displeasure, how could he say such a thing to this precious candidate for sainthood? The bishop told him not to worry. The pope already had his eye on the candidate for sainthood from the house of Berit. Alexander looked at him with displeasure and thought, how can he not be ashamed to offer a child from his own house as a saint? And MC understood why he was trying to get rid of him. After that, the bishop picked him up and asked to bring the Inquisitor, but the emperor told them to wait. The house of Eshua is a close ally of the royal court. As emperor, he strongly recommends that this child's candidacy be considered. Martha said he understood, but he also said that the crown prince's blessing would be given after a decision was made on the saint. Alexander became nervous. He understood that if he didn't support the child he chose, he would refuse to bless the crown prince. He asked, "So this is the will of the Holy See?" Isaac thought irritably that they were all corrupt idiots here, and it would be bad if they found out who he was. The bishop said that otherwise they could test it right now with his power of exorcism. MC took the bottle of juice, mentally telling him that this would not happen, and the bishop said with a smile that if he was human, nothing would happen to him. But if he was a demon, they would know immediately. MC didn't let him finish, hitting him in the face with the bottle with all his might, even knocking out his teeth. To avoid suspicion, he began to act like a cute baby and make different sounds, and Martha, shocked, thought that the bottle hit him too hard. Seeing a divine glow during the impact, the knights were only convinced that the child was definitely a saint, and Isaac thought that he felt divinity within himself. After that, he swung and hit him in the face again, laughing joyfully, and did this several more times. The bishop thought it was definitely dark mana, and the emperor and his servants were very happy, since they saw divine light. MC thought that he would simply cast strengthening magic to make the bottle harder and continue to pretend to be an innocent baby. He hit the bishop again, causing him to fall to his knees, and one of the servants exclaimed that it seemed he too was struck by his divinity. Isaac looked at the bottle and wondered what it was. The mana is weak, but every time he uses dark mana, a little divine mana comes out with it. They are two opposites, so they can't be used together. It probably has something to do with that white mana core. Suddenly, the bishop snatched the bottle from his hands, then threw it on the floor, and swore on everything he had that this child was a heretic. They should perform an exorcism right now. MC mentally called him a stubborn idiot, then with a sly smile reached under his clothes and thought that he didn't want to do this, but he also had something interesting. He pulled out a hand from under his clothes, engulfed in demonic energy and tied with a cross. The bishop immediately became nervous, because this totem is the remains of a high-ranking demon. It is an item that uses a demon's ability to absorb the power of its kin, which he kept with him in case demons were chasing him. And now the old man was in shock, because the baby wasn't supposed to know about this. After that, Isaac threw the item behind him and mentally told him to watch carefully. He continued to attack him, so in return he would show him something. As soon as the item fell to the floor and the bandage was damaged, demonic energy came out, and as soon as MC snapped his fingers, a demon appeared. Everyone was shocked by the appearance of a shadow lich in the holy temple, and the emperor called out to the bishop, asking what all this meant. Martha nervously asked, "Didn't he see? The child just pulled out this totem." He didn't let him speak and said that the totem is an item that binds dead demons, so how could he revive it? He waved his hand and ordered the holy knights to protect the child from the evil demon and the bishop. They immediately took Isaac from his hands, and he smirked, thinking that it served him right. He decided to see how strong this bishop was, and when the holy knights surrounded the demon from all sides, he suddenly became furious and exclaimed that he would kill the saint. MC didn't understand what was going on. The demon rushed towards him and the knights lined up to protect him. Isaac thought, what's wrong with him? He knows that he revived him, but why did he attack him? Even though he has holy knights on his side, will they definitely protect him? But one of them was immediately hit and fell, and he thought, are they really holy knights? The demon waved his claws in rage, shouting that he would kill the saint and save the imprisoned king, and another holy knight was defeated. MC sighed heavily and thought that he should stop him first. No one would notice his mana in this chaos. The lich pounced on him, and he thought, why are so many in this life trying to kill him? He managed to save him, but he is still trying to finish him off. As soon as the lich approached him, his eyes widened, and he released his king's aura, calling this lesser demon stupid. Seeing his master, he stood there in confusion, and Isaac's body released divine light, illuminating the entire room, and the demon screamed, unable to resist it. He fled in fear, and the knights exclaimed in surprise. This was holy power, wasn't it? Young Master Isaac defeated the greater demon. This is so amazing, he is still so young. MC at this time looked at his hands in surprise and thought, is this really holy power? The divine light slowly faded, and he thought that this couldn't be. This body really converted his mana into holy power? But how then is he supposed to gather dark mana now? The Holy Empire is already lacking it. Meanwhile, the knights had taken the bishop into custody, and he angrily ordered them to release him. They were all fools if they couldn't see that this child was a heretic, using the power of demons. A demon dared to set foot in the Holy Empire? He turned to the emperor and said that he would show him everything, that he would reveal his true face. Alexander said that was enough, accusing an innocent candidate for sainthood of heresy, and a greater demon at that, in the presence of the royal holy knights. Even if he was a person from the Holy See, this would not end well for him. Martha nervously clenched his teeth and thought that the seeds of doubt had already been sown in his mind. He would soon learn of the spy, and if that happened, it could negatively affect the Holy See. And even if it cost him his life, he must save the people of his family. He drew a magic circle with his finger, summoning a wolf, and thought that he should at least kill the candidate for sainthood. The divine wolf ran straight toward Isaac. He sighed heavily, thinking that the stubborn old man had finally shown his true colors. Did he really think he could kill him with such a weak attack? He wanted to respond, but realized he had run out of mana, which made him extremely nervous. The enormous wolf's mouth was already in front of his face, But suddenly, someone struck the beast down, and that person asked who dared lay hands on the child of Eshua. It was the Order of the Pious Azure, the Knights of Eshua. Relai Eshua, the seventh son, had come to personally visit the candidate for sainthood. He ordered his knights to immediately arrest the bishop, while MC paused, thinking, as he had heard that name somewhere before. Relai then ordered his knights to pay their respects, and they knelt before Isaac and greeted him. The knight holding him looked awkward, and Relai apologized to Isaac for arriving so late. He smiled and thought he was so dressed up, better than the imperial knights. Relai pointed to one of his subordinates and said with a smile that he couldn't say this would atone for their past mistakes, but they brought him a small gift. He saw the guy take something out of his inside pocket. He was already starting to anticipate gold or other valuables, but it turned out to be just a figurine of a skeleton king whose head had been cut off. MC felt uneasy. It was him. The knights started shoving other figurines in his face, ones where the demon king is burned alive and where he is split into pieces. His face turned pale. He began to cry and wondered how he would survive in this madhouse. They mistook his tears for tears of joy and began to say that it was so sweet, and he remembered where he had heard that name before. This was the saint who tried to defeat him, from Eshua. There were many of them. He remembers the 45th saint, the 61st, and some other one coming to him. He grabbed his head and thought that he knew it. They were all part of the family. He was not only a candidate for sainthood, but now he was born into a family of saints. What crime did he commit in his past life to deserve all of this? Suddenly, the bishop began to curse Eshua. He shouted that he knew they were all heretics. Where did they get this devilish creature? He will reveal their true nature. How could they bring this monster with them? He will definitely destroy their family. Relai did not tolerate the insult and swung his sword, cutting his neck, after which he told him to be grateful that, by the grace of Eshua, they did not cut off his head. Isaac thought he could be useful, since he didn't mind attacking the bishop for speaking ill of his family. Perhaps he would agree to go against the Holy See under certain conditions? The knights surrounded him from all sides and began to calm him down, saying there was no point in listening to this. In his mind, he called everyone idiots. He remembered those Eshua. They were powerful opponents. He was sure his former subordinates would shudder at the mere thought of them. Two knights showed him a demon king toy and demonstrated how its head could be removed, and he mentally asked them to stop. There was nothing sacred about them. Alexander turned to Rilai and said that he owed them a favor. Since they were already talking about it, would he share the news that the imperial family was interested in raising the young master? He turned to him and, with a note of displeasure, said that he must be joking. MC was delighted that the imperial family had shown interest in him, and Alexander explained that both internal and external forces of the Holy Empire would target the young master. He is sure that he understands this himself. The pious Azure was powerful, but would they be able to protect the child? Relai remained silent, and Isaac wondered what they were even talking about. Alexander added that he found the situation quite unfortunate. The child had the same hair color as the founder of the Holy Empire. Besides, the Demon King might be hunting him. He mentally exclaimed that this was all slander. He was the Demon King. Why would he persecute himself? Relai took him in his arms and asked the emperor for forgiveness. Since this child belongs to the Eshua lineage, they will raise him as one of them. Be it the Pope or the Demon King, the Eshua are more than capable of handling them. Moreover, he thinks the previous Saint Melissa would be happy to meet the Skeleton King again. Alexander smiled and said that he was sure so, and Rilai asked how they could allow a direct descendant of Saint Melissa to be given to the imperial family. MC remembered that name. After all, this was his last opponent before the attack on the divine realm. She is the most difficult and insane saint he has faced. Not only was he born a saint candidate into a family of saints, but he is also a direct descendant of Melissa. What is wrong with his life? So who are the saints? After the Demon King defeated him countless times, they decided to create the saints, the ultimate weapon, the mace of God meant to punish evil. Saints use attacks imbued with divine light. The light of the Holy Empire is the highest rank for the Knights of Light. Stunned by the fighting prowess of the Saint Sisters, people thought the Demon King would soon be defeated, as they possess great strength and defense rivaling that of a god, and a survival instinct similar to that of a cockroach. They have selfless attacks, become stronger over time, and have a long lifespan, and are generally wonderful individuals. However, the Skeleton King was cruel. He defeated them but did not kill them. Killing them would only hurt him. When saints die, all their energy returns to the gods, allowing them to use it to create new, improved saints. However, the last Saint Melissa was so powerful that he almost died because of her. And now she's his kin. Relai smiled and said that a saint is a person who desires nothing more than to destroy the Demon King. Eshua are the only ones who give birth to such people. Their main mission is to defeat everything that opposes God, and he is confident that they are more than capable of protecting this child. Alexander remained silent, and one of the knights asked if he knew how many saints have fallen at the hands of the Skeleton King. Isaac gritted his teeth nervously. They didn't die at the end of the battle, after all. The knight explained that the Demon King once locked a saint in a labyrinth, deeming her unworthy of his presence, and MC thought that he actually let her go. How was he supposed to know that she was bad at navigating it? The knight exclaimed that 5 saints had died of despair, and he cursed silently. They just needed to go to the hospital. Rilai told the child not to worry. Even if he was cursed, they would do everything to protect him. He waved his fist in rage and thought that it was just the opposite. Rilai lifted him above himself and said with a smile that they were happy that he was born. His parents only wanted one thing for him, that he wouldn't grow up like that evil demon king. But it wasn't meant to be. Isaac closed his eyes and apologized to his unknown parents for ruining their hopes and dreams. The emperor asked him not to jump to conclusions. The skeleton king had been sealed 150 years ago. MC thought, so much time has passed. Doesn't that mean Melissa should already be dead? She was 50 when they fought for the last time. Alexander said that over the years the demons had been growing stronger. He would be the perfect chance to strengthen the influence of the Holy Empire. The young master is very important to the imperial family, but Saint Ashua currently doesn't exist. More than a year has passed since the saint gave birth to this child and disappeared along with her husband. Isaac was shocked that his mother was a saint, and Rilai told the emperor that even so, the matriarch was still strong. Ashua was more than capable of protecting this child. MC's face turned pale, and he thought that nothing would surprise him anymore. His mother was a saint. This was the end. The emperor asked, didn't they say that Lady Melissa went to confront the Demon King's subjects? Rilai told him that she would return soon. The matriarch would surely be happy to see her grandson. Hearing this, Isaac was very surprised and thought, she lived for more than 200 years? How is she still alive? He grabbed his head, and Alexander noticed that the child seemed upset. Is he okay? Rilai told him that he would get better soon, and MC thought, does he really think so? Will he get better when his sworn enemy is still alive? As soon as Melissa finds out, he will be burned at the stake. He doesn't care about others. She's the last person he wants to encounter. Therefore, to survive, he needs to make this choice. He grabbed the emperor's finger and winked sweetly, as if asking him to take him with him, and he was very happy. He told Rilai to just look at him. He wanted to go with the imperial family. He replied that he was actually just being very friendly, and the emperor, pulling the child towards him, said that their family could do a lot for him. Ashua specializes in accepting the powers of female saints. They don't have much experience raising male saints. Rilai began to pull the child towards himself and said that he was destined to become a demon slayer, an exorcist, and Ashua was the best at training them. Besides, this was the first saint in history. Did the imperial family have enough experience raising them? They continued pulling the child, and the knight excitedly asked them to calm down, otherwise they would tear him to pieces. Isaac firmly decided to join the imperial family. He glanced at Alexander and thought that the light indicating life was pouring out of him. This meant he had a better chance of survival if he went with him. This opportunity must not be missed. Alexander said he had made a wise choice. Suddenly, an even stronger light appeared, and he was surprised. Soon, the bishop's punishment took place. He fell to his knees and exclaimed that this was impossible. He was sure that he was using mana. Without a doubt, this was a demon's child. The cardinal said that holy power is given by God. Does he mean that a demon possesses the power of God? His subordinate drew his sword, and Martha, frightened, said that he was sure it was mana. How could he confuse mana and holy power? The cardinal said that the Holy See heard his statement, and before the bishop could object, his subordinate executed him, calling him a blasphemer. One of his subordinates volunteered to organize an attack party, but he said that it was unnecessary. The emperor will take the child with him, and since there will be plenty of chances in the palace, they will decide everything. This time, they will make sure that he dies. But everything turned out differently than they expected. Right now, MC was riding in a carriage to the Ashua estate. How did this happen? A few days ago, he saw a light, so bright that it blinded him, and it came from Rilai. He told the emperor that he agreed. Ashua is not the best place to raise children. He probably considers it a place littered with the remains of demons and manacores, but the most valuable thing in Ashua will be the body of the demon king. The light became even brighter, and Isaac thought in surprise, so they saved his body? You should have told him about this earlier. He immediately switched to his side, took his finger, and gave him a thumbs up with a smile. Rilai was very touched by this, and now he is on his way to Ashua. Even though he was being taken away from the imperial palace to the warriors, if he wanted to regain his body, he had no choice. The body in which he had refined his mana to the level of the gods. If he could regain it, then rank 10 would be nothing. He also saw the light of the will to survive shine so brightly for the first time. This meant that, following Rilai, the next great boon for Ashua would be his survival. The knight captain asked why the Pope's forces were pursuing young Master Isaac. He leaned toward him with interest and silently said that he too wondered about this. Rilai replied that they had received a prophecy which said that a saint would become a child of the gods, and therefore the next pope. That's why Berit was trying so hard to choose his saint. MC was shocked by this development. The Pope is the strongest cleric, capable of using second-tier holy spells. He is unlike all clerics, and is different from the King of Holy Knights. In the Holy Empire, he is the figure whose power is closest to that of the Emperor. For millennia, the Barrett have produced popes. He thinks it's logical that they would go crazy at the prospect of a saint stealing their power. That's why all the other families want to produce a saint. Excited sighs were heard outside the carriage. Rely looked out to check what was going on, and the coachman ran up to him, saying that they had arrived at the duchy, but there was a problem. 3 guards blocked their way, saying that they could not enter, and Rely got out of the carriage and exclaimed indignantly, "What impudence! Don't they recognize the Ashua coat of arms? Where were they trained?" It turns out they were demons. They showed their true faces, and said that they could not enter, because they had to erase this child who had inherited the blood of a saint. Isaac also looked out of the carriage and wondered what was going on. He's sure he forbade them from attacking human territory. What's the new demon king doing? The demon said with a smile that their venerable king ordered them to kill saints and priests without hesitation, and Isaac thought he knew a new demon king had ascended the throne. But that wasn't true. The demon said that in the name of their great skeleton king, His Majesty Isaac, they would kill the saint, and he screamed, wondering when he told them that. The demon said that if they left the baby, His Majesty the Demon King Isaac might well spare them. Suddenly, lightning struck the demon. His charred body fell, and his comrades backed away in fear, while Riley exclaimed in rage, "How dare he say such words to the exorcist Ashua? Apparently, they don't want an easy death." He swung his sword and told the demons to listen to him carefully. For the sake of protecting this world, the Ashua family would destroy all evil. They will pursue them to the very depths of hell to destroy their entire race. He and his knights enveloped their swords in aura. He smirked and told the demon king that he couldn't believe he used his subordinates to take over a body. The demons immediately pounced on him, as he had insulted their king. And while Rely was facing the enemies, his subordinate took Isaac and ran into the forest. MC was completely confused. He didn't understand what was going on here at all. Was someone really impersonating him? Having found a safe place, the knight put him in a bush and asked him to wait for him here. He would return soon. He closed him in a protective barrier and left, and he thought that even a high-ranking demon couldn't penetrate it. The barrier was very strong. Since nothing could penetrate from the outside, it meant that he wouldn't be able to overcome it from the inside either. He closed his eyes and focused on his desire to survive, and released magic. He called for the one who watches, the one made of magic but intelligent. The demonic creature answered his call, Whisper. It immediately appeared before him and joyfully began to greet him. But Isaac covered its mouth and told it was a long time since they had seen each other, but to be quiet, otherwise they would be caught. Whisper said that he thought he would never be able to behold his majestic form again, and Isaac replied that he too thought he was finished. Whisper is a detection spell, but it is also self-aware. He created it because using detection magic and immediately analyzing it was too painful. Gradually, it developed a personality, but it is still quite cute. Whisper congratulated him on successfully capturing the child's body without an ounce of guilt. His Highness's villainy was greater than ever. It began to circle near the barrier and asked how those vile gods dared do this to his master. No matter how vile his master was, he couldn't believe they'd placed him in the body of such a nasty child. He asked him to stop and go look for the enemy. Whisper immediately obeyed and flew away, saying he'd search within 100 meters. There were 88 enemies here, all monsters, but they would never compare to his great master. MC wondered if they were crazy. Were they really going to start a war? It would be unpleasant if the territory's security increased and it became more difficult to summon his subordinates. He had to finish this before the Ashua family caught him. Even if it took all his accumulated mana, he'd have to do it himself. Suddenly, Whisper noticed something strange. He said there were currently 51 enemies. The number of enemies was rapidly decreasing. Now there were 31. He was surprised, not understanding what was going on. Meanwhile, there were 13 monsters left, and one of the knights informed Riley that something was approaching. He ordered all forces to form a defensive line. Only 4 monsters remained. A shadow thickened above them, and one of the demons looked up, saying that their brother had finally arrived. He offered to join him in killing the saint, but the Shadow Lich, on the contrary, began to kill these monsters, which surprised the knights. Meanwhile, Whisper informed his master that there were no enemies left. The Shadow Lich had arrived. He towered over the knights and said that if they dared touch his king with their filthy hands, they would lose their lives. Isaac, meanwhile, was shocked, wondering what was wrong with him. The Shadow Lich exclaimed, "How dare they lock his king, his only master, in the body of a child?" It was Isaac who freed him. So all the Shadow Lich's twisted affections revealed themselves. He told them not to even look at the child with his disgusting eyes, otherwise he would rip them out. However, the people could not understand him because he spoke a different language. Whisper cheerfully noted that it was a real mess, and MC thought that it seemed like this idiot figured out that he was the Demon King. His efforts to follow him were commendable, but things weren't that simple. Rely ordered all the knights to prepare for battle, and Isaac wondered what he was trying to achieve by putting on such a show. He waved his arms and yelled, telling the knights not to touch his savior, his super-rich Manticore. The knight turned to him, asking him to wait. He would quickly settle everything, and suddenly the Lich laughed and joyfully said that his master recognized him, his guiding light. This scared the knight and told Riley that the demon was showing hostility, after which the Shadow Lich rushed towards Isaac, and Riley rushed after it. The Lich began cursing at those vile holy knights. How dare they seal him in this vile body? MC was delighted. He had caught his attention, as he couldn't stand watching his Manticore being expelled. He told him to start by breaking the barrier, and he struck with all his might, exclaiming that he would carry out his orders. Seeing the barrier collapse, the knights were terrified for the child, but he smirked and told the Lich that he had done an excellent job, then grabbed his hand and added that he could now rest. Realizing that he was sealing him, the Lich burst into tears and asked why he was doing this to him. After that, his body returned to the totem, and the knights stared at him in shock, asking, did he deal with that demon himself? As soon as they entered the duchy, the holy knights began tossing him joyfully, saying that he had sealed the demon in the totem on the first try. It was simply a miracle. This is a holy spell that can only be used by someone of at least saint or cardinal rank. Isaac told them in his mind that it was actually mana, and Riley doubtfully said that it was definitely a holy spell. But even though he used a holy spell of such a high level, he found it strange that he didn't feel any holy power from it. The knight didn't suspect anything strange in this and said that it was similar to how a person's true worth is revealed during emergencies, and that Lich rushed towards the young master. He was sure that he instinctively sensed danger and hastened to eliminate the source. Their young master is simply magnificent. He is convinced of this and is absolutely certain that he is a saint. Riley thought he had said everything correctly. A demon tried to kill him. Even if he is not a saint, there is obviously something special about this child. However, he does not understand why it has to be a boy. Was he born like this because of the Demon King's curse? Suddenly, his subordinate said that he had decided everything. As the captain of the Knight's Order, he will protect Isaac's future, which will become the future of Yeshua. Riley stared at him in surprise, rethinking everything and smiling, saying that he was a fool and only feared the Demon King's curse. Now he was sure that this child would elevate the name of Yeshua. He took him in his arms and said that he, his uncle, would teach him many things. He was talented, so he would raise him to be an incredible holy knight. MC smiled and thought that he didn't care, as long as they gave him his body back. And then Riley said something that made him nervous. Even if he didn't live long, he would save him, no matter the cost. His name would spread across the continent. Isaac started making different sounds, because he had just said something very strange. Riley said that he knew he would like it. As soon as they returned home, his uncle would start teaching him how to curse that shameless skeleton king. MC became nervous and thought they were crazy. Soon they arrived at the residence. Isaac looked around. There was only wealth everywhere. His mouth dropped open in surprise, and he thought that they were so furiously tearing demons apart, while they themselves were living in luxury. How much money had they invested here? He worked himself to the point of baldness, trying to do everything possible to feed his children. Whisper said that this place was on a completely different level than their shabby palace. If they sold at least a couple of these sculptures, they could buy 10 Demon King castles. MC irritably told him to shut up. He already knew that. Riley picked him up and said that this was the Yeshua residence. It was here that the exorcism and extermination of monsters on the continent began. He brought him to the window and told him to look at them. When he grows up, he will become just like those children. Right now, on the green lawn, children were beating up a Demon King effigy, sparing no effort, while making various comments about how they would rip off its limbs and such. Riley smiled, watching them, and Isaac was shocked, thinking, what are they even teaching children? What kind of cult is this? But it doesn't really matter. He will infiltrate the Holy Empire, burn the Emperor alive, and turn this place into Isaac's empire. Whisper asked, does he hold a grudge against the children playing? How petty. He ordered him to shut up and search the surroundings. He quickly did his order, and MC saw many glowing dots in different parts of the estate and asked, are those all mana cores? There are dozens of them. Whisper said that this is the first time he has seen so many cores in one place. How many demons did they kill? The carriage stopped. Riley got out and told the butler to tidy up his room since Isaac would be staying with him. The butler became agitated and said that they had received orders to bring young Master Isaac to the annex. He frowned and asked for the reason, to which the butler replied that the 5th young master had told him never to bring young Master Isaac to the main building. He nervously gritted his teeth and asked, does he want to send Isaac to that damned place to meet his end? MC thought that things weren't as good as they seemed in this family. Yeshua was falling apart. Riley said that his brother was messing around, and he nodded, agreeing with him. He could live in the mansion, so why was he sent to the annex? But when Whisper said that the Manticores were there, he immediately changed his mind. Riley ordered the butler to step aside and headed toward the estate, saying he couldn't allow his nephew to remain in that place with the ghosts. MC waved his hands, saying he needed to go to the outhouse, but no one understood him. Riley told him they would go to his room, and he would read him holy scriptures about how great saints fought the Demon King as a bedtime story every night. When they finished, he would tell him about exorcism methods developed specifically for the Skeleton King. He was terrified, because for him, this was tantamount to death. But suddenly the fifth son of the House of Ashua, Gol, appeared on their way. He asked why they were making such a fuss over a child. He was sure he had said to send the child to the outhouse. Was he planning to turn against his brother, showing up for the first time in a long time? MC looked at him in surprise and remarked that he looked like a hooligan. Gol pointed at the child and ordered him to put it down. It would go to the annex. Rely asked if he was joking, as this child was Ashua's descendant. There was no point in sending him to the annex, the place where they had exiled people in the past. Isaac glanced at the guy and called him rude. He obviously belonged to a faction that wasn't happy with his presence. Rely ordered him to step aside. He would read the child the story of the Demon King's exorcism in his room. MC became nervous. He didn't need anything else right now except that annex. But Gol wasn't going to let them go that easily. He poked Isaac in the cheek and asked where he got this child from. Was he really their descendant? Because he said it mockingly. MC became angry. He liked his desire to send him to the annex, but he didn't understand what was wrong with this idiot. Is he a member of the church or just a punk? But none of that matters. Let them just send him to the annex where he'll suck out all the mana cores. Rely stepped back with displeasure, not allowing him to touch the child, and asked, he thinks he doesn't know why he wants to place him there. He wants people to think he's cursed. He's opposed to his candidacy. Isaac grew nervous and thought, this won't do. He was going to become a saint, squeeze everything out of the duchy, then become a pope and take revenge on the gods. Gold chuckled and asked, does that mean he wants people to think this? He heard a demon was following this child, so he might already be cursed. The knight captain exclaimed, that's not true. Young Master Isaac had played a role in exorcising that demon. The fact that the creature had come specifically for him spoke volumes about his importance. Another knight confirmed his words and said, this whole thing is ridiculous. How much effort had they all put into covering up a pile of trash? If they want to call him the next saint, then let them show him his power. MC was furious at his words, and Whisper suggested he show him what he has, like summoning a meteorite. Goal quickly looked around, searching for something, and stopped, saying that if they want to call him a saint, then he must prove his power. Over there is their family symbol or something. Why doesn't he try to revive what their lord likes so much? The saint tree died because of the dark mana of the demons, so if he really has what it takes to become a saint, he should be able to revive it easily. If, of course, he really is a saint candidate, as he claims. Rely asked, did he even hear himself? Isaac was also perplexed. Melissa fights well, but her descendants are real idiots. He remembered that the first son disappeared. The second was adopted, and an idea occurred to him. Whisper asked what was going on, and he responded by asking, what do you think? He grabbed him and threw him sharply toward the tree, telling him to gather everything there. Rely then said that the tree had been dead for 70 years, and he wanted a child, who couldn't even speak, to restore it. Suddenly, there was a roar, and they both looked at the tree, and right before their eyes, it came to life and grew leaves. Goal was shocked, because even with the help of healing and purification magic, it continued to die. They didn't understand how this could have happened, and MC smiled smugly, thinking it was nothing. There was some dark mana near the roots. He simply absorbed it. Whisper burped, because he had absorbed all the mana and gorged himself, and the knight captain, shocked, turned to Rylai and asked what he had done. He told him that he hadn't done anything, and the knight looked at the child, asking, so it was his doing? Isaac said with displeasure that there was so little mana, what a waste it was. Whisper asked, does he want to throw up? Realizing that Isaac had revived the tree, all the knights were overjoyed, and Goal grinned nervously and said that they were crazy idiots. No one in this house could do anything with the tree. So how could a small child? Someone had to help him, but no one was listening to him now. Everyone was busy praising the young saint. First he performed the exorcism, and now the purification. Goal clenched his fists in rage, and told Rely that he did it. He didn't understand what he was talking about, and then he pounced on him, grabbed him by the clothes, and shouted in his face that the saint had helped him. And then he pretended that this little idiot had done it. He responded by exclaiming that he was talking nonsense. How could he need a missing saint? MC glanced at them and thought that Melissa should be busy with her children, not defeating demons. Her house was a complete mess. Although this so-called fifth son didn't look like her at all, he would rather believe it if someone said that Rylai was Melissa in disguise. Whisper assumed it was her stepbrother, and he said that he thought he looked like his father. Gwell told Rely not to pretend ignorance. He thinks he doesn't know that he brought this little scum here to make him the next candidate for sainthood. He's playing his games, knowing that there was already a candidate in their house. Isaac thought, so there were other candidates in the house? And this idiot wanted another kid to win. Whisper pointed out that he had to compete with this other person, but it didn't bother him at all, and he asked in return, didn't he think he would be as angry if this one supported him? It would be fun for him to beat him. He pointed out that it made sense. Rely began to lose patience, and suggested that in that case, they just leave him. He was their nephew, and the son of their first brother, so Isaac had the right to be in the house. Goal mockingly said that was nonsense. Their brother ran away when their home was in danger, and now he left his child with them, and he still called him their brother. Now MC understood. That's why he was treated like an illegitimate child. What a wonderful life he had. Whisper said that he shouldn't talk so carelessly about his own life. Goal said that this idiot was still the son of a saint. He may be a half-breed they took from outside, but she is still a saint. Besides, they can't be sure that he is their brother's son. He thinks he looks good because he looks so much like her. If it helps the family, they can sell him to continue the family line. Relai finally lost his patience and hit him in the face, which immediately made him burst into tears and asked in shock, "Did he just hit him?" he exclaimed in response. Did he think he could spout all sorts of heresy with impunity? The knight captain was shocked, and Isaac smiled with pride for his uncle and thought that brothers grow up fighting. Thanks to them, he got a lot of useful information. After that, a real fight broke out. The knights rushed to their master to stop him, and MC thought that in fact, it was even better that the house was in such a mess. It would be easier to capture. He laughed maliciously, saying that this house was already falling apart, and Whisper advised him to think about it carefully. Won't he go down with the house if it fell apart? Hadn't his brain become smaller because he was in a child's body? He irritably ordered him to shut up. After that, he was finally allowed into the estate and all the family members gathered to look at him. They sat the child on the table and he puffed out his cheeks in offense, thinking that this was irritating him so much. One of the family members clicked his tongue in disappointment and asked, "Another boy, and what will they do with him?" Isaac thought that everyone in this house was crazy. Someone said that since they accepted that peasant girl as a saint, she should at least not give birth to another useless boy. She has no right to be a saint. MC felt uneasy and thought that they were crossing all boundaries. Henna, the patriarch's second wife and acting matriarch, ordered everyone to be silent. She turned to Relai and said that they had decided to raise this child in a juvenile home, away from prying eyes. Why did he allow this child to come to these lands? Isaac noticed that she was openly hostile. She must be behind those trying to send him to the annex. Gol told Relai that their acting matriarch was asking him a question, so why was he silent? Now MC realized she was this idiot's mother. Relai asked if his father was gone. Henna told him that he had left town all because of the situation with the saint candidate. He closed his eyes and said in disappointment that it was such a shame. He needed to hear the news that his grandson, Isaac, had revived the holy tree. Everyone immediately jumped from their seats in surprise, and Goel exclaimed that it was a coincidence. How could a small child do such a thing? In his opinion, the Yeshua family's prayers must have been answered. The old woman agreed with him. Even their patriarch couldn't find a solution. How could such a child do this? Henna agreed. To begin with, there was no proof. The man said the current matriarch was right. It was a great blessing that the sacred tree had returned to life. MC threw up his hands and thought that if they wanted proof, then let them have it. Seeing what he was doing, everyone was very surprised. The child showed them a shining crystal, and they all immediately understood the energy it emanated. It was the energy of the sacred tree. Relai said that apparently Isaac had gotten rid of the mana that was destroying the sacred tree. The man, confused, confirmed that there was mana on the tree. But for a baby to handle this, the woman asked, isn't that the only possible explanation? He created a physical form from mana. The man said that this method of purification might work, but it was definitely not simple. If something went wrong, the tree could die. It was not for nothing that the patriarch chose a stable method of purification. Gol's mouth fell open in shock and he wondered, what are they talking about? There was no way a baby could have managed such a thing. Relai stated that Isaac could have instinctively expelled the mana, and he smiled proudly. A child, still breastfed, had accomplished something that no one from the Holy See had managed in the last 70 years. Gol considered all his words nonsense and slammed his fist on the table, asking the elders, do they seriously believe this? Purifying a tree by the hands of a baby? He can't even speak. They will become a laughingstock when the whole world finds out about this. Let them look at him. It's hard to believe that he even belongs to the Yeshua clan. Who knows? Maybe he's actually from some unknown family? Relai addressed the elders and asked them to listen to him. This child would definitely become a saint, and moreover, there was a high probability that he would become the next pope. He nodded in agreement, and then Relai solemnly raised him and declared that he would also kill the Demon King. MC didn't like this, and he had started off with such a good speech. At the mention of the Demon King, the elders immediately began cursing, calling him a vile creature, and Henna smirked and thought Relai was digging his own grave. She said that if he was so confident they should test him. She would request the use of the Divine Relic Vault. Sometime later, in a dark forest in the northwest of the Holy Empire, the patriarch of Yeshua, Eli, got rid of the last monster in the area, looked around the pile of bodies, and noted the chaos. His faithful knight approached him and knelt before him in greeting, informing him that his confidant had requested use of the Vault of Divine Relics. Eli replied that he had already told him that the Holy See had no right to use it, and the knight replied that it was not them. His grandson had revived the sacred tree, and the confidant wished to test him for the qualities of a saint. Eli turned to him in surprise and asked what he meant. Why was there a saint in his house? He did not allow it. Only a saintess could survive being taken to that place. Let him tell them to stop squabbling, and without exception, Melissa approached them and said they could do it. Was it Isaac? He had revived the sacred tree. Isn't that impressive? And since they were going to open the vault, why not test all the candidates for sainthood? The knight was surprised and said that a child from another family could take something from the vault, to which she replied that she hoped so. Even the best saints of the generations could not take anything from there. Perhaps if someone manages to obtain the item, they will be able to track down the Demon King and finally kill him. Therefore, it is better to offer a prize for this. Let him tell them that the child who brings the best treasure from the vault will receive a reward that even the Pope cannot provide. He will receive the heirloom of the Yeshua family, and she will personally teach him her secret technique. Let him tell them that they will give everything to the winner. The vault contains a secret technique from thousands of years ago, as well as divine relics. It has always been guarded by one of the saints. It is believed that the Yeshua are the owners of it. Only children under 10 years old can enter the vault. It was used as a kind of ritual for saint candidates when they turned 1 year old. They would enter the vault and choose something. People predicted the saint's powers based on the item the child brought back. However, the vault is so dangerous that even candidates risk their lives by entering. After several deaths, the vault was sealed. Whisper told his master that he was very curious if his little master would manage to escape alive with the treasure. He irritably asked why he was bothering him. Whisper noted that he was also waiting for this, and he confirmed this with anticipation. They say the body of the Skeleton King is located there. Noticing how he waved his arms, the captain of the knights picked him up and asked if he was so happy. The matriarch opened the vault for all the candidates. He began tossing him, and excitedly said that children of all families would be here. The 5 major houses are participating, although the family of the current pope will also come. He is confident that the young master will still win. Whisper noted that they are exaggerating, and MC thought that this is excellent. The more people, the less attention. It will be much easier for him to get his body back. Relai caught him and told him that he should be careful. Demons captured on the battlefield guard the treasure inside. Isaac smiled and thought that he was sure that all of them were rank 6 and below. Since they were captured, he would just use force and take the treasure. But if everything were that simple, Relai said that there were rank 8 demons there. He returned him to the crib and he thought, what the hell are rank 8 demons doing there? The knight noted that a rank 9 dragon would be worse than all of them. To which Riley replied that this was true if you look only at ranks. Whisper sighed heavily and noted that their whole family had gone crazy. A dragon in a place where a lot of children gather. He, at least, knows a lot about dragons. He turned his gaze to him and seeing how he nervously bit his nails, asked, what now? MC cursed and said that dragons were dangerous in a different way. He deceived them many times. Whisper was surprised by this news. It turned out Isaac had been selling something to young dragons, which had enraged the elders, and he'd killed around 70 of them. He thought that was bad. They had good memories. Perhaps they'd recognize his soul. Whisper said that he'd probably have to change masters, and he exclaimed in rage that he could actually hear him. Well, he has no other choice. The Divine Relics Vault contains rank 8 demons and rank 9 dragons, and he can barely handle rank 6 demons in his current state. To start fighting them off, he needs to take all the mana reserves from the Yeshua family, and that means getting to the annex. Whisper asked, Sir, is he alright? He looks like he's about to be exorcised. MC read the holy spellbook fearfully. 10 ways to destroy the Demon King, and answered, yes. He thought, if only he knew how to control holy power, he could learn it easily. Let them tell him everything briefly. He hasn't even started learning. He'll just have to control his mind and force him to teach him, Whisper said. Sir, he's using dark magic in the clergy center. Does he want to raise this house to the ground, revealing his demonic essence? MC asked, what happened to him in the last 150 years? Whisper chuckled, and Isaac replied, he doesn't understand anything because he doesn't know the theory. Relai approached him and said, it looks like the day was eventful. MC thought, that's right, children his age should sleep 16 hours a day. At that moment, the captain was sitting to the side. Relai waved his hand and cast recovery. MC thought happily, this is a holy spell. Excellent. Next, let him use an offensive spell. Uncle. Whisper asked him not to move. He should quickly go to the annex, and for them to leave. MC answered, exactly, the annex. He needs to get rid of them quickly. The guys looked in his direction, and Whisper asked discontentedly, who would fall for this terrible acting? The captain said with affection, Sir Isaac falls asleep so quickly. MC lay down and pretended to fall asleep, and Relai said what an amazing child, he is quick at everything. Whisper said discontentedly, are they all crazy? Are they seriously falling for this? The guys said it's late, maybe they won't go? Yes, they all need to practice. MC smirked, and Whisper said, amazing people. One of the guys said, but the totem is dangerous. Let him take this with him. MC's eyes widened and he thought, what? Relai said it was very valuable. It was Isaac's first totem, so he should take good care of it. The captain replied, yes, sir. Isaac thought, he should resurrect it, let them keep it. He burst into tears and thought, His totem. He needed to drain the mana from it. He stood up and thought, well, he could collect it from the outbuilding now. He climbed over the railing and thought, let's go. Whisper asked, was he really gonna crawl to the outbuilding? Would he even get there today? Isaac replied, yes, of course, of course. He can't carry it all the way. His uncle locked the door. The locking mechanism is on the outside. There's even a holy spell on it. MC fell out of bed and thought, what an uncle. He ordered Whisper to break it. He asked, they'll think he's being attacked and come running here. MC said, damn it. He slammed his fist on the floor and thought, this is driving him crazy. He can't hold out on Whisper alone. If he uses magic, everything will become even more difficult. How can he escape? He tried to open the door, when suddenly Goel Eshua's son and the Eshua house's holy candidate, Shuri Eshua, who is 5 years old, walked in. He frowned and asked, what? The child can't even walk yet. MC looked at him and thought, is this his rival? Whisper asked, did he dare to harm his master? Isaac thought, the totem that even the genius he couldn't make, this little one couldn't either. MC looked at Shuri, and he released mana and said, he is the one who will become a saint. How dare he do what is his plan to escape Eshua's curse. A baby rattle fell on his head and MC mockingly pointed his finger at him and said, he found someone to carry him. Shuri burst into tears and screamed, does he even know who he is? Isaac thought, he looks like that bully uncle, so he must be his son. And he saw him gathering holy mana to attack him. Idiot. So he deserved a couple of hits. Isaac hit him a few times. He embers. And Whisper said, well done, master. MC thought, insolent idiot. He should just accept that he will be his porter. MC tried to hit him again, and Shuri put up a magic shield and screamed, he thinks he's so special? Isaac looked at him thoughtfully, and Shuri cried out, is he surprised? At his age, no one can use 3rd tier holy magic yet. It's too early to be surprised. 3rd tier holy attack magic, radiant holiness. He directed it first upward, and then towards MC and ordered him to receive. MC looked at it and thought, that's impressive. 2 projectiles of radiant holiness. He smiled and said, thank you for the food. Shuri looked at him puzzled and screamed, such a big defense spell? Isaac cupped his hands over his ears and thought, wondering how he would use it, since his uncle hadn't taught him. He happily thanked him for the lesson. Shuri started running out of the room and screamed, no! MC pointed his finger at him, and Shuri, frightened, ordered him to stop. Mana crashed into him, and Whisper asked, master, that was nice, but is it really okay to kill a direct family member? MC asked again, what does kill mean? He didn't even hit him. Shuri looked around in fear, then stood up and screamed, kid, if he can't even hit him, then he shouldn't have scared him at all. No matter what holy art attacks he used, he wouldn't be able to defeat him, a candidate for sainthood. Whisper suddenly appeared behind him and said, he dared attack his king. He wanted to die? Shuri fell to his knees in front of him and started shaking. He started crying and MC climbed onto Whisper's shoulder and asked, why is he lying here? Let him carry him, idiot. The boy thought, his name is Shuri Eshua, and he will become a saint. He will escape from this cursed house of Eshua and become a pope. But why is this kid bossing him around? MC was sitting on his neck and screaming. Shuri asked, why is he doing this? Does he know who he is? Whisper told him to move before he tore him into pieces, an insignificant human bug. Shuri thought, they know what? They just need to focus on staying alive. He asked someone to save him. After a while, MC screamed, yes, left. He said left. He wants to die? Let him get it together. Shuri asked displeasedly, where was he going in the middle of the night? He looked up carefully and said, this is it? A haunted house. MC thought, this is the second extension of the Eshua mansion. Shuri wondered why this crazy kid had brought him here. Several people had died here, so the patriarch had forbidden entry. Whisper laughed and said, it looks like several dozen had died here. To accumulate that much mana, you would have to train for decades to the point of death. MC pressed Shuri and mentally ordered him to go. Shuri asked fearfully, did he want to go inside? No, they couldn't. The adults had forbidden it. Whisper ordered him to shut up and go. After a while, they entered, and Shuri was shaking with fear. Isaac said, everything inside was in much worse condition. He saw the mana and thought, that's it. Whisper said, the entire building is sealed, sir. There's some kind of protective barrier on each door. MC said, what a pain. Shuri suggested he go back. Everything is locked here anyway. Isaac screamed and tugged at Shuri's hair. He cried out in pain and asked, why? He ordered him to let go of his hair. He walked up to the portraits and asked, the past patriarchs? He wanted to take the place of the patriarch now, but it was pointless. He would be the next patriarch. MC screamed loudly and threw a rattle towards the portraits, and Shuri screamed in fear, their ancestors. Is he crazy? What is he doing? Isaac frowned and asked why anyone would put barriers on the portraits. Whisper said, the barrier is broken, sir. MC thought, great. He jumped off Shuri's shoulders and said, let's go. Shuri asked, where is he going? Isaac rolled on the floor and Shuri screamed loudly, idiot? Where is he going after all he's done? MC rolled to the wall and screamed in joy, amazing. Whisper let him close the door. Shuri ran after him and screamed, wait a second. Wait, what is he doing? MC thought, a kid like him doesn't need to know. Shuri screamed, you're a minor. Isaac sat down on the floor and released mana. He thought he would start. Shuri ordered him to get out of there. Hurry, he will tell the adults everything. He banged his fists on the door and shouted, he will tell them everything, and they will kick him out. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps was heard behind him. Reali said, Shuri, what is he doing here? Shuri turned around and said, Uncle, he came just in time. Isaac, he is a monster. Gertrude interrupted him and screamed loudly, what is he doing, Shuri? He knows that entering the annex is forbidden. What was he thinking? Bringing Isaac here? Shuri asked fearfully. What? Gertrude screamed. How many people did he think saw him carry Isaac here on his back? On top of that, traces of holy attack magic were found in his room. Is he responsible for all of this? Shuri answered, no. He brought him here, and some of the holy attack magic was his, but Rilai sat down next to him and said, Shuri, this time he's gone too far. Whatever it is, he's picking on a baby who's not even weaned yet. He asked where he locked Isaac. Shuri burst into tears and screamed, he didn't lock him anywhere. Isaac came in himself. Riley went to the door and asked, Isaac, is he there? Someone asked, did he lock the door? Oh my god. Riley opened the door and saw Isaac crying behind it. Gertrude asked, is he okay? Oh my god, he looks scared. Riley picked up MC and said, thank god, he's okay. He looked scared, but it didn't look like anything was wrong. He turned around and said, he should be ashamed, Shuri. He burst into tears and said, no, it's not like that really. MC thanked him. He turned around and said, thanks to him, he ate his fill. Shuri screamed loudly, he's an idiot. Gertrude asked, Shuri, why does it look like his blood pressure has suddenly risen? Is it because it's so cold here? MC put his hand to his chest and thought it was more than he expected. He received as much mana as it would take him 100 years of training and all in one go. With that amount, he can finally put that plan into action. Rilai looked at him and thought it looks like Isaac was really scared. After a while, Rilai said, Isaac, he would like to introduce him to someone. This is Asili. She will be his assistant. Asili put her hand to her chest and said, Paladin of the House of Eshua, Asili Lark. She knelt before MC and said she will serve him until death, young Master Isaac. MC wondered if they assigned someone to keep an eye on him because of what happened last time. He frowned in displeasure and said, she's fired. Get out of his sight. Everyone looked at him puzzled, and Asili asked, young Master Rilai, can she squeeze his cheeks? Isaac wondered why there are only crazy people in this house. Rilai reached into his inside pocket and vest and said, Isaac, here's a gift from his uncle. MC looked at the ring and wondered if he found this in the trash can. Whisper wondered if he had heard wrong, but it seemed the Ashua family was really going through a financial crisis. How could this even be called a worthy gift for the master's first birthday? Asili asked, isn't this a saint's relic? MC wondered, a relic? Rilai ruffled Isaac's hair and said, his uncle got this from the council especially for him. MC thought, it's real. The ring the saints used in the battle against him. An elder ring containing a small miracle of God. The holy power stored in this is incredible, although it looks like he'll only be able to use it once or twice before it breaks. But he has a way to fix it. And yet, Isaac looked to the side and saw a displeased Goal who was looking at him intently. He thought, the look on this guy's face guarantees it's real. He looks at his little nephew as if he's going to kill him. Goal laughed and said, his cute little nephew Isaac, how beautiful he is. He hopes he's comfortable here. MC screamed, what the hell? Whisper said, he's probably completely crazy. Goal thought, what a nightmare. Things are getting complicated. He broke the blessing device in the relic storage so he couldn't get it, but he didn't expect that they would give the relic to the saint so easily. Gertrude said a while ago that since Isaac can't receive the blessing, it would be fair if they gave it to him. Goal asked, the relic of the saint? He ordered to give it to his child. Gertrude asked, Shuri? She waved her hand and said, he has already received the blessing from the Holy See. No need to be so greedy. Let him go. Currently, he thought he was going to take it and give it to the Holy See. He won't even understand the true value of the relic. Goal exhaled and said, if he was going to give him a gift, he should have chosen a good one, not this trash. Rilai asked again, useless? Brother, how can he talk like that about the things of the saint? Goal answered, Isaac and his precious nephew. How could he give him such a useless thing? He took out the box and said, this ring is imbued with blessings directly from the Holy See. It should be of greater use in the relic repository. Rilai will never be able to get it for him. He handed him the box with the ring and said, here, let him take this. MC reached out for it, and Goal said to give him this old and dirty ring. Isaac hit him and told him to get lost. He closed the box and said, let him take this horror, it stinks of daddy. He threw it out and said, he can give it to the dogs. The ring fell into the water, and Goal screamed, what are they doing? We need to find the ring immediately. Rilai looked at MC and thought, this looks 1,000 times more expensive than what he gave him. But he still chose it. He held out his hand and said, Isaac, his wonderful nephew. He tossed him up and said, he will give him the best. Asili said, hooray for young Master Isaac. At that moment, Goal's servants were trying to find the ring in the water. Goal ordered them to find it at any cost, as if their lives depended on it. Isaac thought, he cast weight magic on it, they will never find it. Whisper said, as befits his master. His determination not to touch such a vile object with even a finger is admirable. MC ordered him to pick it up at dawn. Whisper asked again, him. Isaac asked him a question, who else? Him or what? Whisper answered, he understood. Goal grabbed his head and thought, this thing will be worth a fortune. He grabbed his head and screamed loudly. After a while, he slammed his fist on the table and screamed, terrible kid. He has no idea how much this thing is worth. He said, it doesn't matter. He bet he won't be able to use the ring properly anyway. It's a suitable thing for someone who can't even use holy spells. To use this, you need to absorb the holy power of at least 20 people, and that's impossible. He wonders if at least 10 will come to his first birthday party. The next day, fathers and their children gathered in the courtyard. Asili stood by the window and said, this is amazing. There are more than 148 candidates for sainthood on the list, and including nobles and servants, about 4,000 people have gathered today. It seems to her that all the ducal families and more than 10 marquise families have arrived. His Imperial Majesty is also here. Even neighboring countries have sent their holy candidates. Isn't that amazing? MC wondered why there were so many candidates for sainthood. Had the gods gotten lazy and just scattered them everywhere? Whisper said, well, they're just the type to do that. Riley said thoughtfully, he didn't expect that. He thought no one would come, that it was a trap. Count Simon Age, the head of one of the 3 trade unions of the Empire, and a friend of Relay, entered the room and shouted. Of course they wouldn't think that, his friend. They haven't seen each other for a long time, Relay asked in surprise. Simon? Is he here too? Simon smiled and answered. The rumor had spread throughout the Empire. How could he not come? Everyone realized that this wasn't a trap and decided to attend. After all the weaklings from the House of Eshua are here. Not to mention that the family had put the head of Eshua on the line. How could he miss such a moment? Even Dad's family would come. MC thought. What? Relay said Dad's family would never attend. Simon said he also thought that arrogant royals would never show up on Eshua lands. They hate everyone except the Barrett family. Relay ordered Simon to keep quiet. Simon asked again why. His son Armin is also a candidate for sainthood. After all, this event is being organized by the Eshua family. The Pope's family has no reason to interfere. Relay ordered him to be careful what he said. Simon replied, he just doesn't want to see snobs who always wrinkle their noses like they've stepped in dirt. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Harry entered the room and said, there's an old saying that no one is as dangerous as a vulgar friend. And alas, the wisdom of the ancestors is never wrong. Everyone stared at him in surprise. Relay said, Bishop Barrett. He smirked and said, to think that a weakling from the Eshua family is organizing such an event. He hopes his baby will bring something from the relic vault to save the family's face. He was curious to see the child of Eshua, who dared to declare himself a candidate for sainthood. But he can't even see him. Asili looked at him with displeasure, and Harry said, well, this is a wonderful opportunity for him. He sincerely prays that the candidate for sainthood will bring glory to his family. Relay wondered if this was a ploy orchestrated by the Holy See. The fact that the strength of the candidates for sainthood had grown from 25 to 148 in the last week alone raised questions. The only explanation is that the See turns a blind eye to the fact that saint candidates appear out of nowhere. Everyone strives to make their own child a saint candidate. Once such children are placed in the vault, they will inevitably discard the weakest, trying to push the competition aside. They might even harm him during the chaos. He clenched his fist and turned around, thinking that if that happened, Isaac would be in danger. A boy from the Eshua family, except for his outstanding appearance and family reputation, he was completely useless. However, for those who covet the superior Eshua genes, or those trying to earn the inclination of the Pope's family, who hate the line of saints, this child was the perfect prey. Some time ago, a man in a robe handed over a vial and told him to give it to the Eshua boy as a little prank, so that he wouldn't die but would be unable to do anything. You need to mix it with water and use holy poison. You need to teach the boy a lesson about how cruel the world can be. You need to expose him to public ridicule and proclaim that a child of Eshua can never become a saint. MC wiped it off and cried out, good job. The boy turned to him and said, guys, I'm scared. How many bottles did he drink? After a while, Isaac threw a bottle at the boy's head and screamed, let them bring more. This poison can't kill him. He said, more. The boy burst into tears and said, he wants to go home. The other guy said, that's scary. The guy put his hand to his face and whispered, what's wrong with this kid? He thought he put laxative in it. The other guy replied, maybe he took the wrong bottle? He's weird. He thinks it's him. They need to just leave. Shuri grabbed his head and thought, why does he keep draining bottles of poison? Stop slandering Eshua's name. He should be able to tell there's something wrong with this, being a candidate for sainthood. He snatched the bottle from MC and screamed, stop drinking. Is he dehydrated? He handed him another bottle and said, if that's what he wants, let him drink this. Isaac threw it at him and screamed, it's not poisoned. He ordered them to give him super poison. A guy came up to him and shouted, why is he so energetic? But this is holy poison. Another guy came up to him and asked, is he crazy? Will he die if he drinks this? MC shouted, holy poison. He rushed towards the guy and ordered him to give it to him. He started fighting, and the kids were discussing on the side. It seems he has incredible resistance to poisons. They heard a person can reach the level of natural poison breakdown by training their holy power. What? He thinks he has already reached that level, but then why is he drinking from poisoned bottles? Maybe he wants to make sure others can't drink from them because it's dangerous? Shuri was sitting near the wall and thinking, this is nonsense. A guy came up to him and asked, really? They mean to say that this is self-sacrifice? Shuri jumped and widened his eyes at him in surprise. He thought, Kina Barrett? What is Barrett doing here? He never heard of Dad's family being involved. He is the direct heir to the Pope's family, Kina Barrett. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked, wait, isn't that Kina Barrett? The boy asked, what is the Pope's family doing in the repository of the saint's relic? It seems the winner is already decided. MC sat on the boy's back and looked at him questioningly. He thought, so this boy is practically guaranteed to become a saint, right? But is it even possible to have such a pure hair color, being from the Holy See family? Did they dye it or something? Everyone else in this family has hair the color of mud. Kina said, There is nothing strange about a person from the Pope's family ending up in the repository of the saint's relics. The Pope's family is the head of all the clergy. Therefore, the repository of the saint's relics also belongs to their family. Shuri looked at him puzzled, and Kina said, he is only here to take what is rightfully his. So why do they find this so strange? MC smirked and thought, judging by the arrogant way he speaks, he must be from the Pope's family. But this little brat, he's a real monster, no? His holy power surpasses that of a bishop, as expected of a saint candidate. Kina asked, they use such vulgar methods to humiliate the master, right? And they call themselves holy candidates? How disgusting. What's the use of bullying a child? There's no way a kid can be resistant to poison. It must be the power of a saint trying to protect him. He sat down next to Isaac, who thought, stupidity runs in the family. Kina released mana and said, what a pity. It's okay, he'll cleanse him of the poison. Someone asked, can he use a holy detoxification spell yet? I need to look at the size of his holy power. It's at least tier 5. MC looked at him and thought, he's really trying to pull off some kind of nonsense. He's trying to use it to show off his skills, right? He's great, he'll give him what he deserves. MC screamed loudly and slapped him in the face. Kina looked away questioningly, and the boy pointed his finger at him and screamed, holy power, did it disappear? Kina's eyes widened in surprise and thought, his holy power, did it disappear? Impossible, a kid like him? He thought fearfully, is he stronger than him? An Eshua insect. Isaac asked displeasedly. What was he looking at? A miner. He'll smash his skull with that bottle. Shuri grabbed him and screamed loudly. No, you don't have to do that. Someone asked. Is he looking after him because they're family? He punched the one who tried to save him in the face. That's not nice. Did they really think they had a chance against Daddy's family? Does he think he can protect him? Shuri thought, idiots. If it weren't for him, they would have gotten hit in the head with a bottle a long time ago. Kina exhaled and said, it's okay, he could surprise him. After all, he's still a kid. He waved his hand and said, he wishes them good luck, the children of Eshua. They should try to return with at least some dirt to save face for their family. MC looked after him in irritation, and Kina turned around and said, but of course, the best treasure here will be his. After all, Eshua doesn't dare even get close to the Demon King's body. Isaac's eyes widened in surprise, and Shuri said how disgusting he was. MC grabbed him by the shirt and screamed, what did that idiot just say? Shuri screamed in fear, and MC asked what he said about the Demon King's body. Shuri asked, what's wrong with him? Make him stop shaking it. The head of the family promised to pass on the secret technique to whoever brings the Skeleton King's body. MC grabbed his head and asked, Melissa, she dares mock his body? He sighed and thought, his body had accumulated many centuries of mana. If he could get it, reaching rank 10 wouldn't be a problem. But now that all these kids are looking for him too, there's no way to drag him away. Fine. He'll just step over anyone who gets in his way. A man entered the room and told everyone to gather. Departure is soon, so let them listen carefully to what he has to say. The relic storage, the Holy of Holies. This is where the previous ones left. Isaac looked at him with displeasure and thought, he's starting with history. At this rate, they'll grow old here. He crawled to the side and said, he's going. Shuri whispered fearfully, where is he going? MC quickly ran away, and Shuri screamed, Elder, Isaac! MC applied high walking speed and thought, it's time for him to use the holy spell he just learned. The Elder screamed, Isaac, no, this is a restricted area. If he goes there, the traps will be activated. Everyone's eyes widened in fear, and they ran after him. The Elder ordered that this brat be stopped. At that moment, in the banquet hall of the Eshua residence, Asili said, she hoped the young master was all right. Riley frowned, folding his arms across his chest. The guy who was standing near the portals said they had established a connection with the inner space. The familiars are following the candidate who took 3rd place, so they will see everything now. The door to the first vault opened. The test began. Riley thought, already? The guy said, in 3rd place is Armon Age. Simon shouted loudly, his son. The guy said, in 2nd place is Shuri Eshua. Gul cried out in surprise. What? He means his boy. The guy said thoughtfully, and in 1st place is Isaac. Riley and Asili widened their eyes questioningly, and at that moment, MC quickly ran forward. The guy said, it's Isaac Eshua. The Elder ran after him and shouted, Isaac, please. Not there, no. More traps will be activated if he goes there. The Elder was electrocuted, and Shuri screamed in fear. Elder, all the children were asking for help in fear. Shuri screamed, you're crazy. Why did he go in there and do all this? The vault test is already life-threatening, and now they have to dodge traps that are designed for intruders. MC crawled to the doors and said, so, this is the door to the 2nd vault. The 2nd trap has been activated. Now they are entering the side doors of the 2nd vault. Shuri screamed loudly, Isaac, not there. Whisper said, amazing, master. Thanks to the mana he absorbed in the annex, he has received a boost. Isaac replied, good. Now he can work even harder. Whisper said, nightmare. MC ordered him to go and get it. Whisper replied, yes, sir. The children stood to the side and talked. They didn't know it would be so difficult. The boy said, that's why the saint is so powerful. Another boy pointed at the hovering Shuri and asked, isn't that Eshua's child? Someone else replied, yes, his name was Shuri, something or other. How does he fly? His family must have taught him beforehand. How unfair. Shuri burst into tears and thought, no, they didn't teach him, idiots. He's flying against his will. Please, let him let go. Whisper threw Shuri to the floor and said, master, he brought the informant. Shuri asked to stop this madness. He He doesn't know how he passed the test of the first vault, the test of choice. But with the second vault, a single mistake can kill him. He must overcome his fear and choose the difficult path to develop feeling. At that moment, he was hit by mana, and MC thought, he's noisy. Isaac said, never mind. Let him explain what's in the second vault. Shuri said, once he enters the vault, he should never attack enemies. Does he understand? You can't attack them. MC asked, what nonsense. Why not? Shuri said, this is the only way to get past the second vault. Whatever appears, he just needs to stand still for 3 minutes until they disappear. Let him say he understands. Otherwise, they will both die. Isaac thought, what nonsense. This is a test of his patience, right? Shuri said, someone actually died from this. MC said, okay, it's not that difficult at all. He crawled to the side and asked, he just has to not attack, right? 3 minutes won't be a problem. The voice said, welcome to the floor of equanimity. Patience is a virtue and a cold reason. One must remain calm and remain steadfast. His patience will lead him to the light. The children entered the hall and the boy asked, are they sure everything is okay? They are the last ones. Do they understand? Kina turned around and said, there is no need for them to go down such a dangerous path. Meat can do it for them. Did he forget that there is an 8th rank demon at the entrance to the second storage room? He is sure those who go ahead will be stuck there. Do they see? They saw a bright flash in front of them, and Kina said, the test has begun. The doors opened, and the voice said not to lose heart. A guy appeared in front of Isaac, extended his hand and said, and his patience will lead him to the light. Otherwise, the same. MC hit him with mana and screamed, screw it! Only 3 seconds had passed since the doors opened. Shuri remembered MC's words, that 3 minutes would be no problem. He thought, this is a nightmare. He grabbed his head and screamed, he's crazy. Isaac clenched his fists and asked, how was he supposed to remain patient when he saw the face of a god? Whisper said, he thought 3 seconds was enough. The voice reported, he failed. Divine punishment will be carried out for those who fail. A huge monster appeared in front of MC and screamed, and Shuri said in fear, it's over. He's had enough. Isaac released mana towards the monster, causing it to scream. Shuri's eyes widened in surprise and thought, Who is he? Isaac quickly dealt with the monster and thought, is this an 8th rank? They're laughing. The golem was created by his subordinate's magic. The Skeleton King's elite demons, these are 14 familiars. This is their distinctive type of magic. Do they work for the Eshua family like dogs? Or maybe this place is somehow connected to his body? He will know it when he sees it. Shuri asked, where is he going? Suddenly, a loud laughter and scream rang out. He never thought that the guys of the Eshua family would do them a favor. Nizar Sefet, a pious crimson, one of the 5 candidates, the 3rd son of the ducal Sefet family, stepped forward and asked, do they see? He said that the Eshua know how to pass the test. He thanks them for defeating the gatekeeper, and now they need to step aside. They will enter the second vault first. He can't even imagine how much they had to endure because of this brat. That's right. He will activate the traps if he gets inside before them. MC looked around and thought, so many survivors? Nizar pointed his finger at Shuri and said, he never thought that the children of Eshua were capable of such an abomination. Shuri, he's working with him, right? Shuri looked at him, puzzled, and shouted, no, he's not working. He said no. Is he listening? Nizar crouched down next to MC and asked, didn't he see how this kid dodged all the traps? He thinks he did it himself? They saw it? It's an artifact. He ripped the ring off MC's neck and shouted, the ring must be infused with something. Guys, let them see. With this, they can dodge all the traps. Shuri thought. He wasn't even close. He looked at Isaac and thought, his inaction is making him worry. He's not the type to let others take anything from him. Nizar walked forward and ordered Eshua to bite the dust. The one who retrieves the Skeleton King's body, something no one has done before, will be none other than him, the 3rd son of the Crimson Dukedom. Nizar Sefet? He looked forward, puzzled, when suddenly there was an explosion. They shouted, a trap! What is this? Shuri thought in surprise. Isaac. The guys were shouting loudly, and Shuri looked at MC and thought, used them as bait. After a while, Shuri was walking through the second storage, and MC was sitting on his shoulders. Isaac looked around and thought all the traps in this place were destroyed, thanks to these idiots. He turned around and thought, but why are these people chasing him? The boy said, he must have some kind of divine feeling. The other guy said, probably because he is from a family of saints. Nizar was acting strange. The ring turned out to be just an antique. Really? It can't be that someone from the Yeshua family would do such an injustice. Whisper said, it seems they realized his greatness, master. This is incredible. Isaac replied, their recognition was not for nothing. Shuri thought, let them run before it's too late, guys. This guy is scarier than demons. A boy approached them and said, if a saint really exists, it will be someone like him. MC looked at him questioningly, and the boy smiled and said, it is nice to meet you. The youngest child of Eshua. His name is Pari Julius, the 2nd prince of the Julius kingdom. The guys off to the side started whispering. This kingdom is located east of the sacred Helen Empire. He heard the prince of this place receive the blessing of the god. MC thought, he looks useful. Shuri said, Isaac, they have arrived. This is the door to the 3rd vault. The voice said, welcome, candidates. This is the floor of memory. You need to show your courage and determination. The guys said, they can go to the next vault. It's good that they went after him and not Nizar. They will receive the body of the Skeleton King. The angels said, the test is simple. You need to defeat them and gain glory. The guys asked, they said to show courage, so they must fight them, right? They need to try. Isaac thought, this gatekeeper, could it be him? Yes, it is him. This will be fun. Isaac pointed his hand to the side and shouted, and the guy asked puzzledly, Isaac? Shuri thought, Isaac's decisions were always correct. The gatekeepers lie. The first vault was about choice. Isaac simply skipped it. The second was about calmness, but Isaac wasn't calm at all, and the third was about memory. That word, that's a hint. They must remember what happened in the first and second trials. You can't attack them. MC ordered everyone to step back. The guy asked, right? Shuri thought strange, but this time he chose the right answer. No matter how much of a devil he was still a descendant of a saint. Could it be that even a little of her had appeared in him? MC smirked and thought, right, perhaps he'd misunderstood Isaac all this time. Shuri thought, he's ready to sacrifice himself to guide people on the right path. At that moment, MC directed Manhwa towards the gatekeeper and hit him in the face. Shuri looked at this, puzzled, and the gatekeeper screamed. They made the wrong choice. He swung his weapon and attacked the boys, who fearfully asked for help. They screamed loudly, and Shuri thought, what could it be? He looked at MC's satisfied face and thought, he's crazy. Isaac thought, he hasn't seen them in a long time. The gatekeeper said, it was foolish to trust other people's words so easily. Holy candidates, deceitful puppets created by the magic of 14 familiars. MC ordered to show these weaklings how cruel life can be. Shuri thought tiredly. A nightmare. A loud scream rang out. Where did Eshua go? They were here just a minute ago. Shuri and MC were covered in mana and became transparent, and the other children loudly ordered to find them now. Isaac used a 6th tier holy spell, Invisibility. MC thought, Uncle blessed him with this spell to activate it at a critical moment. What a perfect time to use it. Perry thanked MC for casting a holy spell on him too. Isaac replied, nothing special. He tossed him a ring and told him to catch it. Perry caught it and asked in surprise, what is this? A ring? Is he giving it to him because he's not used to fighting demons? MC looked at him puzzled, and Perry thanked him and said he wouldn't forget this kindness. He'll pass it on to his father. At that moment, he was attacked, and Shuri screamed in fear. Whisper said, as expected of his master. MC laughed and said, the prince possessed the greatest holy power. Shuri looked up in fear and thought, Uncle, what kind of monster has he brought into their family? After a while, the order to group together was given. Can one of them use protective holy power? The boy replied, he will use protective holy power first. The other boy ordered them to stay back. The gatekeeper ordered them to accept their punishment. The boy put his hand forward and shouted, now, he's attacking. The boy fell to the floor before he could finish speaking. The boy turned around and asked, what happened? He felt a clot of mana behind him and fell to his knees. The gatekeeper looked at this, puzzled, and asked, is there anyone else who fell for their lie? Whisper said, the ring absorbed the holy power of all the children. MC replied, we still need to absorb those. Whisper replied, okay, as he wishes. MC watched as Whisper headed towards the other children and began to take their holy power. The boys screamed, what happened? Isaac mentally asked the children not to be offended. The lying puppet does not attack neutralized enemies. It is better to lose consciousness from having their holy power sucked out than to get punched in the face. Whisper said, Master, it's almost ready. He saw a bright stream of mana and asked, what is that? It attacked the boy, and Whisper flew aside. Kina appeared in front of Isaac and said, he found him. Isaac Eshua. MC thought he kept wondering where he disappeared to. Finally, he showed up. Shuri thought, my god, he knew he was a genius, but this. Birds of mana appeared behind Kina, and Shuri thought, summoning a holy spirit at this age is too much, isn't it? Kina said. He surprised him. He didn't expect there to be someone here who could defeat a demon, except him, of course. Or did he lure the other kids into a trap, like in the first test? If so, suddenly a scream came from the side. No, a boy said. He tried to take the test for them. Another boy said. He even told them which direction to go. He's their benefactor. MC said. The kids are out of their minds. Whisper smirked and asked, is this what people call Stockholm Syndrome or something? Kina asked. A benefactor, right? And aren't they ashamed to call themselves saint candidates? Just think, they need a baby's help. The boys cried out in displeasure. He kept hiding, and yet he speaks as if he'd done something. The boys started screaming. He didn't do anything when they were looking for traps. He's right. Isaac looks more like a saint than him. He avoided all the trouble. They'll tell their parents about this as soon as they get out of here. He didn't do anything. It was all Isaac. They suggested telling their parents that it's better to follow the Eshua family. Shuri thought, that's not right, guys. He's sucking all the strength out of them. The boys said, without them, they'd be in big trouble. At that moment, everything around shook and mana rose into the air. The boy asked, the door to the third vault, is that right? Someone answered, he thinks so. Does this mean the second trial is over? It looks like it. A voice spoke, congratulating candidates on passing the second trial. He is the last gatekeeper guarding the Vault of Relics. Now they have to choose. Will they choose the treasure and finish the test here, or will they move on to go to the third vault? The boy said, of course, they will choose the latter. The gatekeeper interrupted him and told them to choose wisely. Will they choose the treasure and finish the test here, or will they move on to go to the third vault? If they pass the test, they will find the treasure of the third vault, but if not, they will die. Everyone's eyes widened in fear, and Whisper said, Master, judging by the mana he feels from this voice. MC replied, yes, it is a dragon. He hasn't seen them for a long time. He frowned and thought, so what he said about death is also true. The boy said, and yet he wants to pass the test. They have overcome a lot to get here. The other boy said, that's right. If they can take the treasure from the third vault, they will become saints. The other children also began to talk. They too. They want to go to the third vault. The gatekeeper said, so they want to pass the test despite the danger. Okay, they will have a test. MC and Whisper reacted to this happily, while the other guys were scared. The gatekeeper said, the last test is quite simple. They need to offer a prayer to their friend. After a while, the kids asked, what? Another statue? A statue of their god? The gatekeeper ordered to show respect to their god. Only those who have proven their faith will go to the third vault. The guy asked, all they have to do is kneel in front of the statue and pray? But this test, they think, would be too easy. MC thought, no way. He's not going to kneel in front of this terrible man. Not in front of the idiot who deceived him for hundreds of years and eventually tried to seal him away. The guy grabbed his head and said, there is nothing difficult about it. They just have to pray to their Lord. Just do it, right? He knelt down and said, to their supreme Lord, worthy of all glory and honor, his servant offers worship. The gatekeeper said, he studied well. Okay, he passed the exam. The boys said, they must pray. Really? MC got off Shuri's neck and he asked, Isaac? He must pray. MC kicked him and asked, why on earth? Kina stepped forward and said, in the Holy See, they taught him how to pray properly. He placed his hand on the floor and said, look, this is the correct posture they must take when worshiping their Lord. The boys cried out, they want it too. Kina said, to their supreme Lord, who is worthy of worship. The gatekeeper asked, what are they waiting for? Are they giving up and accepting death? The children screamed, no, they will do it. The gatekeeper looked at MC thoughtfully and asked, child, why isn't he on his knees? MC replied, he's not crazy enough to engage in such nonsense. The guy turned around and asked, what's wrong with him? Does he have problems with his faith? Are the rumors that the Eshua family is losing faith true? Shuri prayed and thought, he needs to stop defamating their family's name and just pray. Kaina turned around and thought, all of this will be recorded. Does he really want to lose his chance to become a saint? Even with his enormous talent, all of this is useless without faith. He shouldn't have paid attention to him at all. The gatekeeper said, such behavior is very disrespectful. The child of a saint family. MC replied, so what? He'd rather die than kneel before this idiot. Let him just kill him. The gatekeeper released dark mana towards him and said, blasphemer, he needs to perish. Isaac sent him and shouted, he will smash this statue. Whisper said, sir, this is dangerous. MC clenched his fist and released mana, ordering him to die. The gatekeeper said, excellent. Isaac looked questioningly at the statue, and the gatekeeper said, he passed the exam, the little candidate. Let him go to the third vault. Kina cried out, wait, what? He said they must show their faith to pass. He didn't even pray, but he passed? This is nonsense. The gatekeeper said, this child, he is the only one who can pass through this door. Only he showed his faith in God. Do they really not understand? He knelt before the statue, not before God himself. Is their faith worship of an idol? Shuri thought in surprise. Even if this is a statue of their Lord, it is still an idol. They have been deceived. The boy cried out, but this is nonsense. The statue looks just like their Lord on holy images, and the Bible says that one cannot worship statues. The gatekeeper ordered to look at the child. Even in the face of fear of death, he did not give in and kept his faith. Therefore, only this child can enter the third vault. Whisper asked thoughtfully, faith? MC ordered him to shut up. Kina turned around and said discontentedly, he can't accept this. He stepped forward and said, the child can't even speak yet. It's impossible to prove that he knelt down without faith. Whisper replied, well, he's right in a way, he didn't mean to. MC smirked and said, that's right. Kina said, moreover, if this child had such faith, how could he not have a stigmata? Stigmata are marks that sometimes appear on the human body and are usually associated with strong religious experiences. Someone asked, not possessed? He has one right here. How can a candidate for sainthood not have a stigmata? Everyone turned to look at MC, who was confused. Kina smirked and thought, he's the only one among the candidates who doesn't. He should give up. He doesn't deserve to become a saint if he doesn't even have a stigmata. The gatekeeper asked, a candidate for sainthood without the stigmata, he says? Because he is still a baby. Kina's eyes widened in surprise, and then screamed, does that even make sense? Wait, could he move all this time? The gatekeeper answered, he was serious. He was still just a child. Let him trust him. Kina then ordered to let him in too. If someone without the stigmata can enter, then he should too, because he has it. Someone said he is right, he has it too. This proves that they are candidates. The gatekeeper said, he must understand that he did not get this because he is special. Does everyone think the same? Everyone answered yes. The gatekeeper asked, does this mean they all want to get into the third vault? Everyone answered yes. The gatekeeper thoughtfully said, well, it can't be helped. He will send them all there. Everyone cried out joyfully, yes, they can enter the third vault. Shuri thought in surprise, was he letting them in so easily? The gatekeeper said, if they wanted to jump into the fire like moths, so be it. Everyone looked at him puzzled, and the gatekeeper said, of course, he would let them in. He vanished and opened the doors. All the children clutched their necks and started breathing heavily. The gatekeeper asked, could they feel it? Dark mana emanating from the Demon King's body. Let them know their place, idiots. He planned to spare those who could withstand this mana. The guy said, it's unbearable. MC thought happily, there it is. There it is. His body, the body of the Skeleton King. His precious thing lies there. He never thought the day would come when they would be reunited after self-destruction in the divine realm. God, how much dark mana is leaking out of him. The gatekeeper ordered to look at this child who proved his faith. This is the face of a courageous warrior. The guys thought in fear. His eyes were practically lighting up. What kind of child is this? The gatekeeper said, it's not too late. Those who are unable to smile in the face of death can turn around and leave. If they lose now, he will allow them to choose the the treasure from the second vault. Shuri thought, damn it, how is he supposed to get through such dark mana? The guy suggested not to go in there. They might die. The boy asked if they should just choose the most beautiful item from the second vault. Kina stepped forward and said no. He didn't want the treasure from the second vault. They would go to the third, and please, let them activate all the traps. The boy thought he was crazy. The gatekeeper asked if he was serious. Kina said none of the saints in history had managed to bring back the Skeleton King's body. Even the renowned Saint Melissa couldn't do it. The gatekeeper asked if he seemed to know something about the third vault. Huh? Kina thought Saint Melissa would never let children die. He knows what he is. It's a preventative measure. He said he doesn't want to hear that they found the treasure without any problems. So please, let him return the third vault to its original and most dangerous state, so that it will be valued higher than the saint herself. MC thought he was crazy too. The gatekeeper said if he says so, good. Now it will be easier to determine who will become a saint. A strong mana rushed forward and the guys screamed, let him go alone. He doesn't need to take them with him. The guys fell to the floor and MC happily thought, this is chaos. Whisper ordered the owner to look there. This is his body. Isaac looked at the hand in the hall and thought, well done, his baby. That is, his body. It was absorbing energy in the third storage. The guy asked, is this the body of the Demon King? One hand exudes so much dark mana? MC thought, not the whole hand, just the thumb. Is that all that's left of him? The rest is just a copy. Suddenly, a creature appeared in the hall and the guys screamed loudly. A demon. They thought they wouldn't appear after the second trial. The gatekeeper said, they asked to remove all protection. MC thought, stop this. A loud scream rang out. They insects. How dare they covet the body of his king? The guy pointed his finger at Kina and said, this is all because of him. How will he take responsibility? Kina went forward and asked to trust him. He will make sure everyone leaves here with the treasures. He thought, 14 familiars, elite subordinates trained by the Skeleton King, and the fools captured by the Pope's family. He prepared a holy spell that would work against this creature. The treasures are his. He flashed his eyes and commanded the monster to fall to its knees. The creature screamed loudly, and the boy was greatly surprised. He said, this is the light of the Pope's family. Kina thought, good, it worked. Now he will declare. A voice asked, is it him? The monster looked in his direction and said, the one who dared to covet the body of his king. At that moment, voices were heard at the entrance to the relic vault. What's going on there? The connection is broken, so. The boy screamed, big trouble. The demon seal in the third vault has been broken. Everyone looked at him in surprise, and Simon asked, Relay, isn't this one of the 14 familiars? Relay thought, how did this happen? If there are 14 familiars, everyone in the vault is in danger. The man asked, what about the elders who went as overseers? The guy replied, they tried to disable the booby traps in the vault and disappeared. Gertrude asked, doesn't that mean the children in the vault are in grave danger? There's no way the children can handle such a monster. They have to stop the test and get them out. At that moment, a bright glow appeared behind them. Simon cried out, what? Riley looked at it in surprise and thought, is the relic vault opening? What is that intense light? The guy asked to retreat from the entrance. It's dangerous because dark mana can leak out. The old man asked to wait. He doesn't sense the presence of the demon. Gertrude asked, is he defeated? Harry thought happily. He did it kinda? Voices came from different directions. Do they mean the demon protecting the Demon King's body? One of the children must have defeated that monster. Simon asked. Relay, is it possible? It must be Kina Barrett, right? As expected of the Pope's family. The old man congratulated the cardinal and the man said, this is a worthy result for the strongest candidate for sainthood. Harry said, it looks like Kina did a great job. He looked at Relay and thought mockingly, Eshua, this is the end of their foolish disobedience to the Holy See family's authority. Now that they have the body of the Skeleton King, they will have to bow to them. It's time to break their streak. A cry was heard. Let them look. The children are coming out. Relay pursed his lips and thought, Isaac, Shuri, please let them be safe. He walked forward and began to look around. Relay thought, some are injured, but there are no serious injuries. Thank goodness. The guy said, the children who went into the third vault have not returned yet. Another man asked, are they in trouble? Relay frowned, after which a cry was heard. The last group of children is approaching. Armand, Shuri. Simon rushed forward and screamed, Armand, is he okay? Relay screamed, Shuri. Ghoul grabbed his son and screamed, Shuri, is he okay? Is he hurt? Relay thought fearfully, where is Isaac? Isn't Isaac with them? Harry screamed, Kina, what is that in his hand? Where is the Demon King's body? Kina looked at him in shame, holding a small artifact in his hand. He tried to say something, and Harry asked, who told him to bring him such a useless thing? A bright glow appeared above them, and the man ordered him to look there. A wolf? The golden wolf was holding Isaac in its jaws, and the man asked him to stop. Is that Isaac? Relay rushed forward and screamed. Isaac. Asili ran to him and said, Lord Isaac. But, young Master Relay, isn't this wolf the young guardian dragon who guards the relic vault? The holy dragon? Relay thought. She's right. It's the beast protecting the relic vault. Although it resembles a wolf in shape, the creature's spirit belongs to a holy dragon. It is the one summoned to the relic vault by the matriarch, who is deeply connected with dragons. The creature's mere existence is noble. What is that sound? He looked at MC's mouth, and the man pointed his finger forward and shouted, Elder, the thing Isaac is sucking on. Could it be? Could this be the Skeleton King's body? The old man cried out, You can't just put it in your mouth. He did it. He brought the skeleton king's body. Hirai asked displeasedly. Kina, did he give the demon king's body to this child? He wouldn't call it a smart tactic. Rather, it was the mercy of a saint to save the owner's face. A voice rang out. What are they saying? None other than this child laid claim to the skeleton king's body. They are fools. Hirai looked at the wolf in surprise and thought, what? Kina thought a while ago. Why? Why isn't his holy spell working? The monster said, they're insects. He rushed towards the children and commanded them to die. Suddenly, there was an explosion and a protective barrier appeared above the children. Everyone looked at it in surprise and said, Blue, is this Eshua's child? The monster screamed. They, vile clerics, they dare covet the body of the great demon king? Let them die. MC clenched his fist and screamed, idiot. He's incapable of recognizing his master? Now people are asking questions. The dragon wouldn't lie, right? Then what did Kina do? Does that mean Eshua's child really brought it? Riley said, but, dragon, it was too dangerous. 14 familiars. These aren't demons that mere children can handle. Why did he remove the seal? The dragon asked again. 14 familiars, he said. That white boy asked for their release. The boy pointed his finger at Kina and screamed, exactly. Kina asked the dragon to activate all the traps in the third vault. Another boy screamed. He even forcibly brought them along, putting them in danger. Someone asked, does this mean their children almost died because of him? How could someone from the Pope's family do such a thing? If Isaac hadn't defeated the demon, everything could have ended tragically. By the way, does this mean that Eshua's child won over the Pope's child? Harry frowned and lowered his head, and people continued talking. Is that surprising? Even though he is a boy who can't become a saint, he is so strong. So the rumors that the Eshua family is preparing for their comeback are true. Riley thought, Isaac, he did a great job. The elder cried out, child, let him spit out the bone. It's dangerous. Another elder said, yes, please let him be kind. MC pushed his hand away, and the elder asked, why is he so strong? Isaac thought, he has so much mana now. Probably because of his survival, he was able to absorb it all at once. Gertrude said, Isaac did a great job. The matriarch will be happy to hear it. Riley replied, it seems so. Gertrude said, with this, they will finally track down the demon king. They will be able to find the skeleton king's soul with a spell. MC looked at her and thought, wait, so that's why they wanted his body? The elders held out their hands and ordered Isaac to give it up. They offered to track down the skeleton king and tear him apart. MC wondered what was going on. The old man said, they will finally be able to resolve their century-and-a-half-decade-old grudge. Let him give it up now. The wolf crouched, and MC quickly swallowed the bone. The elders' eyes widened in surprise and shouted, Isaac! The dragon started to fly away and thought, what lunatics. After some time, one of the bishops approached Gertrude in surprise and asked if she had found it. She pointed in the direction and replied that she didn't think it was there. They couldn't understand why they were having trouble. The protagonist watched the scene with amusement, musing that they could search all day and still find nothing. He looked around and said that what troubled him most was what had happened in the relic's storage room. There had been a loud explosion and a scream about not being able to recognize his master. When he recalled this and how he had attacked his opponent, this terrifying monster had said, is this Mana? Is this him, master? Isaac watched in amazement and was stunned into silence. The monster continued to tell him that when he heard the news of his end, he thought his world had come to an end, but he had always known that he would return to them alive. Master, he very much wants to serve him, master. He was captured. But before the monster could finish his sentence, the protagonist suddenly began to wonder if he should speak normally before he died, as he needed answers to many of his questions. He continued to ponder that those who had captured him were from his father's family, right? He had to check that, right? At that moment, Riley handed him a bottle of food and begged him to please take a poop. Whisper laughed at this, and everyone around him shouted for more laxatives, stronger ones. Whisper continued laughing loudly, and the protagonist didn't know how to take it. He perceived this as madness, and soon everything would change. A bishop approached him and said that if the matriarch knew, it would be the end for them. She could even cut open his insides. Riley asked the elder to calm down, but everything would be fine. Even though she had stabbed one of her sons, he was her grandson. After all, at that moment, they were terrified at the thought. Whisper asked if Melissa hadn't gone on a pilgrimage with the matriarch. The protagonist rolled his eyes, thinking they'd need time to finish, and that he needed to absorb all the mana before Melissa returned and escape. At that moment, the doors opened, and Guel entered. He looked around carefully and, turning to Riley, told them to hurry out. He turned and looked at him questioningly, and at that moment, Guel announced that the patriarch was summoning him. Isaac was dumbfounded by what he heard and didn't understand. Riley was also surprised that his mother had already arrived and that she had never returned from a pilgrimage so early. He gritted his teeth in fear and anger and realized that they had returned early because of him. He clutched his chest, which glowed with a magical light, and realized he hadn't finished absorbing the mana yet, and that was bad. He began screaming loudly in fear and realized that knowing Melissa, she would definitely dissect him. After some time, numerous gold objects and boxes of jewelry appeared in the room. Everyone gathered around, confused. Were these really gifts for Isaac? Riley thought the matriarch herself had come to them. Guel asked him with a smirk. Was he scared? She hadn't arrived yet, only sent a voicemail saying she'd return with the patriarch. He hadn't said a word about his arrival. The protagonist was angered by Guel's words, and at that moment, Valentin approached them and asked if the Pope had sent gifts too. The elder turned and told them to sell them all. The bishop standing across from him choked with surprise, and Valentin said that the Pope's messenger would hear them. They were waiting over there. When they turned around, they saw a man who announced the emperor's extreme interest in this event. It had been prepared by the people as an apology for their gratitude to Joshua's family. One of the messengers approached them and said that they didn't seem thrilled with the Pope's gifts. However, they would definitely like what he held in his hands. He opened the box that everyone was interested in, and a bright light began to shine from it. Riley realized that the cardinal had said this could greatly help Isaac. Everyone was dumbfounded and realized, was this really the Triple Crown? Isaac was surprised, wondering what it was. Whisper replied that it was a medal, a disgusting sign with the Pope's seal. He asked again, a medal from the Pope? That simply couldn't be. At that moment he turned to Riley and said, take this. This is for Isaac. Riley was dumbfounded and didn't know how to act. The protagonist also didn't understand. It was for him, wasn't it? Why was he giving it to his uncle? Riley shook and asked, did he really say to give it to him and not Isaac? He answered, yes, and smiled. He had been ordered to make sure that he received it. Riley became angry and clenched his teeth in rage, when suddenly the elder began shouting, was he really giving something that belonged to Isaac to another family member? Is he even in his right mind? Is he really doing this knowing that passing the medal on to another family member symbolizes the recipient's death? The protagonist was stunned by what he heard and didn't react. The saint smiled and said, please don't misunderstand him, because these are Pope's good intentions. He smiled and continued to say that he was only instructed on this matter because Isaac was still too young. The elder shouted, what's with the ribbon on the medal then? Don't Pope's people know that a sunflower symbolizes a dead person? So he really wants him dead. Pope had lost his mind. At that moment, Gertrude cried out, damn the Pope and his house, who mock their family's curse every time. Guel asked everyone to calm down, because they had to hurry. The elder asked, does he think they should relax? He didn't answer that this might look like Joshua's open hostility toward Pope's house, but making a mountain out of a molehill wouldn't do their family any good. He didn't understand that this was a way of saying, know your place. It was probably the cardinal's doing. He was close to their family, but it was still somehow improper. This meant that Riley and this brat wouldn't be able to achieve much, so much the better for him. Guel turned and asked, what is he doing, Riley? He should accept this and be grateful. Riley exclaimed, but, brother. He told him not to get excited. Isaac understood that this wouldn't work, and at that moment, while one of the saints stood with an open magical box, a blue flame began to emanate from it. Suddenly, the box tore from his hands and a bright light began to penetrate everywhere, scattering throughout the room. Guel gaped in shock and didn't know what to do. A bright magical flame rose directly above them. They exclaimed that it was a holy flame, but who used it? The saint began to shake in terror and spoke in a trembling voice. A medal. It was Isaac who extended his hand toward the flame, and everyone was stunned by the sight. Isaac sat on the floor and smiled a wicked smile. The saint exclaimed, what does this mean? The medal was presented by the Pope himself. Is he going to rebel? Gertrude turned around and asked, does he mean to say that they did it on purpose, right? It was a child, a mere infant. Why are they persecuting a child who can't even accept the medal? At that moment, Riley said that, unfortunately, the accident happened before he received the gift, so they will act as if they received nothing at all. The saint exclaimed, is he in his right mind? Riley replied, or, if they really want this, then they should accept the medal sent by the Pope himself, even though it melted in the child's flames. Those around him were stunned by the melted metal, and couldn't understand how it happened. The saint asked them to give it to him, as he must have brought the wrong thing. At that moment, the flame touched his entire body, and he was stunned by the horror he felt, and began screaming loudly in pain. The elder grabbed Isaac by the lips and said that little Isaac loved to play. He silently begged them to let him go before he set their butts on fire too. The saint cried out in pain and clutched his body, then ran out of the office, screaming that they were damn Joshua's. Everyone looked at him joyfully, and the elder grabbed Isaac, lifted him above himself, and said that it was excellent work, and his chest felt lighter. After that, another elder told Guel to get rid of the vile medal. He kept saying that it would be cool if the matriarch saw the face of this papal sycophant. It was excellent work, Riley. You did everything right. Gertrude confirmed that it was a great idea to use the holy flame. He became scared and asked again, what? They told him not to pretend, because he was the one who cast the holy fire on the child, wasn't he? He looked questioningly to the side and asked again, didn't the elders do that? They were dumbfounded by what they heard, confused. Hadn't he cast that spell when he entered the relic vault? Riley replied that he cast invisibility on the magic. Gertrude confirmed that Isaac used quick steps, but did he really know how to use them? A strange dialogue ensued between the elders and Riley, and they didn't know what it meant. Did he really cast all those holy spells himself? The description says it's a legendary treasure that allows one to instantly learn and cast the spell contained within. Taking the book from the vault was a good idea. It's weaker than the flame magic he used when he was the Demon King, but still pretty useful. The elder asked if his mother had actually cast divine spells. Gertrude replied that Isaac's mother wasn't a fire wielder. She was the complete opposite. The elder shouted back that it wasn't even about his talent. It was like writing poetry without even knowing how to write. Gertrude remarked that even the genius Saint Melissa had mastered reading before casting her first holy spell. They were all making such a fuss because he didn't like it. At that moment, Asili ran in and shouted at the elder to forgive her, but wasn't it even more surprising that he was able to destroy the Pope's blessing? They all turned around. Right. The elder shouted for the medal. He had to check it out for himself. Relai replied that he would do so now, but suddenly noticed that the medal was missing from the box. When the elder saw this, he was dumbfounded and shouted, "What?" But the medal was there. Goel scratched his ear and replied that he had thrown it away. He had thrown it away when one of them told him to get rid of this vile detail, because they had told him to do so. The elder pointed his finger at him and shouted that he shouldn't have said that. He told them to gather people and go search. Goel chuckled and thought about melting down the Pope medal, which was supposedly made of infusible metal. The Joshua leaders shouldn't hear about it. It turned out that the medal was in his pocket, and he understood that they couldn't confirm everything that had happened without proof. A few days later, west of the Joshua Duchy, the patriarch stopped and shouted, "The mansion is close. They should not relax." A crowd of subordinates followed him, answering him, "Yes, sir." He turned and looked away, which surprised him. After some time, the elders wondered why the skeleton king's body wasn't coming out. Meanwhile, the protagonist smiled and thanked him for the food. They all fell to the floor in despair, murmuring in trembling voices, 300 bottles of poison, and he also ate 500 fruits from the house of Julius. Isaac reflected that the fruits were delicious, and they could also increase affinity with holy beasts, right? Holy beasts aid in battle. He had no reason to avoid them, and he would need them in the future to defeat the Pope and the gods. There should be one like that in the house too. Suddenly, he turned his attention to the side and exclaimed in surprise. A holy beast, a holy whale, had appeared. The elders asked him to wait a bit as he had to attend the feast first. Isaac turned and heard the cloaked man enter the room. Everyone greeted the patriarch and bowed to him. This man was the patriarch of the house of Joshua, Isaac's grandfather. Considering how strongly he radiates survival, he has a good feeling about it. At that moment, Relai turned to his father and said that he was asking him to give them a little more time. Cutting Isaac's stomach open wouldn't solve anything. Isaac asked his dear uncle not to worry mentally, because he wouldn't cut him open for anything in the world. At that moment, they turned to Isaac, who was sitting on the floor, and the patriarch terrifyingly spoke of sending him into the flames, pointing a finger at him. Relai was dumbfounded by what he heard, and began to beg his father not to do it. He screamed about this, and the protagonist wondered, had he misunderstood the meaning of survival? Why did he need to be burned? Were they completely insane? Was it only on his side? Relai screamed that he was too young to enter the flames. Isaac thought that this sounded like they would burn him. He begged his father to please reconsider, and Goel confirmed that this was true, because for him, this was too great a reward. Isaac didn't understand what the word reward meant in this context, and became angry. He replied, "Of course, if they throw Isaac into the fire, they'll be able to retrieve the skeleton king's body, and besides, he'll likely become stronger thanks to the fire's blessing." Isaac was surprised by the word blessing, and began to ponder it. Relai begged for a little more time, and Goel told him to simply cut him open. Relai became angry and exclaimed, "It's better to throw him into the water." At that moment, Isaac was dumbfounded, and realized these people were quite strange. Goel replied that this wouldn't happen since the flames and water in the temple were the house's secret treasures used to raise saints, and he was proposing to use them on a weak, snot-nosed infant? He exclaimed, "Not powerful. How could he say such a thing?" Isaac realized that anything he was losing against was good for him. At that moment, Goel explained that Shuri was perfectly suited to replace him, and that they should remember that it was Shuri who defeated the demons in the relic vault. Relai asked again, what was he talking about? Isaac had defeated the demon. Even the sacred dragon had spoken on his behalf. He chuckled and replied that the dragon must have been mistaken. How could a boy who couldn't even walk do all that? Relai told him not to tempt fate as he was going too far. Isaac had even used holy flame to burn the medal sent by Pope. They had seen it with their own eyes. Would he really deny it? What if he had simply conspired with the elders? Besides, there was no evidence here. When suddenly the patriarch had said, "The medal. Is this what they were talking about?" He pulled the medal out of his pocket and showed it to the boys, who were dumbfounded by what they saw, unable to understand what it all meant. The only one with a connection to heaven was Pope, and the object imbued with the blessing of the figure mentioned was blessed gold. He couldn't melt it so easily even as the Demon King. How could this have happened? Had he become more powerful in this body? Relai ran up to him and asked how he found it. He replied that he picked it up along the way, from the bottom of Lake Elisif. Relai shouted for his father to look at it, saying that the power of your flame is so great that it could melt Pope's symbol. Isaac mused that now they could prove that Joshua's house was superior to Pope. Relai suggested that he could expose the Demon King to the flames. The elder replied that it was true, Patriarch, and that Isaac would make a remarkable hunter of the Skeleton King. Isaac turned around smiling. and Riley continued saying that many townspeople had suffered and would discover the demons still lurking in the shadows, correct? The elder replied that it was true. If this problem was ignored, a new era of the Demon King would dawn. Whisper approached him and whispered that both then and now, it seems their imposters are wreaking havoc, master. He wondered, of course, who it could be, but overall, it wasn't that important. It would even be better if they attracted more attention. Whisper said that it made sense when he suddenly exclaimed that not just now, let him remember what happened 70 years ago. The Demon King broke into Joshua's house and destroyed everything. When Isaac heard these words, he asked horrifiedly, "What?" Riley continued to scream in anger, claiming that he did it, declaring that he wanted to cut off the saint's bloodline. The mere thought of the curse made his blood boil. Whisper asked again, 70 years ago? It couldn't have been him, master. His master had passed away 150 years ago. Isaac thought about it. The bloodline curse is why they talk about long lifespans. The average demon's curse is nothing more than child's play. He'll simply suppress its mana superiority, and it will lose its power. At that moment, Gertrude said that even if it doesn't kill them, it sends life through reactive dysfunction or growth retardation. Another elder said that many have lived their entire lives without a single hair on their heads. At that moment, Whisper got angry and said that he would kill this freak. Baldness can be hereditary. Isaac asked again, can't he see that the patriarch and Riley have full head of hair, you idiot? At that moment, the patriarch approached him and said, it's a curse. His eyes are red. He's cursed too. Isaac looked at him silently and said nothing. The patriarch turned around and said that fire and water weren't enough. He didn't understand what was happening or why it was causing him anxiety. At that moment, the patriarch announced that the Holy Spirit was giving him power. Everyone was dumbfounded, and the elder exclaimed, "What?" Isaac was also very surprised by this, because this could only be achieved through free will. He needed to achieve an unprecedented rank for even the gods to take him into account. He understood how wonderful this would be. He will surpass everyone with the help of the Holy Spirit and stuff the damned gods with phalanges sandwiches. Guel was horrified and asked again, Holy Spirit? But this is too much, Father. This is being passed on to those who brought glory to their house's name. What did this child do for them? Even if he really managed to melt the metal, it's just a vulgar symbol of the Pope's hostile intentions. Does he really think they'll leave it at that? Isaac was angry that this idiot had brought this up again. The patriarch asked, when they sent this so-called gift, what did he do? The heavens had dared to insult them in their own home. He had unwittingly delivered them back safe and sound, and now he was protecting them? What had he done but belittle his nephew, and now intended to keep him? Even animals protect their family, and the house of Joshua stands on the principle of protecting the weak. A small child whom they must cherish and nurture helps them restore their honor. Isn't this an example of honoring the name Joshua? At that moment, Guel fell to the floor, and the patriarch called everyone from the main house to grant Isaac a blessing. A few days later, Relay asked, he won't just give it to him? What exactly does he mean by that, Father? He asked again. Doesn't Relay understand? If they place him in flames or water to extract the demonic particles, he will suffer. The antagonistic properties of the temple's fire and water are too strong, and he won't be able to master the rites of exorcism. Relay assumed that Isaac would then not grow beyond a 5th rank priest. His father confirmed this thought, as he would forever remain at the 4th rank. He picked up several magic balls and said that he would give Isaac a choice between flame, water, and the Holy Spirit. That would be enough for a test. At that moment, Guel rejoiced. He knew he wouldn't give the boy the Holy Spirit so easily. He then extended his hand with the magic balls to Isaac and told him to choose. Relay, looking at all this, thought about the energies of flame, water, and the Holy Spirit, and Isaac let him choose the white ball. He mentally implored him to do so, and Isaac reached for the ball and grabbed the red one. He held it above himself and rejoiced. Guel grabbed Relay's hand and told him not to be too upset. 4th rank wasn't bad either. At that moment, they saw a bright flash of light emanate from the magic ball. It appeared to be splitting, and a bright flame of fire emerged from it, spreading throughout the room. The elders, frightened, began to scream. What was going on? Wasn't that the temple flame? At that moment, the goddess of fire appeared amidst the flames, and everyone was stunned by what they saw. When they saw this beautiful girl, the Holy Spirit, they didn't know how to react. They began screaming and becoming frightened. Guel ran to his father and asked what was happening. Why was the Holy Spirit in this ball? His father asked him to be quiet, as he hadn't said there was only one Holy Spirit. Guel gritted his teeth in anger, and the patriarch explained that the roots of Joshua's house were in the water. But the child who created the flame with such power that it melted the Pope's gold was amazing. He had hidden the trap, but he had made the right choice. But he hadn't expected this. At that moment, the goddess revealed her sharp fangs. She exclaimed that Eli had completely lost his mind. He dared summon her, a royal, to the human world. Everyone was stunned and unable to respond, and the goddess continued to scream and rage. She spread flames everywhere, causing everyone to shy away and cover their faces. The elders were shocked, and one of them ordered them to use protective spells. Guel exclaimed to his father, did he really summon a royal? Did he want to burn all their lands? He replied that it wasn't him and pointed at Isaac, stating that it was the little one. Isaac gaped in shock and said nothing. Eli smiled and replied that it was he who had done all this. This place had every chance of becoming his grave. When the goddess began to rise, Isaac realized he had poured just a drop of holy power to summon a middle rank, But how did the royal one come about? He asked again. What is it even made of? They even wondered what he would summon if he really put in the effort. They were both dumbfounded by these thoughts, and the goddess began using anti-demonic flames. She became angry, and Whisper realized that it was flames that transformed mana into holy power. He shouted that this would help him a lot, Master. Isaac realized this was true, but he didn't understand how to make it obey. At that moment, everyone inside the room began to scatter in different directions and scream. Whisper replied that he could somehow figure out how to do it. Isaac mused that besides that, spirits of royal rank are connected to the heavens, and for now, he can't get too close to these damned gods. Whisper confirmed that this was also a correct idea. All spirits are close to the gods. The elder shouted, Patriarch, let them send this spirit back. They were incredibly afraid of what was happening. After all, this was a crazy spirit that even the gods had abandoned. Relai replied that if he were condemned for his hair color, he would also have severed his connection with the gods. Apparently, it all started because of prejudice against black hair. So that's why they were distracted from this spirit. The Holy Spirit began screaming, then became silent. Did they see anything there? The goddess continued to destroy and smash everything in the room, screaming with incredible anger. What was he thinking? Summoning her to the ritual of subjugation? Eli replied that he hadn't summoned her. She asked again, what was the point? He must have used his authority as patriarch to do this. But before she could finish her words, Eli pointed to little Isaac and announced that it was him. The goddess was stunned with surprise and screamed that he had clearly lost his mind. Had he really sacrificed a baby to summon her? But he replied that nothing of the sort had happened. The goddess continued to scream that even if his house was falling apart, it was too much. What had he done with this newborn? He paid attention to him, and they both didn't understand what was happening to him. He wondered, capable and innate to the gods, he would definitely take it. He would use it as a filter for his mana. At that moment, the goddess raised her hands and cast a spell, shouting that this was excellent, and she would see for herself. If this child really was the one who summoned her through the subjugation ritual, he would withstand the attack. She cast this spell and began to attack the protagonist, and suddenly, Relai came to his defense. The goddess laughed and said it would be better to meet him between the ends at her hands. When she suddenly saw that Isaac was still alive, Eli asked, was she convinced now? And it was this Isaac who called her here. She was dumbfounded, and Eli offered her the choice of making a pact with this child or refusing and accepting punishment. She tensed and asked again, punishment? He thinks a spirit of her rank cares? Then it's better if Joshua burns down our house here and enjoys his freedom. She held out her hand and told him to watch his land burn. The stupid idiot. When suddenly Isaac did something incredibly strange, and the elders were dumbfounded. She screamed that he was a brainless idiot, and Isaac absorbed the goddess right into his mouth. The elders began pulling their hands towards him, clutching their heads, shouting that he couldn't eat that. He shouldn't dare swallow this time. The goddess was in his jaw and couldn't understand how this had happened. She asked again, was this really not the first time? They were crazy. How were they going to take care of this baby? They would just wait for her. The idiots. The goddess couldn't escape his grip and said she would retreat for now, but they would pay for it. At that moment, the protagonists sensed the goddess teleporting and shouted that they would see each other again. Moments later, an awkward silence fell, and all the elders reached for the child. Whisper chuckled at what was happening, and with a sudden, brilliant realization, realized she couldn't do it. She didn't understand what was happening. Although magical energy appeared around her hands, the elders were dumbfounded and shouted that it was dark mana. Eli announced that he had invited the Demon King, and the goddess asked what he was feeding this child. Isaac mused that spirit flowers are the purest beings of the entire saint faction. They literally entrust holy energy to flowers, but are weak to dark mana. When the goddess clutched her mouth and screamed that it was a curse, she was losing her strength and became extremely weak. She started begging Isaac to stop doing this. He continued laughing, and Eli scratched his ear and said, what a pity. The Skeleton King's power was too strong for them to get close to him. The goddess exclaimed with a terrifyingly frightened expression that they all seemed to go crazy and attack at the mere mention of the demon wing. And he was telling her this nonsense? Eli replied that if she stayed with his grandson, she would cleanse all the dark aura from the royal seat, and he would send her back. She screamed. Did he even know who she was? Eli told her not to hesitate, to stay and be eaten. She got angry and said that they were just crazy. That's why she hated them all. If they didn't belong to the saint's lineage, she would make cutlets out of them. She will destroy this damn brat. When Isaac heard this phrase, he began to push the goddess even harder into his throat. She cried out in pain and fear and screamed. 4 days. Just let them leave her with this child for 4 days. 4 days will be enough. Eli shook his head, realizing that was too little. He ordered them to open the gates of the Eastern Palace and take the child and the spirit, and not allow anyone to enter until the purification was complete. After these words, he left the office, and Relai tried to shout something after him, as did Guel, who were frightened, but he abruptly said, enough, he doesn't want to hear anything. At that moment, Isaac pulled the goddess out of his mouth with his hand and realized that the Eastern Palace was located next to the reconstruction where the Mana Core was located. This pleased him greatly. Sometime later, they were in the Eastern Palace. A bright, fiery explosion occurred, and the people realized that these were definitely royal people. The patriarch seemed to have given up, and the next in line would probably be someone from the Pope family or his brother, right? One of the court's subordinates reported that Lord Isaac was cursed and no longer claimed power. The maid asked again, but is he really cursed? The rumors spread so quickly that all the subordinates began discussing it, and one of them said that he told them that even yesterday, 4 servants who came to check on him fled in terror. They said that he still looked like an old man. The guys didn't understand what was happening and discussed, aren't they monsters without skin or skeletons? Now that she thinks about it, he's been there with the Holy Spirit for about 10 years, is that right? Sometime later, a very loud scream rang out in the eastern palace of the Joshua family's domain. All the servants began to scatter in fear. Asili approached the door with a frightened expression and grabbed the doorknob, then opened the door and informed Lord Isaac that she had arrived. She was frightened and asked, "Is he all right?" He sucked on a lollipop and, taking it out of his mouth, looked at her in bewilderment. Asili asked how strong the Demon King's curse was that he was still so small. He wondered mentally, what was she babbling about? He was staying so small on purpose. Babies absorb power much better than anyone else, a level that can only be reached while a person is still a child. At that moment, the goddess of fire was next to him, stretching her body, saying that her whole body ached. Asili asked if she slept well. Shalot cursed and said she would cleanse it in another day no matter what. She almost finished everything yesterday. She pointed a finger at Isaac, who was smiling from his crib. She ran closer and screamed that he was a terrible person. How could he have even more of this today? He only laughed at her and showed his smile. Shalak screamed at this monster. How many of the Skeleton King did he eat? Why does he have so much mana even after 10 years? Why does it always increase after awakening? He said it was because he'd been absorbing mana from the mana cores every night for the last 10 years. Whisper replied that he didn't expect there to be so many under the annex. It was simply amazing, because he thought it would take at least 40 years, and he'd managed it in 10. The goddess flew up and spoke from behind her head. He'd finally finished collecting mana, and no one had trained him, so he had to look around and master it on his own. But now he can cast rank 6 holy spells. Asili came closer to him and said that everything would be fine, master, and that Pope should join in as well. Isaac heard her words and wondered, Pope? Asili replied that they were going to execute all the Skeleton King's minions who threatened the Empire, the 14 demons. Isaac was dumbfounded when he heard this, and she continued to say that they would soon be able to extract the Skeleton King's last mana from him and that he shouldn't worry. Isaac screamed loudly, asking, "Are you crazy? Did she even know how many things he needed to extract from them? What did kill mean?" She put him down in his crib and said that now he should eat some candy and rest, young master. He clutched his head and thought, they're damned swindlers. He has to do something about them. At that moment, Isaac heard someone's voice through the open window. It turned out that Guel was walking in the palace courtyard with Shuri. He said that he not only skipped the test but also became the youngest priest. He had heard that even the princess would be present at his initiation. Accompanying her, being at the top of his class, was a great honor. Shuri was delighted and said that it was all nonsense, because after all, he was his son. He kept saying that it was true. He was also very humble. His son had grown up so smart, everything was going so well for him. But before he could finish his sentence, Shuri suddenly disappeared from that spot. Guel turned around in fear, not understanding what was happening, when Shuri suddenly fell into some kind of magical portal and screamed loudly in fear. When he landed, someone called him by name. He looked ahead with tears in his eyes, and Isaac asked, did he really want to die? He can't stop himself from lying, can he? Or does he think he can escape just because he entered the academy? Shuri was scared because he saw that madman in front of him again. Isaac replied that he achieved all this only thanks to his training. Shuri shouted that he also tried his best and thought it was easy, being dedicated and the best in class. Isaac replied that it would have been impossible for him to do it alone. Shuri clutched his chest and said in a trembling voice that it was true, and Isaac asked if he should start preparing for this too. Most holy spells were only available after initiation. At that moment, Isaac jumped off the bed and said that he, Kim Shuri, would help him. Shuri asked why him, and what would happen now. At that moment, Isaac used his magical powers to press a terrifying aura onto his opponent. Shuri, without thinking, said of course he would help him and asked how he could do that. Isaac replied that he had to give him everything he had, his quiz money, all the things he had given him from Guel, absolutely everything. Shuri was upset and burst into tears over meeting this demon. After a while, he began to massage him, and Isaac chanted, "That's it. But what about killing the Skeleton King's minions?" He replied that after the incident with the relic storage facility, they no longer followed orders and seemed to be expecting death, so they would be executed. The protagonist asked, "Is that really true?" He couldn't help it and he'd do it within a year. Shuri asked, will he do it? Isaac said he'd join the priesthood, and Shuri was dumbfounded. So he wasn't even in the academy. How was he planning to do that? Isaac jerked his hand away and asked, was he laughing at me? He hit him on the head so hard that Shuri developed a lump. He replied in a trembling voice, no, actually, there's a recommendation system, and some of the academy professors are here too, and with a letter of recommendation, he could be ordained if he passed the test. Isaac was surprised by such a convenient method for nepotism. Shuri kept saying that to do that, he needed to do something that confirmed his character, and he was supposedly a complete idiot. Whisper noted that this brat could see right through him. The brat. Shuri continued saying that they would only write him a recommendation if he'd done something important, like saved something alive. The higher up in society the saved, the better. It wouldn't be easy for him to find someone, especially someone who would save him in the first place, and Isaac noted that he only had a month left. He wondered if he'd be there, right? Shuri knelt down and replied yes, but before he could finish the sentence, Isaac, smiling, replied that she occupies a very high position in society, right? Sometime later, they found themselves at the training grounds of Joshua's estate. Eli, who had met his guys, said that Isaac wouldn't be going to the capital, and the girl confirmed that he should go to the Foundation Festival, where all the Saint candidates undergo their initiations. When he heard this, he was stunned and realized that while all the other candidates had been making themselves known for the past 10 years, Isaac hadn't revealed himself to the world. He performed an incredible feat in the Relic Vault 10 years ago, hadn't he? He'd heard that Lord Isaac was in the Eastern Palace. All the Saints had once been, and that was amazing. At that moment, Eli didn't know how to react, and the teacher said that as an academy teacher, he'd always dreamed of training Lord Isaac, and this initiation coincided with the princess's birthday, so even the Pope would be there. Eli frowned and asked, the Pope? He replied that he was going to personally bestow the title of hero upon those being ordained. Eli thought about it and realized that receiving the title of hero multiplies their strength, which would bring great benefits. He explained that Isaac was not yet old enough to be ordained, and the teacher asked, what does age mean in terms of talent? Eli grabbed his head and sharply replied that they should do whatever they wanted. The teachers rejoiced at this outcome, and Eli spoke up, insisting they should keep their word. Meanwhile, Shuri continued massaging Isaac, who was pleased. A fiery explosion roared through the palace, and it began to spread. An unknown man watched, pondering. So, here he is, summoning a royal-ranked spirit and forming a contract with it. Even Pope could only do so for a short period of time and then banish the spirit. The black-haired fire spirit is one who controls the heavenly barriers, a spirit who couldn't become a spirit king due to his evil nature. He smiled at these thoughts and continued, musing that Pope and his family love collecting spirits, so they'd go crazy if he managed to steal this spirit and give it to them. They would certainly reward him. Besides, he had something on him that could neutralize divine mana. All preparations were complete. If he suppresses the divine mana, the Skeleton King's dark mana will surely spiral out of control. He simply needs to secretly remove the spirit while chaos reigns. After some time, Shuri opened the door to the room and asked the professor to enter. She replied that they would finally see the little lord along with his colleague. When they entered the room, they saw Isaac sitting in his crib. They approached, and the professor said that he truly looked the same as he did 10 years ago. Isaac turned around and looked at the professors with a happy expression, welcoming them with his recommendations in his own language. At that moment, the professors clutched their chests and screamed, their hearts beating. They must quickly run to the academy. When Jacob approached him and looked at him across the crib, the little one, trying to charm those around him, would force the Demon King's mana out of him. He grabbed the child in his arms and held him close, thinking that he must do this now. After a while, the room fell silent, and Isaac looked at Jacob with a smile. He reached out to him, and Jacob couldn't understand why nothing was happening. He had released enough holy mana that the dark mana had become uncontrollable. At that moment, Shalak screamed that this was unbearable. What was he doing? He should just kill that damn priest. Why had he released so much divine mana? Jacob was dumbfounded by what he heard, and then thought, this, a royal-ranked spirit, was his chance. He reached for his sleeve and after a moment said that he seemed to be sweating because of the weather. He pulled out his handkerchief and began wiping Isaac's face. He smelled it and realized what this freak was doing. He became angry, and the goddess began coughing loudly and screaming. The professor asked what was happening to the spirit. Suddenly, Shalak began emitting a bright glow throughout the room, greatly frightening everyone around. She began screaming in terror, and Jacob asked if this was coming from the Demon King's madness. They shouted that it was dangerous to their professor, who was saying it was excellent, because he needed to irritate the mad spirit. He decided to do it right then, and held out his hand with a fiery magical light, uttering an agonizing cleaver. At that moment, he directed a bright beam of light directly at the goddess, who began to dissolve into thin air and scream loudly in pain. Suddenly, Jacob grabbed his hand and tensed as the goddess continued to dissolve and scream. Isaac wondered if he was really thinking of doing this. At that moment, a terrified Relay ran into the room, shouting, "Isaac!" The protagonist thought, that's enough, right? They already have enough spectators. He clutched his heart and used magical power, which began to spread throughout the room, and Jacob fell to the ground, face down. The professor asked, "Is Lord Isaac absorbing mana? He's calming the rage." Isaac smiled and realized it was time to take care of the mana. He snapped his fingers and told the goddess to stop too. Shalak rose into the air and remained motionless within the magic circle. The professors were dumbfounded and began shouting that it was the Azure Saint, and Asili covered her mouth with her hands and exclaimed, "Oh my God." Shalak was unconscious and falling to the ground when she suddenly came to her senses and looked at her hands in surprise. The professor began shouting that it was simply amazing because he controlled the Skeleton King's dark mana. The teacher exclaimed that he even calmed the spirit's rage with the laser sainthood of Joshua's house. Suddenly, Shalak began to fall, and Relai, who had approached Isaac, realized it was a miracle. He finally spoke. He was so proud of him. Asili was also glad to see him in such a state, and clutching his head, asked if that was the only thing he noticed. Everyone began shouting words of joy for Isaac and lifting him into the air. Jacob, still lying on the ground, murmured in a trembling voice, "What just happened?" At that moment, Shalak announced that she would also like to know the damned servant of the Golden Church. When Jacob heard these words, he turned around in fear, and Shalak asked who was behind all this. He spoke in a commanding voice. "Behind what?" "She is mistaken, because he came here only to meet Lord Isaac." She asked again, was she mistaken? Actually, he was the one who was completely divine, but she was the one mistaken? Shalak exclaimed that from now on, all fire spirits were to cease contact with priests associated with the Pope. She chuckled and continued to say that she was doing this only because she was furious and hoped he wouldn't misunderstand her. After these words, she headed in the other direction, and Jacob extended his hand to her, shouting for her to please wait for him. He didn't understand how spirits could sever their connection with priests who work under contract with the god himself, especially with the Pope. A spirit couldn't do that. She told him to leave, as she had long ago severed her connection with the gods, and was no longer bound by the rules. Isaac, watching this, simply smiled, and suddenly the goddess told her opponent to get out of her sight. Jacob, perplexed, didn't know how to respond and fell face first to the ground again. After this, Shalak approached Isaac and told him that he had saved her with divine mana, and had even managed to tame the Demon King's mana. Since the dark mana had been purified, their contract ended, but she would remain by his side to repay him for what he had done for her. Isaac was glad that, of course, this was happening as befits a holy being. Idiots who owe nothing to anyone. The teacher announced that they would now return to the sanctuary and reported what had happened. A child of such a level should be initiated into spiritual sleep no matter what. When Isaac heard this, he was angrily infuriated and silently thanked them for the recommendation. Relai approached his father, who was sitting at the table, shuffling through papers. He examined them and announced that the Holy See had approved Isaac's initiation. They wanted him to attend the ceremony. Relai asked again, so quickly? Was he recommended because he saved the people of Joshua and the academy? He replied, no, he was recommended because he saved a royal-ranking spirit. Relai was surprised, and after that, no one dared object. Besides, receiving initiation was the same as graduating from the academy, so he tested Isaac to see if he had the necessary knowledge, and he received excellent results on all 1,600 questions. When Relai saw this, he blushed with surprise and joy and declared that this was an excellent result. Now he has no regrets. He can talk and walk. Eli said it was a shame he was behaving so badly. They still had to test him personally. Most people pass unless they were completely immoral or criminals. Relai replied that he remembered it. This test with a holy spell that forces a person to tell the truth. Eli decided to see how he did. When he turned the page and there was a question about his thoughts on the family that gave birth to and raised him, he answered that he would conquer them, because it was all his. He expressed such inspiration. He was a little surprised that such spirit was expected from one of them. When they asked him what he would do after initiation, Isaac replied that he would bite off the heads of gods. They looked at this question questioningly, and then turned to the next question. He was supposed to tell his dreams and aspirations as a priest of the sacred Hellen Empire. He answered to get rid of this country. When Rilai saw this, he crumpled the paper in front of him and stared at it, dumbfounded. He was incredibly frightened, and looked at his father, whose face was also dripping with cold sweat from terror. He declared that only they had seen the results. If Isaac passed another such test after his ordination, he would be executed for heresy. Relai clutched his head and trembled. At that moment, Eli became enraged and slammed the table, declaring that he would be ordained in his place, and in the meantime, he was to keep Isaac in the house. First, he needed to get an education. Sometime later, evening arrived. The protagonist opened the window in his room, and Whisper asked his master if he had already made a decision. He confidently answered, yes. He packed a bag of things, placed it on his back, and, opening the window, began to climb out, muttering that he was trying to escape. He did so with an incredible smile and hope. Sometime later, the capital's Rilai Academy, the Holy Spells Department. People were discussing what they'd heard about a 10-year-old child being ordained to the dream this time. It was crazy. What had he done to be ordained so early? This graduation ceremony would be special. The boy smiled and said that a toddler who couldn't even walk was being ordained. What kind of nonsense was that? Nicer scoffed at this news, and his friend asked what he meant by him not being able to walk. Nizer replied that he was saying the baby hadn't grown up in the last 10 years. He'd been cursed by the Skeleton King and couldn't grow up. He turned to Shuri and asked, "Isn't that true? How can a baby be ordained?" He suspected it was just an honorary title. All the media guys were discussing this story, and suddenly Shuri realized what an annoying jerk he was, only to suddenly start chatting again. Nizer turned around and said that belonging to a holy house was great. Even unskilled workers could be ordained. How indecent. Shuri became very angry and, getting up from the table, thought, how dare he do this? At that moment, Kina entered the room and asked, "Does he really think the Holy See some kind of joke, Nizer?" They all turned around in surprise, and he continued to say that, moreover, the one who accepted Isaac's recommendation was his father, Duke Leon. He didn't think he was such a fool as to insult his own father. Nizer started yelling at him to shut up, saying he wasn't even an academy student, so why was he here? Kina replied that he'd been invited. He'd be training their graduates as a mentor and instructor in sacred spells. When the boys heard this, their faces twisted in anger. Kina turned to Shuri and said he was also very worried. Shuri asked what that meant. He replied that he, damned Isaac, couldn't possibly become a priest. Joshua's house would be fine until he became patriarch, but he should come to him if his line declined, and he'd arrange for him to join the Pope's house. Shuri was dumbfounded by these words, clenching his fist in anger. He begged himself to calm down, saying now wasn't the time for a fight. He walked closer to Kina and said he didn't need his help right now. At that moment, Kina pushed him slightly to the side, and Shuri angrily left the office, telling him to worry about himself. Sometime later, in the university dorm, Shuri walked into his room and, grabbing the book, threw it away in anger. He screamed, clutching his head. Those rats! Why is this crap happening to him? His family won't even come to his initiation because that jerk escaped. Why is this happening now? What an asshole he is. He hopes he goes bald, just like the Skeleton King. At that moment, Isaac appeared in his room, crawling out from behind the table through a magical portal. He even asked what he had just said. Shuri was incredibly scared and cried out, and Isaac asked, what did he say about his baldness? Did he really want to die? Shuri asked in a trembling voice, how did he get out of there? He even got here. Isaac, realizing it, sat down on a chest and said that in order to take the rank, the patriarch and uncle tried to stop him, so he ran away. Whatever it was, But before he could finish this sentence, Shuri began screaming angrily. What happened again? Was he trying to tell him? Isaac pulled out an interesting object and said it was just weak. Was he really going to accept the offer from the Pope family? Shuri exclaimed in anger. No, that's not it. But the protagonist hit him with the object and shouted at him to shut up, because these freaks know how to disrespect the name Joshua. Isaac became enraged and began hitting Shuri from all sides, continuing to scream with incredible anger that Joshua belonged to him, let him be allowed to insult them, and only he was allowed to destroy everything. Shuri didn't understand what nonsense he was talking, and Isaac shouted at him to remember this. Kim Shuri, he will be the one who burns down Joshua's house. Shuri was incredibly scared and pressed his head to the ground, crying and thinking about being rid of this freak. Isaac tossed the object aside and told him not to be a child, and to get up, letting him lead the way. Shuri asked again where he was going. He grinned and replied that he wanted to deal with whoever had messed with him. After a while, all the boys gathered in the dining room. One of the girls turned around and asked what was going on and who had brought this little boy here. They marveled at how beautiful and smooth his hair was. At that moment, Isaac looked ominous and asked, who is he? Who dared mess with Joshua's house? Everyone who heard his scream was dumbfounded. Isaac exclaimed to the red-haired girl that he remembered her, a relic buried 10 years ago, and she looked suspicious. Shuri shouted at him to stop, knowing he had to stop him from entering. If he caused trouble, the Inquisitors might come. And this girl was Nizer's sister. Her name was Naki. At that moment, Shuri rushed toward Isaac, trying to grab him, but he stood up at the table and, turning to Naki, said she was the red-headed one. She looked at him questioningly, and Isaac asked, was it she who had gotten to Shuri? Naki replied that she never bothered Shuri. It was Nizer who did. Isaac replied, okay, so she admits it, but Naki continued to say that it wasn't her, but Nizer's. Was he even listening to her? Whisper turned to him and said that he felt a familiar energy emanating from this girl. Isaac confirmed that this energy was quite familiar. It was the power of one of the 5 main gods. When Naki stood up, she pointed a finger at Isaac and said that he must be the Isaac from the rumors. She chuckled and said that one of them was a cursed baby, and the other was a child from the Pope family. She believed that they wouldn't be able to achieve anything this year. It won't be long before Joshua's house is wiped off the face of the earth. Isaac was stunned with surprise and thought how rude she was. She must be from a house that served the 5 main gods. At that moment, Shuri started yelling at Isaac, saying they couldn't feud with the Crimson House and that he should just go home. Isaac told him to shut up. Why would he go back? He was going to be ordained. At that moment, everyone stared in shock at Isaac sitting at the table. Naki said he would never be ordained, and Nizer said he would protest confess to the Pope and have the ordination revoked. Shuri didn't understand why they'd place an untested child there. He was angry that Nizer was such a jerk. Naki continued saying that, judging by the way he was acting, it looked like the ordination would be revoked even before Nizer could protest. A subordinate approached her and whispered in her ear, "Perhaps they should call an inquisitor here, just in case." Shuri was terrified and realized that 70% of the inquisitors were from the Crimson House. He was incredibly frightened and, grabbing the baby in his arms, told him to get out of there, when suddenly they all heard a loud scream. Someone had burst into their room. It was a huge monster that began to roar loudly. Many students began to avoid it and scatter in different directions in fear. Isaac realized this was his insurance. A moment later, they wondered if the monster had escaped from the training halls. Naki's guard shouted, "This is dangerous, my lady. She must stay behind him." At that moment, a strong wind picked up in the room, and the monster continued to roar loudly and attacked Naki, who was trying to escape, but she turned around, unsure what to do. When did this monster manage to get right in front of her? At that moment, Isaac grabbed an object in his hands and told the monster to wait. He slammed the object into the huge wolf's jaw, causing it to scream loudly in pain. Isaac realized he'd been calling this creature for so long, and it had arrived at the last minute. It continued to growl, scattering its mana throughout the office, and Naki exclaimed, "Monster." A bright flame appeared in her hand, and Isaac ordered the creature to leave. The monster tensed, then suddenly began to tremble with fear and began to calmly walk out of the room. It whined, and Whisper said, "This is its master." He pulled out the monster, which had been resting peacefully, beat it, and drove it away. Isaac grinned and asked, "Who's having it easy now?" At that moment, the Inquisitors burst into their office, shouting, "Where's the monster?" They must get away from the monster immediately. Some thought it had run off in one direction. They should contact the monster control department. One of the house's subordinates ran up to Naki and asked, "Is she okay?" Shuri realized it was an Inquisitor and, frightened, picked Isaac up, telling him to leave. At this point, the Inquisitor stopped him and said that he could not leave the premises until the investigation was completed. Shuri realized it was all over, and turning around, laughed awkwardly, claiming he knew nothing. He continued laughing, and Naki screamed for them to leave, as this child had saved her. She pointed at Isaac, and Shuri looked at her, stunned. They didn't understand what was happening, and Naki asked, "His name is Isaac, right?" She apologized for what she said earlier, but she wasn't exactly grateful to him or anything. Did he understand that? Shuri and Isaac gritted their teeth in bewilderment and looked at her questioningly. They had no idea what was happening at all. He had received a recommendation after saving people, so it was true. The people around realized that the child was the one Brother Helen had spoken of. Sometime later, in the estate, in Eli's office, he started screaming, "Oh my God, why do they keep refusing Cardinal? Is it really that bad if he's ordained again? Just let him be present." Eli told him to shut up right now and covered the magic ball with his hand. His subordinate continued to say that his shining creature would be furious about this, but Eli replied that it wasn't his problem. He would be educated at his estate until he grew up. He was told that keeping the child locked up would cause serious problems in the future. He became angry and realized he already had problems. The man continued to say that he didn't know if he'd heard the news, but a blonde-haired child was wandering around the academy. Eli rose from his anger and realized it was Isaac. After a while, he called Relai to him, and a frightened Relai entered the office and asked what the problem was. He didn't even have time to ask the question completely when Eli suddenly interrupted him and shouted that they were going to the capital immediately. They had to make it by tomorrow. Relai looked at him and didn't understand what was going on. He kept saying that even the shortest route would take at least a week. Eli replied that they had 23 hours and 48 minutes left. They would run there. The next day, Shuri tried to burst into Isaac's office, shouting, "What is he doing? Was he trying to force his tiny body into the priest? Let him come out. Everyone is already there." He continued to knock on the doors, saying, "They're going to laugh at him anyway, so maybe he should go already?" Suddenly, Isaac replied that he was finished. Shuri bowed his head, grabbed his face and told him to just give up and go home, please. He began to beg him, when suddenly he looked ahead and saw the open doors. When he looked straight ahead, he was frozen with horror and didn't know how to react. Isaac told him that they were leaving right now. The banquet hall for ordination, the last day of the Foundation Day festival. The day had arrived, and many students were chatting pleasantly among themselves at the table. Suddenly, someone asked everyone to stand. The boys stood up and found that important figures had entered the room, including Eli. Everyone began clapping, and Guel reflected on the fact that these were the patriarchs of the 5 major houses, and that he would be the next patriarch, Joshua, and the cardinal of the Azure House. When Riley arrived, he sighed at the fact that he was on time. Guel turned to him in surprise, and Riley asked if he had seen Isaac. He asked again, why would he be here? He should be staying at home. Besides, had he really run here? Riley was covered in bruises and cuts and couldn't catch his breath. His face turned blue with terror, and he replied, Yes, interesting fact. Does he know where Shuri is now? He should be with Isaac. Goel replied that he hadn't seen him yet, when suddenly the doors to the office opened and someone shouted, "Here comes His Highness. Everyone should pay their respects to him." An elder entered the office. It was the Pope himself, named Coolio. When he entered, everyone began shouting, "God bless the Helon Empire." Everyone bowed at his feet and did not rise. When the Pope sat on his throne, he asked all the distinguished guests to please sit. Eli looked and realized he didn't see Isaac there. The ordination was beginning, and those who were expected to come forward were the ones who needed to be present. Eli picked up a glass of wine and thought how pleased he was. The first name was Isaac. He was surprised and looked around questioningly. The host asked, "Isaac Joshua? Is he here?" Eli wondered why he kept inviting someone who wasn't there. They should delete the names of those standing out and just continue, when Isaac's friend sharply replied, "Yes." At that moment, Eli choked on his wine, and Goel said, "How shameless is he? How dare he come in here?" Rely was also stunned when he saw Isaac, who entered in a completely different form along with Shuri. It turned out that during this time, he had grown up and become a teenager. Everyone started shouting, "What's going on?" Eli clutched the glass in his hand and couldn't hide his anger. Isaac was told to step forward, and he did as he was told. Riley abruptly stood up and asked, "Isaac, when did he manage to grow up?" Tears streamed down his eyes, and he couldn't help but hug his nephew, saying that he even put on the robe he made for him. He'd heard that he was still a baby. Could he really have defeated the Skeleton King's curse? Everyone started gossiping. "Isaac, child, is that really that strong? Pretty cool." At that moment, Nizer stood up and started shouting, "What's going on? And how did he grow up so fast?" Isaac smiled and looked confidently ahead. Suddenly, he squeezed his hands so hard that the chair began to crack under his grip. He was outraged that the Skeleton King, the damned hellish creature, what had he done to Isaac? A child couldn't smile like that. Had he really possessed his boy? The curse perhaps had saved him. Kina heard everything and became wary. He began eavesdropping on the conversations of those around him. Who should be a saint if not him? He didn't look cursed at all. It was as if he had been blessed. When Isaac approached Pope, he uttered his name, and Isaac asked again, "Is this really Pope?" They looked into each other's eyes, and Isaac thought for over 70 years, radiating energy like a beast. Besides, he saw in him the faces of all the popes he had fought over the years. Suddenly, Isaac asked again, shouldn't he just slit his throat? He remembers when he was taking the test, he was asked what he wanted to say to the Pope as a newly ordained priest. He replied that he would need to kneel to make it easier for him to behead him. Riley and Eli were aware of this and knew they had to stop him. At that moment, Eli suddenly jumped up from his seat and slammed his fist on the table. He exclaimed that his hand had slipped and began screaming loudly in pain and horror. He also exclaimed that a cockroach had appeared there. They flipped the table over and asked, "Have they really lost their minds?" There was one there, as big as his head, a brother. At that moment, the host asked them to be quiet, because Shuri was next, and he was supposed to go forward. Shuri was furious that these jerks were trying to stop him. He scratched the back of his head and stood up, moving closer to the Pope. The Pope looked at him silently and informed the host that the initiates would next pay their respects to God. The two boys stood together, and those around them debated whether it was time to choose gods, which god would bestow his reverence upon their child. Rely and Eli continued to watch from the sidelines. Eli said perhaps the patron saint of Azure. Rely replied, "Please, so be it." He meant that the evil god wouldn't come to him here, right? Eli said that then they would have to destroy him, and Rely asked terrifyingly, "What?" He saw Eli's expression and feared for Isaac. Maybe he should get rid of the bowl of holy water. When Isaac came closer, he cut his finger along with Shuri's, and they reached for the bowl. At that moment, the holy water began to bubble, and magic spread throughout the room. Goel smiled and cried out with joy. As expected of his son, the patron saint of Azure had appeared in person. He cried with joy and did not stop. Shuri happily descended. Isaac wondered what it meant that the god his family served was the same god of light, the stingy god of the pure heart. He also cut his finger and declared that he would be angry with whoever came to him. At that moment, he dipped his finger into the cup. When Pope suddenly noticed something amiss and froze, he was horrified and realized what it was. When the blood touched the water, dark magical energy spilled out of the cup, spreading everywhere and intimidating the surrounding people. Eli exclaimed, "What is this?" A terrifying skeleton with bright red eyes emerged from there, frightening everyone. It turned out to be the Demon King. Everyone cried out in fear and continued to scream and squeal. Suddenly, Eli jumped out and shouted, "Demon King!" The protagonist was enveloped in these magical powers, and Eli swung his fist at the Demon King to kill him, but he grabbed the boy with chains and chanted that he was waiting for the arrival of this saint. Isaac didn't understand what was happening. The demon kept saying it would destroy the sacred empire piece by piece. The creature laughed loudly and said it would all start with Isaac. He didn't understand what was happening. It looked exactly like him, a disgusting feeling. Whisper started screaming, "Who is this imposter?" His master was an even bigger loser and idiot than this one. At that moment, Coolio and Leon approached them, extending their magical powers toward the demon, who continued to tangle Isaac with his chains. A bright flash of light erupted in the room, and suddenly Rely shouted for everyone to run back. Eli used his magical energy and swung at the Demon King, causing the creature to scream and moan loudly. Suddenly, magic began to spread throughout the room and glow even brighter. The demon muttered, As your patriarch, his powers are limited by the curse. It would be better if he stayed where he was. He replied that he truly didn't want to do this, that he might destroy this building, and suddenly became angry, saying he was talking too much. At that moment, he cast a terrifyingly powerful spell, and the entire room glowed with his blue magic. The demon went crazy over this, then pulled Isaac along with him and asked, does he really want this little saintly boy to die? Isaac didn't understand what was happening. His grandson is being held hostage and he caused something like this? He replied that the saint wouldn't die from this, the crazy freak. At that moment, a bright flash of light caused a violent explosion, sending rocks flying, and the building began to collapse. Many people tried to protect themselves and shield their heads from the falling rocks, but the building continued to collapse. Dust billowed around, and people tried to catch their breath from the horror. Guel couldn't understand. Did it really hit him? The others were discussing among themselves. Oh my god, the Skeleton King is back. He hasn't been active since he cursed Joshua 70 years ago, right? Had he really gathered his strength and been biding his time until now? At that moment, the protagonist realized, no, this idiot is an imposter. He tried to get up, but Eli shouted at him, Isaac, is he okay? He knows he's Joshua, but is he really okay after all this? Didn't the Skeleton King call him a saint? The Skeleton King is dead, right? He thinks so. Azure simply tore him to pieces with his sword. When Riley ran up to Isaac and patted his head, he replied that it was an illusion for him to die. Everyone around him was stunned by this, and Whisper said he thought it was a shadow clone, but something about it felt off. Isaac asked again, did he feel it too? It was mana using him, and at that moment he froze. His mana core had also disappeared somewhere. Considering that the saint's relic had a piece of his bone in the vault, that's not so likely. If the imposter has his mana core, that's even better. He can just kill it and come back. While he was thinking about this with pleasure, Eli looked at him in bewilderment. He put his hand to his chest. He understood that if he hadn't done this, he would have killed Isaac too. Eli, who turned in bewilderment at the frightened people around him, didn't understand what was happening and why. Coolio also didn't believe everything that was happening. The greatest of the gods, the god who had been courted by the Golden House for 1,000 years, who stood above the 5 main gods, suddenly created such a situation. Coolio became very angry and clenched his teeth in anger and realized that he had almost chosen this spawn. When Eli approached Isaac, he addressed him by name, and Isaac turned and asked, what? He told him to come here and come back. Isaac was surprised by these words, and Eli said in a trembling voice that his grandson had defeated the curse of the Skeleton King and grown up so beautiful. Isaac was afraid and didn't understand that awkward smile on his face. He continued to say that his grandfather would buy him some delicious candy. Isaac wondered silently, did he really think he'd fall for the sweets? Did he look like he was about to drag him to the slaughterhouse? At that moment, Kina turned to the Duke and said he didn't think Isaac should return yet. At that moment, another explosion occurred, causing numerous monsters to appear in the building. They began roaring loudly and spreading throughout the room. There were still things here that they needed to take care of. At that moment, Isaac sat up and said, no, they can't do anything, Patriarch. He doesn't think they should return yet. After saying these words, he smiled and conjured a magic spell in his hand to attack the monsters. They both stepped forward, and Kina thought he was an arrogant idiot. He grew up so quickly and now he's a saint? Isaac, meanwhile, smiled and thought that he had no idea why he was doing this, but he would get some use out of it. They prepared to show who the real saint was. MC raised his hand, gathering energy, and then raised it into the air and cast a purification spell. The cloud of energy flared, blinding the monsters, and everyone around was amazed by his magnificent technique. Such a clear light hadn't been seen in 100 years. But why doesn't he attack instead of using a purification spell? The man said it purifies mana, so maybe he's trying to prevent it from recovering. In fact, Isaac only had Salak to learn spells, but if you reach rank 6 of purification, you can deal area of effect damage over time. Meanwhile, the monsters began coughing up blood and wheezing in pain, and then Kina ordered Isaac to step aside. He couldn't defeat them with his magic. He gave him the middle finger, and Kina thought he was using 5th tier magic. He was certainly 1 in a billion, but he could compete with him, with that level of talent. He gathered energy into a ball with a smile and told him to watch closely. He needed to use powerful holy magic and attack from multiple sides to defeat them. MC couldn't help but chuckle, after which he began to openly laugh at him, and he asked if he knew what kind of monsters these were. They had strong regeneration, so they needed to be destroyed with one powerful blow. MC burst out laughing and, spreading his arms, stepped forward, saying he knew nothing. Kina thought he should have let the Patriarch take him. His face was infuriating. Isaac told him it was all just bait, then walked around the room and said the main forces were somewhere around here. He used his power and quickly found the bug, then took Kina's needle and asked what he was doing there. He pierced the bug with the needle, and immediately there was a small explosion of energy, and MC said with a smirk that he was slowly poisoning those around him. It's dangerous if the poison takes effect gradually, because no one will ever know why they die. Some time ago, the skeleton said he would destroy everyone, and to destroy the empire, they needed to remove the apprentice priests. After his words, everyone scattered around the hall in search of bugs, while others began healing. Seeing what they were doing, Isaac frowned, and because they were destroying them so quickly, He became nervous and tried to stop them, but it was too late. Dark energy gushed from all sides. Whisper told his master that this was an opportunity. He could cleanse those who had fallen, and then everyone would be forced to acknowledge his abilities. He smirked and said he was a genius, but when he was about to do it, the Pope intervened. He used a 9th level spell, mana absorption, and when there was not a drop of it left in the hall, he said with a smile that no one else would be poisoned. While everyone was rejoicing, MC was cursing this negligent Pope, and suddenly a wolf came up to him from behind and said that he would not forgive him and would take him with him for disobeying their great king. He pounced on him, but as soon as Isaac looked at him, he immediately stopped and fell into horror. Feeling this great power, he started to run, and MC sighed heavily and thought, did this idiot really think he could harm him? He returned to the main mass of people, and Kina, meanwhile, was in shock. He thought he drove away the monster with one look. He nervously clenched his fists and looked at him, thinking that this couldn't be happening. Only the Pope could do something like this. After that, news of this incident spread throughout the empire. Everyone was wondering who the saint the Demon King was talking about. A meeting was held, where Here said that there seemed to be a problem with the cup containing holy water. There was a spell that cast an illusion, and the cup's origin was currently being investigated. Let them wait for the results. The man asked if he meant to say that the problem arose due to the presence of outsiders. He answered that it played a role, but the problem was with the empire's barrier, which was protected by the Holy Dragon. Time passed, and Isaac sat in his room, reading the newspaper. The reason the barrier was being destroyed was the invasion of monsters. The Holy Dragon was connected to the royal power, and the Pope was not to blame. This was exactly what was to be expected from cunning idiots. Goal said that his little nephew could read so well now. He applauded, pretending to be very happy, and congratulated him. Now all he could think about was how to get rid of this sucker. Rely exclaimed with delight that his nephew spoke so well. Now he could ask him to recite a poem cursing the Demon King. MC mentally asked him to calm down, and suddenly, the patriarch entered the room and told his sons that it was good that they were both here. He asked Isaac to leave them, and he left the room. After that, Eli cast magical soundproofing on the entire room, and Riley worriedly asked what he meant by using such a spell. Eli sat on the sofa and said that for some time now he can't trust his office. It's just a security measure. This conversation concerns Isaac. They both nodded with serious faces, showing that they were ready to listen to him, and he stated that he thinks Isaac was chosen as an evil god during the initiation. There's no doubt that the god Isaac chose wasn't ordinary. A sign appeared that had never been seen before in any ordination. The only people who saw this sign were the Pope and the Golden Cardinal, and the Pope tried to kill Isaac. Rely became very worried after hearing this, and Eli said he wouldn't have done it if Isaac hadn't chosen an evil god. Goal thought about it and suggested that maybe it wasn't an evil god, but simply the god of their house. They both wondered if he was talking about the Golden Faith. Goal continued, saying that they hate impurity, that is, when other people interfere with what belongs to them. If a person from the house of Ashua chose a god served by the people of gold, they wouldn't take it lightly. If the Pope did this, then Isaac chose a god that only the house of gold had chosen before him. Eli paused, then added, or maybe he chose a god they hadn't even chosen yet. Rely excitedly suggested that was possible, and Eli asked if they thought a child would choose the right god. Goel chuckled and said that wasn't true, and his father ordered him to contact the Pope's house and try to find out which god had contacted Isaac. He was surprised and asked why him. He replied that if he succeeded, he would give Shuri a prize relic. He fell silent, and the patriarch said that from now on, until Isaac began practical training, he would be given special care. If he showed the same results in the test of faith as last time, he would most likely become a dark priest. This prospect made everyone nervous. Goal was only thinking about how their house would be declared traitors, then they would be accused of conspiracy, and even Shuri would be in trouble, while Rely was simply very worried about the fate of his beloved nephew. Eli, with a gloomy expression, said that they must stop this at any cost. Soon after, Shuri and Isaac were gathered together. Rely said that they would soon begin practical training. His nasty seniors had bullied him so much, but all that was in the past. MC, irritated, mentally asked him to shut up, otherwise it sounded like he was being drafted into the army. Rely told them that they would work with seniors to train them. They would find a specialty that suits them, and learn about what priests really do and what cannot be learned at the academy. The results of this training determine where they will be assigned and how they will be treated, so they need to study well. At the end of this period, they will make a contract with God. Isaac raised his hand and asked when they could participate in the offering ceremony. Rely was overjoyed and asked if he was interested. He confirmed it with a smile. After executing the Demon King's minions, he was very interested. Rely said he was so happy to see his faith growing. He would explain everything to him. During the offering ceremony, they make sacrifices to the gods. Many people gather for the festival, a large-scale event, but first and foremost, the offering ceremony is about their feelings and faith in the gods. It is very personal. This brings them back to the fundamental question of whether they should really prepare for this ceremony together or not. Goel put his hands behind his head and walked away, unwilling to listen, and his brother continued, saying that the offering ceremony is essentially a type of ritual performed for their gods, and rituals have always been a communal activity. The essence of this practice is that everyone serves the god together, and their personal faith in the gods becomes proof of this. The MC smiled nervously, thinking he was really enjoying himself, even wearing glasses. Relai said that this begs some questions. Does this mean that praying alone is prayer, while praying in a group is a ritual? It's hard to say. What matters most is the purpose for which people have gathered and the spirit with which they participate. Well, maybe he'd gone a bit off topic, but he thought they'd gotten the point. The offering ceremony bears a close resemblance to a festival. And what's the first thing that comes to mind when you hear the word festival? That's right, fun and enjoyment of a shared moment. And isn't enjoyment, to some extent, a component of faith? Isaac stopped listening to all this boring nonsense and thought, so the ceremony involves lesser gods and angels? He hoped they would meet, and he would tear them all to shreds. Relai said that his little Isaac must be looking forward to executing the minions himself. Such righteous hostility was necessary. Meanwhile, Goel told his son that the team with the best grades would get the privilege of executing the Skeleton King's minions, so he should try his best. MC tiredly touched his face and thought, so this is a team project? Relai said he wanted them both to get excellent grades and achieve their dreams. He replied that he understood everything and thought there was nothing to be done. He would have to kill some of them and save the rest. He said enthusiastically that he would do everything in his power, and Relai thought that such a sweet child would never become a dark priest. What a relief. Goel, nervously biting his nails, asked during the ordination which god had chosen him. He immediately rolled his eyes and told him he didn't remember, but it was a disgusting sigil. He almost vomited. They immediately realized it was an evil god, and Relai nervously said that it was okay. There were several gods with sinister sigils. His brother agreed with him and added that the most important thing was faith. Isaac said he didn't mind, and Relai excitedly said that the Golden Cardinal wanted to see him. He looked up at him irritably, and then suddenly Kina's voice called out to him, and his uncles were surprised. Kina Barit entered the room and declared that he had business with him. Relai was shocked and asked why he had come to Isaac. His brother grabbed his hair and said that he had no idea. How could he know what he was thinking? Relai asked if he thought he was sent here to harm Isaac. The Pope couldn't have sent him, could he? Goel thoughtfully said that it was possible, if it was an evil god. Suddenly, Kina grabbed Isaac by the arm and said that he thought he was completely useless. He was telling the truth. Whisper had already started crying with laughter, and his master thought irritably, is this idiot crazy or something? What are these attacks? Kina said that now he realized that he hadn't shown himself to the world for the last 10 years because of his training. He didn't want his skills to be tainted by the same idiots at the academy. He'd realized this during his initiation. He was brilliant and incomparable to other idiots. For someone like him, practicing was a waste of time. Whisper said he thought he was a little crazy, and Kina extended his hand to his master, offering to train with him under his grandfather's guidance, and they would fully immerse themselves in real life. Let him take his hand, and together they would behead the Skeleton King and lead the Holy Empire. Shuri wondered in surprise, was this some new form of bullying from the Pope? He seemed serious. The conditions were actually good, he would have agreed. But MC did otherwise. He slapped Kina's hand, telling him to leave him alone and get to his practical training. Shuri smiled and thought that he had always been crazy, and Kina said that he didn't need to worry about being a priest. He's not just letting him train, he'll give him 10 years of experience. He told him it didn't matter, then pointed at Shuri and said that if he needed someone, he should take him. He pointed at himself in surprise, and Kina said that they were different, and Isaac agreed with him. Then Shuri became offended and started cursing at them in his mind. Kina said that he had enough talent to drive away monsters with just a look. Whisper laughed again and said that he probably saw how he drove away a monster with intimidation. MC assumed that he just wanted to learn from him, which made him even more willing to refuse him. He waved his hand in irritation and told him to leave him alone. The thought of being taught by the Holy See made him sick. The boy's face darkened, and he indignantly asked, who's calling his grandfather a man who makes him sick? He confirmed this and wanted to say that he would have torn his head off, but Eli shut his mouth just in time. He grabbed him and quickly ran aside, after which he said that his grandson was busy and he did not want him near their child. Kina wanted to start indignant, but the patriarch said that if he communicated with him, he would fall under his bad influence, which took him aback. All the family members supported him, and Isaac thought that he would get rid of them all. After a while, the Pentagon is an exam that all training priests must pass. White, gold, azure, black, red. This is the order in which the tests are taken, with the cardinal of each faith as an examiner. So everyone must pass this exam to receive official status. After that, MC went to study. He stopped in front of the door and thought, are his classmates here? Unite 30 children of similar origins or faiths. Do they want them to start a faction war? Shuri had recently assured him that everything would be fine because their group consisted of his friends. He smiled and thought that sending him to school before him was a good idea. He was going to use these idiots to get through the Pentagon and save his henchmen. He opened the door and immediately started smiling to make a good first impression. But he was not received very warmly. The atmosphere in the room was heavy. The kids looked like they were about to beat him up. He was confused by their behavior and one of them approached him and asked if he was the one who had been bullying Shuri all these years. His friend said that the elders would have to teach him some manners, even if he thought of it as a little game, but he would be dead if he told Shuri about this. Isaac thought it was such a shame, and while they were chatting, he pulled out something from under his clothes, the sight of which immediately made them burst into laughter. The boy exclaimed, "Is that a rattle? They say he was a baby until recently. It seems to be the absolute truth." He suggested to his friends to hang him somewhere, but this rattle immediately flew into his face, and he fell unconscious. Everyone was shocked by what just happened, and the MC returned the rattle and said that they were right. They better get closer, do some team spirit exercises, and get good grades. They simply must become best friends. After that, he taught them a lesson with all kindness. When Shuri came, he raised an eyebrow in confusion and said that he did not understand him. "And this is a bonding exercise?" Isaac used them all as a throne. These guys asked Shuri for help. He is his family after all. And he looked away and awkwardly thanked them for entertaining his cousin, and then whispered to him that the first test will be based on their team harmony. "What is he doing?" he asked in response. "Can't he see this pyramid? Where else more harmonious?" Shuri thought that these were just people submitting to an irresistible force. He was crazy. After that, the MC handed him a piece of paper. It was a list of idiots who were trying to profit from him. For the past 7 years, they had come up with various excuses to squeeze everything they could out of him. He knows that the Ashua house is known for not expecting anything in return, but this is too much. The boy, crying, said that Ashua doesn't need anything from them. Whatever they offer will be of no use to them anyway. Isaac said that actually, they have something to give. They have all their limbs and fresh organs. He doesn't ask much from them. He just wants a healthy relationship in which they receive as much as they give. So this is a group activity. They must work hard, with purity in their hearts. He smiled evilly and asked, "Did they understand everything? Are they not going to answer him?" They excitedly said that they understood everything, after which he got off them, and the pyramid fell apart. He went to the exit, and Shuri asked worriedly, "What if they fail the exam?" He clicked his tongue and said that he would show him something, and that he should follow him. Shuri exclaimed that if they got even one bad score, they would fail the assignment immediately. The first assessment was based on group harmony. He told him not to worry, he had a plan, and then opened the closet and showed him the boy he had kept tied up there. Shuri was horrified when he saw this. He immediately grabbed him and exclaimed, "Is he crazy? What is he doing? This guy is from their group, and he is also the son of their uncle's friend. He doesn't remember him from the relics storage." He said that the problem is that he is in their group. He has a letter in which he says that he will stop spying. Shuri immediately stopped scolding him. He turned his gaze to the boy, opened his mouth and asked, "Was it Neezer who put him up to this?" He burst into tears and immediately began apologizing to him. He couldn't disobey him. He had his reasons. MC reached for his rattle and ordered him to simply say what he wanted. He replied that he told him to make sure Eshua's group failed, and said that because of the test, Shuri would listen to most requests. So he told him to constantly ask for outrageous things until the group gave up. He burst into tears and said that his hostility towards Isaac during the entrance ceremony was because Neezer told him to do so. He wanted to be the one to destroy the Skeleton King's minions. MC remembered that idiot and thought not only did he show hostility towards him, but he also wanted to execute his minions. Apparently he would have to teach him a lesson. A few days passed, and that boy came to Neezer and exclaimed, "Why is he refusing? Is it so hard for him to be a spy? And how many of them have already quit?" He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and apologized to him, saying that they were having team-building exercises, so he can't be a spy. Neezer was furious. He told him to leave, and one of his friends told him not to worry about it. There were 3 people loyal to him in their group. He nervously clenched his teeth and thought that something about him was bothering him. He should get rid of it as soon as possible. He was so irritated that his father was showing interest in him. Did he seriously invite him to their house? After today, everything will be over. The Eshua idiots will leave them. Time passed. Everyone came to the Pentagon of Harmony. First, they were given a short sermon, which Isaac found very boring to listen to, and they were informed that the theme of the first Pentagon, Harmony, would be tested by vote. Neezer, watching Isaac, thought that if even one member of the group vetoed the idea of sticking together, everyone would lose, and the one who voted against would be transferred to another team. This means that those who say no to the Azure idiots will be able to continue the exam. His people are still there, so Ashua is finished. Seeing Isaac approach the table, he smiled triumphantly. After the votes were counted, the results were announced. Everyone on the Azure team voted to stay together. They passed the Pentagon of Harmony. Neezer was shocked by this. He clearly didn't expect this. And then MC turned to him with a smirk. When they left the building, Shuri caught up with Isaac and asked how he did it. How was he able to convince everyone to vote to stay on the team? He asked in response. Did he remember how the Golden Cardinal was looking for him a few days ago? He confusedly confirmed this and added that despite being just an apprentice, he refused him, as if he were crazy. Because of these words, he got angry and asked, did he want to die? In short, he asked him to give him a golden pill if he wanted to meet him. Shuri's mouth dropped open in shock and thought, Did he ask for something so valuable? This so-called legend pill, rumored to be possessed only by those serving in gold. Does he really think the cardinal is crazy enough to give it to him? MC said he gave it to him, and then he simply bribed his team members with the pill. This surprised him even more and asked, so he promised to share it with them after the voting was over? He answered that he simply gave it to them before the voting, and he exclaimed, what if they betrayed him? He smiled and said that everything was fine. He trusted his team. Shuri was even surprised. He was becoming more and more like a priest, and this made him happy. But when Isaac entered their room, he saw a terrible picture. All the team members were lying on the floor and writhing in pain, begging Isaac to give them the antidote, and they did everything he asked. Shuri was shocked, and MC said that he believed that they would not betray him. Shuri didn't expect him to do such a thing and exclaimed, he fed them poison and lied about it? He replied that he gave them a golden pill. It consisted of 93% flour, 5% skeleton king mana extract, 1% constipation pill, and 0.5% human hair extract, and just a tiny bit of the golden pill. He exclaimed that he could absorb more just by breathing near it, and MC said that they were still alive only thanks to him, so it was time to pay. They fell to their knees in front of him and began rubbing their palms, begging him to give them the antidote, since they had already passed the Pentagon of Harmony. He went to the closet and said that a promise is a promise. Where did he keep the antidote? The boys crawled exhaustedly towards him, and he, taking a diaper out of the closet, exclaimed that he found it. Shuri felt uneasy and wondered who would dare to store medicine in the remains of diapers. While he was distributing the antidote, the door opened loudly and Shuri turned to leave. An enraged Nizar entered the room and, calling MC an idiot, ordered him to return his spies. Isaac clicked his tongue in irritation, which scared the boys, and Nizar said that he didn't know what he gave them to switch sides, but he wouldn't let that happen. Immediately after his words, they all pounced on him at once, telling him not to dare touch Isaac. Why was he getting in their way? Nizar didn't understand why they were beating him at all, and MC approached him, saying that he heard him tell these children that in difficult times, people reach for an irresistible force. He's completely wrong. People save themselves first. Everything loses meaning in the face of death. The expression on his face scared the boy, and he thought, this can't be true. Could a person really have such a look? Sometime later, in one of the offices of the Holy See, there was a knock on the door. Hire gave permission to enter and thought it was so terrible that he had to wait 7 whole days to see the student. A man entered his office and nervously asked him for forgiveness, saying that Isaac would not come. He was surprised and asked, will he not come even after taking the gold pill? The boy scratched his head in confusion and said that this was what he had asked him to convey to him. He also wanted him to convey one more message. Next time, have him send him a large piece of gold. Hirai, enraged, broke the pen and ordered him to use everything at his disposal to bring him to him. Some time passed, and Nizar left the room and began cursing at Isaac, calling him a criminal. But he realized something. The guys said that something was wrong with him. Something was preventing him from engaging in conflict with the Inquisitors. He would definitely find something if he searched better. He noticed some guys standing at Isaac's door and exclaimed, what are they doing there? Why are they standing next to the dorm? The guy tried to find the words to justify himself and thought, why is a guy from the Reds here? One of those atheists. Let him just leave. He would be in trouble if people found out that his master wanted to meet with a man from the Azures. At that very moment, MC opened the door and asked why they were so late. He asked them to hurry. He needed something for tea. The guy immediately realized that he would help him. He was such a simpleton. As expected of Ashua, he told him that the order was still being prepared, and Isaac remarked that this was excellent. They needed snacks for team training. Let them bring them by the end of today. Meanwhile, Nizar was furious. He thought he was conducting team training with the people he stole from him. These guys were about to leave, but Nizar was so angry that he attacked the innocent fire mages, and they all immediately fell unconscious. After that, he told Isaac that he did this so the servants could rest a little. He had business with him. He wants to take a test of faith. It will be fun. Shuri was very nervous and thought that if he accepted the test of faith, he would end up incinerated. If everything went wrong, it could destroy their entire house. Nizar took out a red envelope from under his clothes and said that there was a device that only reacts to one touch, and they could use it. Suddenly, the cardinal's voice was heard behind him. He said Isaac's name with displeasure, and said that he didn't think that Isaac would ignore his call because he was having fun. Does he take him for a fool? Nizar turned to him in fear, wondering what he was doing here. Hire glanced at him and continued, saying that he hadn't expected to be so close to the Reds. Just think, a red man was trying to attack him. Hearing this, Nizar became very nervous, and MC, with an innocent expression, asked the cardinal for forgiveness. As he saw, young Nizar had told him not to interact with the Golds, which is why he couldn't answer him in time. Hire glanced sideways at the boy, and he excitedly exclaimed, when had he ever told him that? Besides, what did it mean that the cardinal called him? He thought that no bishop was allowed to interact with students during training. Isaac barely held back his laughter, and the cardinal told Nizar that he had given him time to get to know his team better. But it seemed he had had too much now. He allowed him to be like this because he knew his father. Nizar began to explain to him that this was not the case, and when the cardinal said he would deliberately give their team more work from the throne, he became very nervous. While he was clutching his head in despair, Harry approached Isaac and invited him to his room, but he refused, saying that he first needed to see the Red Cardinal, since he had also called him. Nizer immediately looked at him in surprise and said that he just happened to have plans and would see him if the conditions were better. Harry was also surprised and asked, did he just call him? He confirmed it, and Nizer thought that he hadn't told him that he was being summoned. How did he know that? At this rate, Cardinal Barrett wouldn't approve of him, and he would have a bad review. He needed to get out of here. He walked up to Isaac and put his hands on his shoulders, smiling and saying that he had come here to summon him and would take him with him. But the cardinal didn't seem to believe him. He was nervous that it hadn't worked, but to his surprise, he didn't dwell on it and told Isaac that he had other things to do, so let him go. Nizer breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that even a cardinal didn't want to cause trouble for his house. But Harry said that he had caused trouble for the House of Gold, so he would give him more work starting tomorrow. He cursed, imagining how he would clean day and night, but then calmed down, thinking that everything would be fine. If he brought this guy to his father, then cleaning would be a piece of cake. But while he was thinking about this, MC had already left, and he exclaimed in anger, "Where did that idiot go?" Shuri told him that he went to bed. He said that he needed to lie down to grow. He clenched his teeth in rage and thought that it was only 2 p.m., after which he began banging his fists on the door and yelling for him to wake up, but he was sleeping so soundly that he was only inconvenienced by his group members. 3 days passed. Nizer started cleaning and began cursing Isaac once again. He dropped the mop and grabbed his head, exclaiming, "How can you clean for 18 hours a day?" His father recently contacted him and said that he was so useless that he couldn't bring the boy to him, and he was asking him for help. Nizer thought that his team members were taking it out on him because they had low grades and his father didn't want to help him. He had to bring Isaac to his father to get help, so he needed to meet him first. He had to come at least to prayer. After that, he went to the prayer hall and waited to ambush him. But after 6 hours, no one had even come in. His team members had been looking for him all this time. They entered the prayer hall and exclaimed discontentedly, "What is he doing there?" They still had work to do. One of them grabbed his hand and led him to the exit, saying that he would kill him if their grades dropped any lower. He tiredly asked them to wait. He needed to see Isaac. And then he saw him, standing by the column and watching him. Noticing his gaze, he smiled and waved at him, which made him scream and start to break free from his friend's arms. MC was enjoying this spectacle, and Shuri called him a villain and asked if he came here to mock him. He answered that it was quite funny, and he said that it was more advantageous for him to meet the Red Cardinal because Barrett would never give them the king. MC didn't understand what he was talking about at all, and he asked him to at least teach him the grading scale. The king is an irreplaceable talent. The queen is a talent that can save an entire nation. A bishop is an ideal model student. A knight is a talented student. A pawn is an average student. And a skeleton has no qualifications. Shuri said that if the cardinal gets angry and gives them the skeleton, they will be demoted back to the academy, and Cardinal Barrett will probably want to kill him. Isaac said that he doesn't understand anything at all. What kind of complaints could he possibly have against a 10-year-old? He even gave him a gold pill. Shuri said that his mother was actually engaged to Cardinal Barrett, and this news really surprised him. His father stole her from the cardinal, and the engagement was annulled because his father made it their entire family's business. Now he realized he wanted to kill him, tear him completely to pieces. Hearing a crunching sound next to his ear, MC immediately turned around and saw Whisper, engrossed in eating popcorn. Shuri said that he could keep Cardinal Barrett at bay if he befriended the Red Cardinal, and the Gold Children also need to get past the Red Pentagon, so he should just promise him that he won't get a skeleton in the Gold Pentagon. That would be enough. At that very moment, a barely noticeable magic circle appeared behind Isaac, and while he was thinking about his cousin's words, someone grabbed him and covered his mouth to keep him from screaming. Shuri heard his broken voice and turned to check what was going on, but he was already nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, there was a knock on the cardinal's office door. He gave permission to enter, and the door exploded. MC entered his office and, calling him a kidnapper, asked how he was doing. He was acting like a gentleman, but ordering servants to kidnap him? Harry turned to him and called him a brat. Actually, he had something to say. MC spread his arms wide and said that it was obvious. Didn't he call him here because he had been ignoring him all this time? And then the cardinal said something unexpected. He declared his desire to adopt him as a son of the Golden House. Isaac was shocked by this and at first couldn't even believe his ears. He nervously thought, what kind of nonsense is this? Is he mocking him? Or is this some new plan to keep Eshua under control? Noticing his doubts, the cardinal said there was no deception here. He was offering him to leave Eshua and go under the care of the House of Berit. He thought that this made everything even more suspicious. Why would he adopt him at all? Is it because the false skeleton king called him a saint? But he didn't care about their intentions. He asked what he would get if he became his adopted son. If he was offering a deal, he should at least outline the terms. Hare smirked and thought, at such a young age, he was talking about a deal. He answered that they would give him everything that Eshua could not provide. The Pope's family could compensate for everything. MC laughed and shrugged, saying that House Ashua had everything. Hare, puzzled, said that he had heard they were trying to confine him to a mansion. Faith requires patience and submission to one's nature. He would face countless restrictions. The House of Gold would not interfere in his affairs, and they would support him in everything he wanted to do. Isaac said that this still didn't sound tempting enough. If he wasn't offering to support him as the next head of Barrett, that wasn't enough. The cardinal paused briefly, considering his words, and said that he had heard that he aspired to the post of saint, and now, also, to the post of pope. If he truly desired to become one, moving to the House of Gold would be advantageous, wouldn't it? He replied that, nevertheless, he was part of the Holy Land. If he thought he would switch sides because of something like that, he was mistaken. The cardinal didn't let him finish and said that they would give him a plot of land and register it in his name. He would have his own territory, a safe full of gold, a private army under his name, exclusive right to tax breaks, and a mansion larger than Ashua's. He would even grant him the status of direct heir. He immediately changed his mind and said that he would think about it, and the cardinal approached his desk, saying that he was glad that such a profitable deal was being reached. Then they would immediately begin the adoption process. Just let him not tell Ashua anything for now. He answered him that everything would be fine. He would definitely keep it a secret. He deliberately emphasized this, and the cardinal realized that someone was eavesdropping on them. He quickly peeked out of the office, and Shuri, hiding around the corner, screamed in fear and even fell to the floor, and then started running, shouting that he hadn't heard anything. Following his gaze, the cardinal sighed heavily and returned to Isaac, saying that it didn't matter, only his opinion mattered. Even if he told Ashua everything, nothing would change. MC noted that, in fact, he simply said that he would think about it, not a word about his already decided. He knows that he would not enter the Pope's family even if he died. The cardinal turned to him with a gloomy expression and asked, even if he died? He confirmed this and angrily clenched the documents in his fist, saying that he was very similar to his mother, both in appearance and in the way he spoke. One word from him and he would be exiled. He would never be able to become a priest. Let him forget about becoming a pope. He won't even be recognized as a saint. By the decision of the Pope's family, they can forbid him from entering the Holy Empire. He understands this and still continues to say such things. He approached him threateningly, but Isaac responded with a smirk, saying he would simply create a country where priests and popes were unnecessary. Why would one country need two leaders? It would be his anyway. The cardinal immediately stepped back and stared at him in surprise, but he smiled innocently and said that he would need at least some courage to defeat the Demon King. He headed to his desk and suggested that he simply forget about today's proposal. It would be better for both of them. He touched the document and said that it made him even more curious about what had happened at the ordination ceremony. What could have happened that would make him want to install the direct heir of a rival house? Noticing how nervous the cardinal was, he smirked and said that he was sure the people of the empire were also very curious. Meanwhile, at the Ashua mansion, Eli received a letter from the Unison Pentagon and exclaimed in rage, why did Isaac do this? Why did they go further? Everything should have gone differently. It seemed his faith was not enough. He immediately returned to the altar, knelt down and praised his Lord God, begging him to drive away his grandson. The second son of the house of Ashua, Benjamin, entered the prayer hall and asked his brother what had happened to the house while he was gone. When did he start using faith to curse others? He laughed nervously and asked if Isaac was really such a problematic child. He waved his hands and answered that this was not the case at all. He was kind, pure, polite, and intelligent. Benjamin glanced sideways at his father, who continued to pray with sweat on his brow, and asked why he was acting like this. Riley told him he thought he was simply overly concerned about his grandson. Benjamin said he couldn't inherit the house because he was the second son. It was good that a child had appeared who could become an heir, but he felt a strange uneasiness. After finishing the prayer, Riley approached them and said he didn't understand. Anyone who received this blessing would be so overwhelmed with energy that they would lose consciousness for 3 days. So why didn't the blessing work on Isaac? His sons thought it looked more like a curse. It would have been better if it hadn't worked. Leah Ashua, a candidate for sainthood, approached them and said she understood that this child meant a lot to her grandfather. She greeted everyone present and asked how they were doing. But the patriarch ignored her and asked how he had passed the Unison Pentagon. He was not the one who would succeed. He touched his chin in confusion and thought that the current Pope's family was showing too much interest in Isaac. If they really wanted to kill him, he would be better off returning home as soon as possible. But it was too early. If the ordination had been held a year or two later, everything would have worked out. But he was too outstanding to postpone the ordination. He cast an angry glance at the letter and thought that this was all because of it. Benjamin noticed this and asked who had sent this letter. The envelope was too luxurious to be from Ashua. Eli sighed heavily and told him that the letter was from their fourth brother. At his mention, they were very surprised, and Eli asked, so it was Noel who had sent the letter. His father said that in his letter he was asking when he would give him the position of head of the family. He could die at any moment, so he needed to hand over the position quickly. He tore up the letter in a rage and said that this was why they needed to teach Isaac some manners, Their brother would never do that. Riley agreed with him and said that if he thought Isaac was unfit for the job, then he would be the next patriarch. These words made him feel sick, and his father pointed out that he had passed the harmony test, which meant there was still hope. Suddenly, Salak flew overhead and exclaimed that this was complete nonsense. The patriarch asked what was going on, and the spirit exclaimed that this idiot was walking around hitting other children with his rattle. What kind of crazy psycho would use healing magic to further harm others? Eli noticed that this was typical of Isaac, and his sons stared at him in surprise. When the spirit exclaimed that he had poisoned and blackmailed his teammates to pass the test, the patriarch winced. He said it was fine, as long as the Pope's house didn't find out. At that moment, an agitated Shuri ran into the hall and called out to his grandfather, saying he had bad news. Cardinal Barrett had called Isaac to become his adopted son. The patriarch's face immediately darkened and he asked, "What did he answer?" Relay immediately began to reassure him, saying that Isaac was from their family and would never join them. But Shuri told them that he had responded excellent to this offer. Riley immediately grabbed his shoulders and began shaking him, asking, what did he mean? What did he do to deceive Isaac? He became agitated and told him that he had offered too much money for anyone to refuse, and his uncle swore loudly. After that, the servants began to whisper. After all, the money had done its job. The patriarch was very angry. He clenched his fists and said that his grandfather was still alive and breathing, and they were trying to steal his grandson. Soon after, MC received chests of treasure, all from the house of Barrett. The boys were surprised by such riches, and one of them asked, so the rumors about him being close to the Pope's family turned out to be true? Isaac smirked and thought that all this was the price for his silence. He turned his gaze to Shuri, who had also brought him riches for the faith in their family, and he thought, why was it necessary to do this? He approached his cousin and thought, did the patriarch send this? Shuri handed him a letter stating that he was one of them, and he wondered why he was doing this to him. He tore the letter up in anger, while his cousin looked back and exclaimed in surprise, is Sister Leah there? And the matriarch here too? Hearing this, MC turned around in horror. All the students were surprised to see Melissa herself, and Isaac, noticing her approaching him, became very nervous and wondered why she was here. Does she even realize how much he tried to avoid her? Since it was too late to run, he hid behind Shuri's back, and one of the students said in surprise that she looked so real, although it was just an image of the communication orb. MC immediately calmed down and angrily kneed his cousin in the back, exclaiming that he scared him. Let him pull himself together. He had already decided that she was here. Poor Shuri fell to his knees in pain and exclaimed indignantly, what did he do wrong? Isaac assumed an air of importance, but when Melissa greeted him, he flinched. She said she'd heard he'd grown up quickly, and the rumors were true. He really had defeated the Skeleton King's curse, and she was very impressed. He thought it was good that it was just a communication orb. She couldn't see him in person, so she wouldn't know he was the Demon King. Melissa said they said he'd recently been kidnapped by his troops. That must have been tough to go through. But suddenly, the smile slipped from her face and she said his name, but in a threatening manner. MC immediately became nervous and realized she was addressing the Demon King. Had she really understood this through the orb? She approached him threateningly and asked why she felt the Demon King's power on him. He backed away nervously, thinking he'd be done for if she found out. And then, he excitedly exclaimed that it must be because he absorbed the Skeleton King's phalanx 10 years ago. She thought for a few seconds, then said that she remembered she heard it from Riley. The Demon King would never have been here. Isaac breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that he absorbed that bone. She said that if he were here, she would skin him alive and hang him by his toes. And he thought, how can you even skin a skeleton? Meanwhile, one of Nizer's friends started discussing all this with him and asked if they really came here to watch the priests train. Nizer said that he heard the shrine interferes in family matters. Why are they even here? Leah overheard their conversation and turned to them, saying that because she is interested in him. He was surprised, and she said she'd heard he was supposed to be the next head of the house, but he'd lost all his men in the Harmony Pentagon and been foolish enough to penalize his teammates. The words struck him hard, and Leah looked at Isaac and stuck her tongue out at him. Melissa told him she'd prepared something special for him to reward him for overcoming all his hardships. He smiled in anticipation, thinking it was money, and she said she'd grant him her ultimate ability. It was the most powerful holy attack magic, the one that defeated even the Skeleton King. He closed his eyes in disgust, silently asking her to keep it, and everyone else began whispering, it's a unique saint skill, the energy of a god. It can't be bought, even with all the money in the world. It's a more powerful version of the holy powers. One of Nizer's friends excitedly said that at this rate, the Azures would overtake them, and he cursed, exclaiming that this would only make the boy even more insolent. Then one of Isaac's classmates stepped forward, fell to his knees, and silently said to him, does he think the saint will accept that he poisoned his teammates? He would tell everything and deprive him of the right to be here. He, the eldest son of the ruined Mallet County, or rather Nizer's #1 spy, turned to the saint and exclaimed that he needed to tell her something important. Isaac had poisoned them to pass harmony. She looked at him in surprise, and he, pretending to cry, asked how anyone could do such a thing. She even looked slightly confused, and Nezer thought with a smile that they were finally doing something worthy. As soon as they kicked him out, he would immediately take them onto his team. After these words, the saint turned to her grandson, which made him nervous, and exclaimed, "Does he think there is enough poison?" The poison was too insignificant to strengthen his spiritual power. He did a terrible thing. The boy didn't expect such words from the saint and was at first confused, but then excitedly said that Isaac had beaten them until they were bruised and black and blue. She became even more indignant and told Isaac to remember, beating someone doesn't help training in the future. Let them break bones, it will make them stronger. After that, she rolled up her sleeves and headed towards the boy, saying that as an apology, she would break everything herself. But Leah stopped her, saying that they would die if she did it. After that, she approached the frightened boy and extended her hand to him, asking if he needed help. She would break his spine with one blow. The smile with which she said these cruel words scared him even more, and MC intervened, telling his sister that everything was fine. He would take care of it himself. He approached the boy and whispered that he should have listened to him when he spoke. From now on, he was his human shield and servant. At that moment, the boy realized that everyone from the Eshua family was crazy. After that, they all moved to a separate room to talk. Leah asked her brother if he wanted to become the head of the family. He confirmed this, and she asked what he would do if he became the patriarch. He answered that he would remove the saints, and Shuri exclaimed that he was a crazy idiot. Leah asked why he wanted that, and he, pushing away his cousin who was trying to shut him up, answered that because they didn't need them, he would destroy the Demon King. He turned to his grandmother and asked why she didn't give up sainthood too. She remained silent, thinking about it, and then said with a smile that she couldn't. She had committed a sin that no one should commit. One day, she told her granddaughter Leah that she had a chance to kill the Skeleton King. It was a perfect opportunity, 1 in a million, but she couldn't do it. Leah asked her why, and she told her that she didn't know, but God hadn't forgiven her. It was because of her that Eshua had this curse, and to lift it, she needed to kill the Skeleton King. It was her burden. Isaac was curious about how things had turned out this way, but Melissa didn't answer him. She just smiled. Her granddaughter thought she was sure there was a reason why she couldn't kill him. Melissa said that was why she wanted to see him today, and then her granddaughter took out the box and opened it. Seeing the necklace inside, Shuri was very surprised. It was a saint's rosary. MC was confused. It was a saint's symbol, the only one in the world. But why was she giving it to him? Melissa said that she kept her power in it because she knew his offensive holy spells were too weak. With this, he will be able to use divine energy whenever he wants. Let him use this instead of offensive sacred spells, for he will not be able to survive in the remaining pentagon using only cleansing spells. Soon she will visit the Empire and teach him how to defeat the Demon King. Then they will see each other. She disappeared, and in his mind he told her to leave and never show her face again. Since the conversation was over, Leah got up from the couch and said that she had better leave too. She approached her brother and suspiciously pointed to his chest, asking, "He has a mana core, right?" Realizing that she knew about it, he became very nervous, because even Melissa did not notice it. He needs to kill her right now. But Leah doubted her words and asked, "Maybe this is the mana core from the annex?" He looked at his core with a bit of confusion and confirmed it, after which he thought that he had forgotten that he had something here that he couldn't absorb. He thought that he could remove the seal with sacred spells, but so far he hadn't succeeded. Leah took the jewelry from her neck and told him that it was a seal, and this necklace should be able to develop it. He took the necklace in anticipation and thought, not only does she know about the mana core, but she can also dispel it? This is just a jackpot. His sister said that she was not sure if he could use it, but she understood that he was trying to restore the secret techniques of their house. He didn't understand what secret techniques she was talking about, and she asked what he would do after renouncing the sainthood. He told her that he would be a rich, unemployed guy, and this made her laugh. After that, she said goodbye to him, saying that they would see each other when his apprenticeship was over. Watching her walk toward the exit, quietly chuckling, he thought she was also crazy. After a while, she approached her carriage and told the knight that they were returning. He called out to her and said that the necklace could help find the house's secret techniques. She climbed into the carriage and told him that she knew it, and he reminded her that it was a family heirloom. The head of the family gave it to her because all direct descendants wanted it. She smiled and said that if someone could steal it, then they weren't as smart as she thought. The knight remarked that if he managed to keep the heirloom, he would definitely become the head of the house, and she replied that it was better that way than for him to go to the Holy Throne. She remembered how he talked about removing the saints and destroying the Demon King, couldn't help but laugh and looked out the window, telling her brother to do it. Meanwhile, he was very happy with her gift. Time passed, and one late rainy night, Gol came to Barrett, and the maid greeted him joyfully, saying that so much time had passed. He asked if everything was okay, and she laughed, telling him that everything was as usual. How is Ashua doing? He told her that nothing new, trash as always. She noted that this was expected of them, They were just a pathetic bunch of hypocrites. He agreed with her, and honestly admitted that he was even afraid that he would become attached to them. After that, he thought something happened at the ordination. The member of the clergy who was responsible for Isaac's consecration was found dead in the forest of monsters. Is it so bad that they had to get rid of witnesses? And now the House of Gold wants to adopt Isaac? They would never do that in their right minds. Too many oddities. Even if his mother is one of them, his life could be in danger if he started digging too deep. The maid led him to the study, and he told her that he wanted to rest, so she should not go until he called her. He entered the room and thought, has he become attached to them? He, who transferred the right of Ashua to Cardinal Berit? There are moments when he thinks that maybe he has become too attached to Ashua, but in this house, he does not feel anything like that. He went into the repository of secret information and began to search for at least something about Isaac's initiation, and the search was successful. He discovered the sign of the God who chose him. Everything is with me, greatest God. He immediately slammed the book shut and ran out of the study. He understood everything. That is why House Berit does all this. This is not about the Holy See. It is about whether House Berit will survive or die. Perhaps it is about the survival of the Empire itself. A new day dawned. MC threw all his things aside and looked at the treasures, and Whisper asked if this money wasn't enough to find a weapon that would destroy the binding ball. He answered that it was possible, but unlikely. The problem was the anti-demon stone. Whisper noted that this stone not only destroyed all mana, but was also resistant to mana, aura, and sacred powers, a complete headache. Isaac exclaimed, how could they turn the ball that bound his subordinates into an anti-demon stone? They were all crazy. Whisper noted that this was the only way to defeat the demon of the ninth circle, and with a heavy sigh, he calmed down and decided to try to remove the seal from the mana core. Whisper was glad that he had finally decided to do this, and he sat down on the bed, took out the necklace, and said that according to Leah, it would help him. Noticing the energy reaching towards the necklace, he said he'd never seen anything like it, and when it started glowing, he became excited. Immediately after, a stream of dark mana gushed from the core. He commanded Whisper to devour it all, and he opened his mouth wide, sucking in the energy. MC was delighted and exclaimed that there was more mana than he expected. This was enough to raise his magic rank, allowing him to use higher-level spells. He reached out to the clot of energy and laughed loudly. Meanwhile, Whisper continued to absorb, and Isaac's laughter began to slowly fade away because he felt something strange. Due to the mana's effect, only bones remained of his hand, and he exclaimed in horror, "What the hell is this?" Time passed, and he sat on the bed with a sullen look and looked at his hand, thinking that he was a skeleton again. This was probably the curse that allowed the king to become the most powerful demon of all time, reversing life and death. Whisper was also worried, asking if the curse had taken hold of him. He was told that this body had many blessings, so it wouldn't be so easily absorbed. The curse had suddenly become very powerful because his mana had increased greatly, upsetting the balance. He could strengthen his sacred powers to suppress the curse, but he would need to pray to do so. Whisper said that his body automatically converts mana into divine mana. Why doesn't he just wait? He said that no one knows how long it will take, and he asked, what if he draws some of the sacred mana from the rosary? He exclaimed that then it will be a loss, and Whisper noted that the crime will be discovered, and he will be burned. His master said that it can't be helped. He will use the pentagon to his advantage. If he uses the trials of red correctly, the heretical trial, he can greatly strengthen his holy mana. Until then, he will have to wrap his hand. He has already started to do this, but suddenly Shuri entered the room and asked what he is doing here. He became very nervous and immediately hid his hand behind his back, greeting him. He approached them and asked why he is laughing alone again. It scares him. And why is he hiding his hand? Is he injured? He looked away and nervously told him that nothing serious had happened. And then Shuri worriedly grabbed his wrist to check what was the matter. And seeing those bones, he ran to the other end of the room in fear and exclaimed, "What is this?" Whisper told his master to quickly use memory erasure magic, and he exclaimed that they would find out if he used it on another person. But Shuri seemed not to suspect anything. He worriedly said that the problem was not only in his morals, but also in his body. Was his morals really corrupted because of this corrupted body? He should have said if this happened to him. Everyone thinks he's evil for no reason. MC understood what he was talking about. The curse that falls on all men of the Ashua clan is that they are born without talent or with talent, but with a significant physical flaw. Shuri worriedly said that there was an ancestor who had exactly the same problem. But why is he physically disabled and so mentally difficult? Isaac smiled nervously and thought, maybe he should just kill him? Shuri said that first they need to tell Grandpa everything and cure him. He will live a short life, but he is sure he can prolong it. MC definitely didn't want that because then he would find out that he is the Demon King. He excitedly grabbed his cousin by the shoulder and asked him not to tell the family about this. He doesn't want them to worry. Besides, the Pentagon is more important right now. He wants to personally execute the Skeleton King's subordinates before he dies. His words touched Shuri very much, almost to tears, and he told him not to worry. He won't die so easily. He has a way out. He excitedly asked what he was talking about. Let him tell him, then he will help him. Isaac grinned sinisterly and said that he needs him to deliver something to the Cardinal of Red. 20 days later, his team was having lunch and cursing Isaac in every way possible. He had recently planted a bomb in the bathroom, pumped poison gas into a boy's pillow, and slipped cyanide into another's food. After listening to their indignation, MC asked if they liked his individual approach to training so much. They exclaimed that this was attempted murder, and then one of them showed him a list of things to do and exclaimed, "What is this? First, fall off a cliff and die. Second, die at the hands of a demon. Third, be beaten to death, and fourth, just die." Isaac sighed heavily, as if it were something obvious, and said that these were their goals. They were indignant, and he, pointing to a pile of bags next to the table, said that if they had finished lunch, they should wear these. They were sandbags, the boy exclaimed indignantly. He wants them to carry them on their backs? They weren't knights, they were priests. MC approached the bags and said that they need to get ready. The Pentagon is coming soon. In the next test, they will use their bodies. The boy asked, what is he talking about? The next test is the Golden Pentagon. There you only need to use your head. MC put on weighted bracelets and told him that he changed the test. This time they have a strength test, the Red Pentagon. They were simply shocked that he did it so easily, and he said that their projects are now different too. He clapped his hands and told them to stop chatting. Let them immediately take a bag and run 50 laps around the field. They exclaimed that his actions are absolutely pointless. How did he change the task? And another 50 laps? He threatened them with his rattle and said that he seemed to have misspoke. They need to run 100 laps. If they do not take first place, then they will all die. After that, he drove them onto the field, shouting. After a while, they finally finished. Returning to the room, the first thing they did was throw off their weights, and one of them exclaimed that he'd had enough. What kind of torture is this? 2 kings are enough for them to pass. They already have one, they'll get the next one, for the Azure Pentagon. MC put his hand on his shoulder and asked, is he kidding? If they don't have all 5, can they even be considered people? The boy was terrified, and his friend exclaimed that the red and gold ones would never give them a king. And anyway, the next test should be gold. Why are they running? The order of the tests is a long-standing tradition of the Holy Empire. Who is he to change that? White, gold, azure, black, and red. Their friend ran into the room and said he had news. The next test is the Red Pentagon. The Red Cardinal spoke with the Gold Cardinal, and they switched. Everyone was horrified by this news, because the Red Pentagon is a one-on-one duel, and if they lose the Red Pentagon, they lose everything. Isaac approached them with a sinister smile and asked, since the next test has been decided, wouldn't it be better to begin training? A few days later, at the Empire's training center, Nezer and his team stopped at the entrance to the arena, and he was very nervous, because his father had actually listened to Isaac's request. He told his father that he would show him something interesting, and therefore he could attack him, force him to show his strength. Besides, now it was not one-on-one combat, but team versus team. Overall, he didn't care. The Azure gang led by Shuri Ashua posed no threat. Isaac was unnerving him, but dealing with the others was a piece of cake. There was no chance that they, a house that practiced martial arts, could lose. Filled with confidence, he told the guys to come out and deal with them quickly. But imagine his surprise when he saw who was on Isaac's team. His father, Leon Safet, hadn't expected this either. Kina Barrett came out with Isaac. Noticing the judge's confusion, MC explained that his servant, who was carrying the bowl, had a stomach ache after breakfast. Luckily, he found a replacement. Since it's just training, everything is fine, right? Nezer was speechless with shock, and the spectators began to discuss why Kina was on their team. He was as strong as a high-ranking priest. Leon smiled and told the Cardinal of Gold that this was going too far. Why did he send Kina to the Azure team? Seeing his shocked face, he immediately realized that he didn't even know about it. Kina then asked Isaac if he dealt with the small fry, would he train him and teach him powerful techniques? He confirmed this, and Nezer indignantly exclaimed that this was cheating. He wasn't a trainee. Why would someone of his level interfere in a duel between trainees? Kina said he was wrong. He refused the promotion and relinquished the powers delegated to him, so he could spend more time as a trainee, like Isaac Eshua. The audience began to whisper, and Nezer and the team were at a loss for words. Kina turned to the judge and asked if he had made a decision. He said that since Kina Barrett was still officially a low-ranking priest and not involved in any of the Pentagon's trials, no rules prohibited him from participating. Nezer exclaimed that this was all nonsense and nervously clenched his teeth, thinking that their entire team couldn't defeat Kina. Besides, they had Isaac. They were entering a fight they had already lost, but if they provoked a one-on-one competition between the team leaders, they could win. Shuri was acting strangely, constantly glancing at Isaac and frowning. He noticed this and decided to joke with him, asking if he needed to go to the bathroom. He had told him to do so before going out. He ignored his mockery and asked worriedly, will his hand be okay? He answered that everything would be fine once he gained more sacred powers. Shuri said that he should have been the leader. Honestly, it was only thanks to him that they were here. He became the class president, skipped levels, got top marks on exams, and passed Harmony too, with his help. MC hissed through clenched teeth. What kind of nonsense is this? He was a good teacher, but few could learn his lessons, and yet he managed it. He was surprised and worried that Nezer wasn't someone who was easy to defeat. MC replied that if everything was as he said, even a fight with that red-haired idiot wouldn't be a problem. Shuri was very touched by his words, but he threateningly said that if he lost, he would kill him first. His joy immediately turned to confusion at these words. The organizer warned that there were only 5 minutes left until the start. Have all teams ready. Asili nervously noted that Kina was with them, but still. Relai, with a serious expression, replied that this was disadvantageous for both Isaac and Shuri. The Red House bastards had already used the destruction spell on them. At that moment, the protagonist, holding his subordinates in place with chains, exclaimed that it was too early. They had to wait. Asili, seeing this, remarked that it looked like an azure spell, the holy spell Spirit Uplift. Isaac asked her to teach it to him. Relai nervously asked how the spirit was raised. The girl replied that it was supposed to simply inspire, to remove fear of the enemy. He exclaimed that they looked like beasts. At that moment, the MC, with a sly smile, thought that this was his secret, which no one knew. Spirit boost and herbal doping. Beast. He'd gotten them into shape, time to reap the benefits. Suddenly, red magic circles appeared in the sky. He wondered, had it all begun? Instantly, the patron of the Red House, the god of justice, fell from the sky into the arena. Shuri knelt and shouted that they needed to pray. Whoever's faith was stronger would receive a blessing from the god of red. They would have an advantage. He began to pray nervously, thinking that they were destined to win. Suddenly, the protagonist dealt a powerful blow, causing the statue to shatter into tiny pieces. Afterwards, he thought with a smile, wondering what he hadn't meant to break. Shuri exclaimed in horror that he still couldn't shake off his habits. He had destroyed the statue of the god of red. Kina nervously exclaimed that he had broken the statue. How had he managed to do that? What kind of spell was that? Could he show it to him later? Shuri, perplexed, asked why he needed it, especially since the statue's head had fallen off. The boy asked, so what? He didn't care about any gods except the golden one. He smiled and thought, let the gods save this lost lamb too. Shuri patted the protagonist on the shoulder and nervously exclaimed that he was testing his strength on the training field. He should apologize immediately. He reluctantly said he was very sorry. Leon nervously noted that he was an unpredictable, difficult child. It would be fun to knock him down a peg. Shuri, hearing this, thought, does that mean he wants to interrogate him? Herg asked with a sly smile. Wasn't the problem the Red House had caused allowing the statue to be destroyed? It had collapsed, thanks to some intern spell. He would have noticed the strength of the Red House's faith. He thought about how he wouldn't let anyone interfere with Isaac. Tension grew between them. Leon replied that it would be too much to put a bunch of students on trial, so let them continue the test. This is an order for Neezer. Let him take Isaac out of the game. After some time, the judge announced that the rules of the Red Pentagon were simple. They need to find the real medallion among the fakes. The team that completes the task first wins. The team leader decides who will have the goal. Once the medallion is chosen, the decision cannot be changed. Shuri thought about it, meaning it was important to determine who to assign this to. The judge added that there are 3 ways to find the real medallion. The first is to capture the leader and extract a confession from him. The second is to use deduction. And the last is to subjugate the entire enemy team to collect all the medallions. Let them be given the items. Neezer nervously called everyone over and noted that they can't be nervous. These are just azure ones. At that moment, Shuri approached the judge and said that he wanted to resign as leader. MC nervously grabbed him and exclaimed, what is he doing? Tell him to quickly go get the medallions. Neezer, seeing this, gleefully thought that idiot Shuri was a complete idiot. He should have volunteered to be leader. They were facing the Azures. It would be a piece of cake. The only reason to worry was Kina. Everything else was fine. They knew how to hunt monsters, but not people. They were a bunch of idiots. No reason to fear the Azure weaklings. After a while, the referee announced the start of the round. As soon as the command was given, the protagonist, with lightning speed, rushed straight towards the Reds, a wild grin on his face and a wild laugh. He wondered if this was a test that would allow him to legitimately beat those vile saints. Neezer nervously shouted that the Azure team was trying to trick them with their antics. They shouldn't be afraid. They won't attack because of their code of honor. Their best option was to defend themselves. MC leaped powerfully, pulled out a modified golden flail rattle in mid-air, and shouted, let them bring their leader to him. He delivered a powerful slam to the ground, sending the red team members flying. Then, with a mischievous smile, the protagonist repeated, let them bring their leader, then they will live. Neezer pointed out, let the others help them. At that moment, Kina, taking advantage of the situation, made a powerful dash through all the red team members and attempted to grab the leader. Neezer thought with a smile. As expected, he was incredible, but his plan was too shallow. He clearly saw what he was trying to do. He instantly cast a cloning holy spell and, dodging, pointed out, let them grab him. Instantly, the red team members collectively cast a 5th-tier restraining holy spell, Remorse for Suffering, and immobilized the boy. After that, Neezer quickly appeared behind the Azures and, with a sly smile, motioned for them to grab them. He thought it was a trick like the Beastman. It wouldn't work on him. He'd simply made them a little stronger. He spotted Shuri among the crowd, and beginning to cast a holy spell, thought about grabbing an arm or two as a souvenir. The boy himself, watching them rush towards him, remembered the protagonist's words about simply doing as he said. That's when they would win. Neither would probably try to start a duel. After all, he was underestimating him. Shuri abruptly grabbed his arm and instantly slammed it into the ground. He recalled the dialogue about why they weren't allowed to use Azure techniques on people. It was because humans couldn't withstand them. After defeating Neither, Shuri shouted to the entire arena, "Never dare look down on the Azures again." At that moment, Kina was perplexed that he didn't have such power. The holy spell had a subtle buff. He looked at the protagonist and wondered if this was his doing. At that moment, the protagonist, with a sly smile, motioned for him to finish him off. Shuri nervously said that he would take the medallion now. He nervously replied that he shouldn't shirk and should finish off the red one. The guy grabbed Neither by the chest and told him to tell him where the medallion was. He mockingly asked, did he really think he could interrogate him? Interrogate the future head of the House of Red? Shuri exclaimed. Make him confess. It's the only way he'll leave here alive. Neither nervously shouted, shut up. As the successor, he's trained in all manner of torture techniques. The guy silently rose and kicked him right in the groin. The entire spectators, horrified, began asking, what was that eerie sound? How could the Azures do such a thing? The protagonist watching this simply laughed. After a certain execution, Shuri remarked that he had offered to resolve everything peacefully. The Red House members immediately ran to their leader, but Kina told them not to interfere. He used the rank 6 enemy banishment skill, an AoE paralysis of holy magic, and instantly paralyzed all the enemies. Neither nervously wondered if these bastards had deliberately pretended to be caught. They even knew where the medallion was already. Then why did they do it like that? Did Isaac really plan all this? The Red House members, lying on the ground, began to say that he had staged the whole thing to force Neither to confess. Even so, he would never tell him anything. MC, with a sly smile, asked, what are they talking about? They also know where the medallion is. He, under the buff of the Elder's Ring, swung his weapon and began beating them. After some time, the protagonist picked up the medallion and joyfully declared that he had found it. The judge declared the Azure team victorious in the Red Pentagon. The spectators joyfully began to shout that faith was returning to the Azure House. Let them just see what they had accomplished with the Pope's grandson. Relay joyfully thought that Isaac had done a wonderful job. At that moment, the crown prince of the Holy Empire of Helon, Shablis Alekfrikella, approached him and said that such a gift was to be expected from the youngest priest in the history of the empire. He turned to his servant and instructed him to bestow a fitting gift upon the victors, who had blessed the arena with such an incredible performance. Relay bowed his head and greeted him. The crown prince remarked that he had wonderful nephews. He wished to give them priestly uniforms. Was such a gift appropriate? He agreed with a smile, adding that they would be leaving the country to attend the Golden Pentagon, so it would be a wonderful gift. An award from a member of the royal family would undoubtedly become a treasure, passed down from generation to generation. Chablis smiled and said he would then bring a seamstress. Relay remarked that he was very busy and had no obligation to do so. He replied with a smile that he wanted to meet them in person. Let him also accept his small gift. Perhaps it would be better to tell his youngest nephew to leave the Golden Pentagon. Dad is trying to kill Isaac. Let him keep that in mind. Relay looked at the protagonist with a serious expression and thanked him for the information, then remarked that Isaac would be fine. Sometime later, in the mansion, the members of the Azure House began to heatedly discuss the fact that the Crown Prince himself had watched their performance. Meanwhile, MC, nervously watching Kina, asked if he was going home. The test was over. He was no longer needed here. The servant remarked that he was right. He should go. After all, the patriarch was looking for him. The young man himself placed his cup of tea on the table and replied that no, he had told him to move to the Azure House. The protagonist, confused, asked when that was. Kina replied, last night. He nervously wondered what he had been thinking. The discussion was only about the Red Pentagon. Who had officially invited him to become a priest of the Azure faith? The boy replied that it didn't matter. He had accepted his offer to enter the Azure House, so he would remain here. Have the servant tell his father that he would be away for now. Kina nervously wondered if he had definitely used a holy spell on Shuri. What kind of power was that? And the heir was giving him a robe? Such a gift expressed an intent to possess. All 5 faiths were controlled by the Pope, and the Crown Prince was challenging papal authority? The boy remarked that he intended to receive his payment for his assistance in any case, but since he was so busy, he would simply stay here with him. The servants, horrified, thought that if the cardinal found out about this, the house would be turned upside down. Kina said that if he wanted, he would also help him win the gold, azure, and black pentagons. He could count on him to suppress the gold priests and send the azure ones to the demon's execution. Did they agree on that? MC replied with displeasure that he could manage, so he should leave him alone. The guy exclaimed with displeasure, why? He said he would train him. He wouldn't leave until he fulfilled his part of the deal. He lay down on the floor and said that he might try to kick him out. The protagonist nervously asked, was he a complete idiot? He just used him. Now let him get out of here. Kina replied, Let him say what he wants. He fulfilled his obligations, and now he wants what he promised. MC said he would do it later. Right now he was busy. Now let him get out before he changes his mind. He asked in confusion. Is he going to withdraw the offer? Okay, he'll wait. The protagonist noted that he was withdrawing. He already had a student who listened to him much better. Kina asked who that could be. He pointed with a smile and asked what he thought. He was talking about Shuri, of course. The boy furiously asked if he could prove his superiority right now. Would he teach him? MC replied with a smile that it depended on how he did it. Sometime later, in the Holy Seas ballroom, the Azure House was provided with different food and updated rooms, which surprised the other residents of the mansion. Relai mused that he hadn't expected to put Team Isaac in first place. By what criteria did the Holy See reward them? Leon called out to him and remarked that he should be happy that the Azure House had won. They hadn't seen him in a while. He heard he was rapidly approaching rank 9. That was impressive for his age, but the Azure House patriarch clearly had a headache. The only one suitable for the job was him, and his time was limited. He apologized for that. Even if his lifespan weren't at stake, wouldn't the role of patriarch be too much? Besides, he couldn't even have children. But he has such amazing nephews. The patriarch must be proud of them. Let him allow him this little privilege. He's the third child, but still a member of his house, and yet he's so mercilessly lost in the presence of the royals and other guests. Relai thought he was an excellent reader of people. They probably already know about the curse of House Eshua, but that's okay. He wasn't mistaken. He truly has no intention of becoming patriarch, as long as he doesn't harm Isaac. Suddenly, Leon approached the protagonist and asked with a smile what interesting thing he was supposed to show him. He never saw it, after all. The protagonist replied with a smile that it was the way he smashed his son. Well, did he enjoy watching? Shuri, hearing this, asked in horror why he was acting like this towards the Crimson House. They're literally on the lookout for the Skeleton King's spies, so they're especially biased against House Eshua. Leon remarked that he'd expected more from the Azure House. It seemed to have acquired interesting skills. He didn't know why, but he sensed dark mana emanating from it. MC, without showing it, wondered if he was using a holy spell called detection. He remarked that he must have forgotten that he had swallowed a fragment of the Demon King as a child. If watching him teach his son a lesson hadn't entertained him enough, did he want him to continue the fun in the Golden Pentagon? Kina nervously wondered if he was going to beat up the Golden Cardinal's son next. Leon asked if he could find out what he wanted in return this time. The protagonist replied that it was nothing supernatural. He wanted to see the demons who obeyed the Skeleton King. Let him give him the key to their prison. The Cardinal began to leave, replying that he could do so if he returned safely. The only question was, would he succeed? They'll all disappear into the Golden Pentagon. MC was perplexed, wondering what this bastard was talking about. One of the Azure members, holding a piece of paper, exclaimed that they'd received a mission from the Golden Pentagon, an expedition. Leon noted that the Golden Pentagon intended them to complete missions that Helen had failed in various zones. Aren't they curious as to where the Azures would go? To Kraziandi, the Arcana Empire. Shuri nervously wondered if this was the Helen Empire's main enemy. They wanted to send them to a country that would surely jump at the chance to kill priests? People were horrified, saying it was right next to the demonic lands. Were they completely insane, sending them there? Various paladins and their troops had been kidnapped in those parts recently. The one responsible for this was the high-ranking demon who had eaten many priests in the Golden Pentagon 14 years ago. This zone is still closed, and the investigation has reached a dead end. Leon looked at the protagonist and remarked that it was a pitiful sight. He shouldn't be so scared. He had the power to change the location. Shuri exclaimed excitedly. Just let him ask. MC turned and asked, will he change the location for them? Sometime later, Riley arrived at the Azure Estate and told Goal everything. He added that if they didn't call it off immediately, he would leave no stone unturned. His brother replied, let him calm down. His father said the same and threw a tantrum. That is, an official protest. He nervously wondered if the Holy Seas bastards were specifically targeting Isaac. Goal noted that his father had already left, so everything would be changed accordingly. The situation was under control. They couldn't give the students a task that would affect diplomacy. This was simply a warning to them not to get too cocky. He also didn't want Shuri to perish there. Suddenly, William ran in, reporting bad news. The young master had already confirmed the mission. A little earlier, the protagonist, with a wild grin, had said he thought it would be fun. Why would he change anything? Sometime later, in Backfield, the land of demons, a demon flew to the demoness Ash and reported everything he knew. She asked if he had failed to kill the saint. He bowed his head in horror and begged for forgiveness. The girl said it didn't matter. The main goal was to wreak havoc there. Seeing the power of their great king was enough for them. They had managed to secretly smuggle a magical item through the barrier of the Holy Empire, once considered impenetrable. His Majesty is truly omnipotent. This meager fraction of his power is staggering in its might. The demon said he had sensed his power during the ordination, the power of the great skeleton king. Ash asked in shock, did he sense the power of a great demon king in a crazed brat who ate a piece of his dazzling lord? He replied that it was true. He'd heard he'd been initiated and was now undergoing training. The girl nervously said they couldn't do anything because he'd been confined to his family's territory until now, but now he'd finally come out of his shell. Soon he'd be heading off to the trials of gold and azure. What a perfect opportunity to throw a festival where the young priest and the demons hunted each other. Just a sliver of his abilities had granted them such immense power. She wondered how much stronger they could become if they absorbed a piece of his flesh. She wanted to taste the azure baby. She was practically dying of impatience. Sometime later, in the Holy Mansion, the students discussed the mission assigned to the azure team. They were talking about how the Golden House was truly determined to finish them off. The mages will kill the students instantly. Shuri, hearing this, thought nervously. Everyone thinks they're going to their deaths. Not a single soul believes they'll succeed. But the worst part is, the paladins are completely ignoring their team. This means they'll be in danger the moment they leave the Empire. Demons and bandits demanding ransom will attack them the moment they cross the border. Suddenly, the protagonist nearby irritably said that the bastards were ridiculous. Why weren't any of them joining their team? Shuri exclaimed that it was all his fault. This wasn't just a difficult mission. They were sending them to their deaths. Didn't he see how their men were writing wills? Did he even know what happened 14 years ago? During the Golden Pentagon, the Azure team, which included Uncle Riley, was wiped out. MC thought he couldn't believe that this dog of a cardinal was using such cheap tricks. He'd turn them inside out if they refused the mission, and they'd die if they accepted. But screw it. No one would dare look at them askance if they succeeded. Besides, a mission involving an empire of arcanes and high-ranking demons practically meant a mana-core factory. Shuri exclaimed that they could still choose a paladin. They had a chance. They needed the first ones no matter what. From the Royal Knights, suddenly, Count Malik approached them, saying that the first paladins had been chosen by the Gold team. Besides, his son and his friends had decided to join their team. He shouldn't have sent him to the Azure team anyway, driven by his past glory. MC replied with a smile that it was very short-sighted of him. They'd shun him if they succeeded. Suddenly, he noticed several paladins and wondered where these handsome men came from. Shuri exclaimed joyfully, let him intercept the second paladins. The protagonist began to negotiate and chose the fourth paladins. Afterward, he happily noted that he had contracted with the strongest guys. The protagonist reflected on how the fourth paladins, aka the Black Sheep, had never really taken root in the Holy Empire and were humiliatingly used as messengers. Although they surpassed the Royal Knights in skill, they despised the clergy. Eli asked with displeasure, let him explain what was going on in his head. He thought he looked furious. The Skeleton King's spirit noted that he hadn't had that expression on his face, even when he was destroying the house. The MC considered giving him the answer he wanted. He explained with a smile that if he had asked for another mission, he would have tarnished the honor of House Eshua, and he didn't want that to happen. Eli furiously asked, he of all people dares talk about honor? Why would he, a user of dark mana, lie and refer to honor? Did he really think he didn't know? He left him alone because he held a special place in his heart, but he couldn't trust him anymore. The protagonist replied that he truly despised the Demon King so much that he wanted to kill him. He lost his parents and was cursed because of that damn Skeleton King. Not to mention that the entire Azure House was looked down upon because they couldn't defeat him. He couldn't sleep at night from humiliation. He would destroy the Demon King. The reason he was using the Skeleton King's powers was to exploit the fake Skeleton King's weaknesses. He intended to kill the fake king with his own hands, and he would do anything to achieve this goal. He must protect the House of Eshua. If he forgot about honor and cling to his pathetic life, then House Eshua would continue to live in shame and eventually sink into oblivion. Eli smiled and remarked that he had always said he shouldn't sacrifice himself for their house, but he still believed he was one of them. He could fail the mission, just let him return alive along with all his comrades. If he returned safe and sound, he would officially proclaim him his successor. MC, overjoyed but trying not to show it, thanked him. A few days later, in the outskirts of the capital, the protagonist smiled and pointed to the side and remarked that they should meet the knights in this town. Shuri exclaimed, they'll do anything to return home. The skeletal demon spirit said he had inquired about the demon from 14 years ago. She was the demoness with the Western Army. She wasn't one of the 14, but perhaps he knew her. She was quite cruel and had truly brutally devoured the young cadets. The protagonist wondered if the bastards had broken the rules he'd set for them. They'd see. He'd definitely give them a hard time. The spirit warned him to be careful, as it hadn't yet regained its full strength. At that moment, Ash, hiding behind a tree, saw him and said with a smile that she'd found him. Sometime later, in the Crown Prince's palace, Chablis asked if Isaac had chosen the fourth paladins. The servant reported that he hadn't shown any interest in the knights he'd sent. Perhaps he still had a keen eye. The Crown Prince replied that, on the contrary, he thought he knew his stuff. The knight commander he'd sent was a half-spirit, meaning he was extremely weak against demons. The young man asked in horror, Cylon, a half-spirit? He'd sent him to test Isaac? Chablis replied that he hadn't. Although he's having a hard time with demons, at his level, he'd still be a great asset. but he chose evil spirits instead? That's very interesting. Every member of the squad is half demon. The servant said those men were impossible to control. They were throwing clerics to the demons. At that moment, at the meeting place of the Azure team, Derek, the squad leader, angrily slammed the table and exclaimed, "Why aren't they here yet? It's been 4 hours. Do they really want to fight the 4th Paladins?" Another guy suggested that maybe he heard about the rumors and decided to mock them. Another squad member remarked that the Azures are known for their punctuality, so it's not out of the question. Derek nervously called them pious bastards when suddenly the protagonist appeared right next to him. After greeting him, he asked why they were late. The squad leader said he'd heard his kind were always punctual. Did he even know what time it was? MC replied that they'd been attacked by bandits, and he'd even broken his arm. It seemed someone had tipped them off. He'd gotten here as quickly as he could. It would have been rude to keep him waiting too long. Derek nervously replied that they had to be on time anyway. He wondered, really? Did he really think he was too good for them? Derek wondered if they didn't need them. They had nothing to gain here. They'd be happy to return. The protagonist asked, if they were so happy, then why had they waited for them for 5 hours? If everything were as he said, they would have left long ago. Why were they still here? Besides, they were armed to the teeth for a simple escort mission. They were going to use them as bait to find their missing comrade, weren't they? If they really didn't want to escort them, then their paths would part here. Derek furiously shouted at him to shut up. Knight Hallock told him this. The damn bastard must have assigned him to ruin their mission. Shuri wondered if that was their 4th uncle's fake name. Was he somehow involved? Derek angrily exclaimed that they couldn't get to Krasiandi without them. He'd take them with him, even if he had to chop off their legs. Derek drew his sword and was about to strike when MC, emitting the incredibly powerful aura of a demon king, ordered him to sheath his weapon. The boy stopped nervously and wondered if he couldn't resist his order, but he was just a child. The spirit noticed that demonic blood flowed through them, so he couldn't do anything against him. The protagonist mused with a smile that it was a demonic instinct to listen to someone stronger. That's why he chose these guys. When Derek sheathed his sword, he said with a smile that it was time for them to go now. Shuri, perplexed, asked how they were going to go anywhere with them if they just nearly killed each other. The MC replied that they needed each other, so they weren't going anywhere. Rescuing everyone who'd been kidnapped and killing all the demons involved, those were their goals. It didn't matter to him if they ended up saving their comrades too. Derek asked if he meant he'd chosen them because he knew about his missing friends. The protagonist inquired, "What's that all about?" The squad leader exclaimed that they'd follow him. He remarked that he'd known it. One of the squad asked, "So what now? Does he have a plan?" Evil spirits can't be trusted. They'll abandon them. Does he know why they're performing menial duties? In an instant, one of the demon squad went berserk and tried to grab the guy. He broke free and screamed that they couldn't trust them. The protagonist hit him on the back of the head and told him to pull himself together. He immediately came to his senses, apologized, and added that he'd never flipped so quickly before. He felt as if something was squeezing his head, and he couldn't hold on. Another guy suggested that perhaps he was under the influence of Krasiandi's proximity. The half-demon joyfully remarked that he'd never reverted to human form so quickly. He'd transformed with just one kick. He was simply incredible. The MC, with a mischievous smile, thought, of course, he'd orchestrated it all. He remarked that if everyone was ready, it was time for them to move. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed the fledgling in his sack and said it was playing dead. The spirit added that the little one was putting on an act. Suddenly, the fledgling, under the demon's control, said that the Bloodlord had been extremely cruel, sending him to that wretched priest. The protagonist wondered if one of the great demons had sent him. After some time, he went deeper into the forest, after which the spirit erected a barrier. He began to wonder if the Bloodlord was one of his servants, now locked away by the Holy Throne. Apparently, he heard about him and sent his underling to establish contact. He also clearly decided to hide the fact that he was the Demon King from these small fry. MC squeezed his hand tighter and asked what information he had for him. The fledgling replied that there was no information for the saint. Oh well, he'll tell you. The Demon King he met, she sent him to interfere with his ordination. The protagonist asked with displeasure, the one who slipped him the fake? The fledgling agreed and added that she smuggled in the device and instructed her servants to kill the saints. It was all Ash. After absorbing the Skeleton King's powers, she became powerful enough to overcome the barrier of the Holy Helen Empire. The Bloodlord said he'd rather face the chopping block than ever meet a demoness named Ash. Sharing such valuable information with that saint is wrong. The Bloodlord believes this Skeleton King is an imposter. He was captured after he told everyone that this Demon King was a fake. Isn't he a moron? He also heard that he absorbed a fragment of the great Skeleton King. Ash is probably sitting and waiting for him to set foot on her territory. Let him come back if he values his life. The protagonist released the chick and told it to come to him and tell him that he heard his message. At that moment, Shuri found him and asked where he was wandering. They were looking for him everywhere. He was proud of him. After all, he ordered food for them from the local tavern. MC was perplexed, thinking about what food. Suddenly, Ash approached them and, disguised as a little girl, said that they prepared this to serve them in times of need. Let them help themselves to her food. He thought with a mischievous smile. He thought she would wait, but she came herself. After some time, the priests began to say that Isaac was overdoing it. At that moment, the protagonist himself began to harass Ash, dissatisfied with the food she was bringing. He angrily exclaimed that it was too salty. He hates the way she breathes, so let her stop breathing. Derek angrily said that their master, Isaac, had told her. So why was she making him repeat himself? The girl nervously wondered. Were these bastards crazy? Why were they on his side? She needed to get rid of them first. She handed over a board with plates and told the paladins to help themselves, as they must be tired. The squad captain replied that he had hired them. They weren't eating his food. Ash remarked that the city was only safe when they were healthy. She did it for them. Let them at least try. The MC asked if she wanted to eat it herself. How else would they know if the food was poisoned? At that moment, the priest exclaimed in displeasure that they were perfectly fine. Why is he being so rude to her? He has no right to treat her like this. They will prove her innocence. Several guys grabbed plates, tried the food, and immediately collapsed to the ground. The protagonist smiled and remarked that things were much easier now. He was going to beat them up anyway. The spirit asked if he needed to call a spirit for purification. He replied that he should leave them alone. They needed to learn their lesson. Suddenly, the spirit exclaimed that this poison turns holy mana into dark mana. MC, overjoyed, asked, is he sure? It actually turns disgusting holy mana into magnificent dark mana. The spirit agreed and added, it's a parasitic poison. He wondered if this meant he could build a dark mana farm in the Holy Empire. At that moment, Ash transformed into her true form and exclaimed that he was powerless. The protagonist wondered if he was powerless? This thing turns everyone into mana batteries. The girl added with a smile that if he wanted them to live, he should follow her. She would give him an antidote. He lunged forward and tried to strike, but Ash jumped aside and began calling him again. Derek exclaimed that they would come with him. MC replied that he would go alone. He couldn't leave these guys unprotected. They would only survive if they shared their mana with them. The boy was moved by his words and exclaimed that they would definitely take care of these priests. The protagonist set off, wondering how much more he could gather later. After a while, it was already dark. Ash smiled and said that he was a brave fool for coming here all alone. He replied that she was talking about absorbing these people, not even realizing who he is. Let her kneel. Instantly, the image of the Demon King flashed before her eyes. The girl involuntarily began to follow the order and, in wild shock, wondered where the brat had gotten the king's mana. It must be because he ate a piece of him. Suddenly, Ash rushed forward and shouted, let our king just wait. She would cut him open and free him. MC instantly pinned her to the ground, and creating several huge fireballs, declared her a fool. He would show her who her king was. After a while, the spirit exclaimed in admiration that it was only 5th tier magic, but with the power of the 7th circle. Indeed, combining holy and dark mana, a stroke of genius. He thought he had reached new heights. This must be why the gods didn't want to make him human. At that moment, the girl called out to him in horror. The protagonist clapped his hands and asked, was that too much? Ash immediately came to her senses, buried her head in the ground, and exclaimed she had made a terrible mistake. Let her give him the antidote. He replied that everything was fine. Let her return the paladins she stole. She only had 1 minute, and most importantly, he needed proof to get perfect results in this pentagon. Missing paladins wouldn't be enough. He needed proof that he had defeated the demon. 2 days later, Shuri, sitting in the tavern, nervously asked what had happened to Isaac. Derek noticed that he was wearing a tracking device, so he shouldn't worry too much. The master wouldn't be so easily broken. The guy excitedly said that something had definitely happened. The mages had gone searching many times, often too formally. They knew better than him that they usually didn't act like that. Derek noted that there were traces of blood where they thought he had passed, but that didn't mean he was dead. At that moment, MC entered the bar and noted that he had returned. He put the bag on the table and said that the antidote was here. Shuri, perplexed, asked what was in there. The protagonist replied that it was something extremely important and should be kept safe. He opened the bag and saw a demon's head, after which he screamed furiously. Isaac, with a calm face, explained that it was the kidnapper's head. This was evidence that would guarantee them a top score at the Pentagon. Derek anxiously asked what about their missing comrades. The protagonist replied that they were heavy, so he hid them in the bushes nearby. Let them run after them. At that moment, one of the squad entered and shouted that the missing comrades had returned. MC, smiling, said that he had just taken a stroll and brought back the kidnapper's head. Shuri, in shock, exclaimed that he had gone alone to the Mage Lands. He wondered what the most important thing was for him to say the right thing. The protagonist, smiling, explained that they must have heard they were going on a mission, so they were clearly planning to steal them and strike a deal with the Holy Empire. Like, they were the ones who saved them from the demons. Yeah, the woman who poisoned them was a mage. She wanted to poison the priests and sell the arcana to the Empire because they were so valuable. Seriously, how could anyone do that to other people? She backed out when he said he'd report everything to the Holy See. She was running away from the child. Dad must be really scary, huh? Anyway, he asked where the paladins were kept. Apparently, that was common knowledge. She even knew about a secret route known only to mages. Luckily, the paladins were still being kept as emergency rations, and no one had eaten them, so he got them out. Didn't they trust him? He could show everything. Shuri asked with a smile, Who cares what really happened there? But that was too reckless. Going alone could have ended badly. MC replied that he couldn't help himself. Better this than fighting mages. It would have been even more trouble if they'd had to deal with them. As a keeper of the faith, he couldn't allow that. Derek exclaimed admiringly that he truly was a man of faith. Shuri remarked that at least he was okay. The mages who had gone looking for him were genuinely worried that he had been kidnapped. The protagonist, perplexed, asked, were the bastards worried about the priest? At that moment, the mages themselves entered the bar, one of whom said he was too cruel. They came worried that demons had caught him, not to humiliate him. MC thought this was nonsense. What kind of down-at-heel morons were these? They came to sniff out manticores. One of the mages, smiling, said they were asking for his cooperation in their investigation. They had received complaints about a demon. He replied that he hadn't seen one. The man remarked that he sensed a manicore nearby. The protagonist replied that that couldn't be true. It had to be one of their cores. That made sense. Are demons that common? Do they really think a student like him could defeat one? The mage said he believed the student would never survive an encounter with a demon. But how could that be? Halak definitely said one would be here. Shuri heard this and wondered, confused, if they were talking about the fourth uncle again. Or maybe they were just namesakes? The name isn't uncommon. MC said he needed to rest and let him sort things out. Shuri nervously exclaimed that they hadn't finished. Let him give him a clear answer. Sometime later, the protagonist came to a small house in the forest where Ash was sitting. He opened the door and noted with a smile that now it was time to sort this out. 2 days ago, the girl asked him what he meant by proof. The protagonist asked that the one who absorbed the Azure trainees 14 years ago wasn't her, right? It's unlikely that such a weakling would have done it. Even if it had happened 14 years ago, she couldn't have defeated Rylai. If he brought them her head, they would simply think he was trying to deceive them. So let her get him proof. He needs a head for the Holy Throne. MC said he didn't think she'd actually bring back the culprit's head. Apparently she wasn't a complete idiot. She'd gotten through. Ash, horrified, said he'd known who it was all along. He asked with a smile why the woman and the monster accompanying her thought he didn't even know that. But why had his informant said it was her? Ash explained that 14 years ago, her sister had sent her monster to hunt and fed it to priests. MC wondered if they were related, but they must have been confused due to their similar energies. And yet, she was related to the one who devoured the Relay group all those years ago. He said he needed more information. What did the demon hierarchy look like these days? Ash replied that the fake skeleton king controlled the real demons of the Ninth Circle. He ordered the demons to kill the saint and gather the demon king's forces, because he was weakened by fighting the gods. The protagonist inquired what the gods were doing now. She replied that she knew little about it, but they had likely suffered heavy damage as well, and were remaining silent for now. He thought that was odd. Perhaps the self-destruction had done more damage than he realized? Such abominations would never remain silent for 150 years. Shouldn't they be scouring the world for his soul? They couldn't have failed to notice that the insect they had trapped him in was empty. He couldn't believe that their most powerful sacred spell had simply failed. Even if they hadn't noticed his soul leaving, they certainly wouldn't have missed that the seal had become empty at some point. MC asked with a mischievous smile, so there was another soul in there then? He wondered if it was a supreme being with dark mana, or another catastrophe, like the Skeleton King, or perhaps another god. That sounded intriguing. He would have to check it out. The protagonist inquired, "What, Ash? She'll return to the demons and be their eyes and ears." After a while, Derek and the others began to joyfully thank him. One of them wondered how they could repay him. He'd even saved their children. Suddenly, the squad leader exclaimed that the answer was clear. Instantly, the entire squad knelt down, and the guy shouted that he, 7th-ranked Knight Derek, and the others would go wherever he ordered them. MC was surprised to think that he hadn't expected that. He even got these handy soldiers for free. They have connections all over the continent, so they have good intelligence and mobility. Getting that much after saving only 11 people is a very good deal. Suddenly, he noticed a small child, the youngest prince of the Hyberius Empire, and wondered in surprise that there was a small child there too. Derek asked, "Don't you know this child?" He'd be very surprised. Hyberius himself greeted him, introduced himself, and thanked him for saving him. The protagonist, shocked beyond words, wondered if these mages had come here because their prince had been captured. The youngest prince smiled and said he thought everyone in the Helon Empire was a scoundrel, but there are people like him. He really is a fine man, especially compared to the bastards from the Holy See, who sent them, novice priests, to rescue a group of true saviors, the knights. Compared to them, he's truly pious. Please, let him repay him. MC, with a mischievous smile, asked if he could help him with something. After a while, a servant reported to Here that the Azure team had entered Kresiandi and added that they had been unable to continue tracking them because of the mages, but all the trainees had entered their mission area. He replied that he thought they wouldn't even reach the border because of the knights, and yet they had managed to get there. The servant guessed that Isaac had gone alone. Hirai noted that he hadn't been able to tame the evil spirits. Even they had given up, so it was no surprise. He would never complete the mission, and there was even less chance of him returning unharmed. The young man agreed with a smile adding that they had made it so he couldn't enter the Holy Empire again. The patriarch reflected on what Ishua's fourth son had told him. He would properly entertain his nephews if they entered his mission zone. Knowing his methods, he would surely enlist the help of mages to destroy them all. The servant asked if he considered the possibility that the crown might help Isaac. He seemed interested in him. Here replied that he didn't. The crown currently lacked the resources for that. Crescendi is territory that the Holy Empire and the Arcane Empire are fighting over. If they do anything that causes conflict there, it will surely become an even greater problem for them. If he really succeeds in the task, let them make sure he doesn't return to Helan. He can already see the shame of the Azure. Currently, the protagonist said with a wicked smile that he must be thinking that, so he needs to humiliate him. He brought the prince to the bar and exclaimed, let him present his secret weapon to expose the Holy See. This is the youngest prince of the Arcana Empire. Shuri exclaimed in wild shock. He's crazy. What has he done? Who introduces the prince of an enemy country as if he's the neighbor's child? Hiberius laughed and replied, that's why he hides his identity. He surprised them. MC, with a furious face, said that the Holy See is now out of luck. They didn't just save the knights. The first rule of politics is to make your opponent indebted. Just saving this prince means the Magic Empire is deeply in their debt. Hiberius remarked that, as expected, he's an excellent strategist. Shuri wondered in disbelief. Was he crazy too? He wondered if he wanted to announce that they'd rescued the Arcane Empire's prince and returned triumphant. The protagonist replied that he shouldn't tell anyone anything yet. That's why he'd gathered them all here. The Gold Ones had probably set traps to thwart their mission. What would happen if the prince fell into one of them? Hiberius exclaimed in admiration. As expected, he's amazing. He's ready to jump into fire if he wants to. MC, with a wicked smile, said that now they'd give the gold bastards a huge slap in the face. Would they lure not only them, but also the Arcane Empire's prince into a trap? They'd definitely start investigating who was behind this, both the sacred and magical empires. And how shocked would the Gold Ones be, having done all this? Shuri said he understood what he was talking about, but Cardinal Barrett wasn't the type to leave evidence pointing to him. The protagonist replied that it was no big deal. He had an accomplice. The guy exclaimed in shock. He's going to use the mages? He replied that they would be in an awkward position because they had treated him unfairly, but a direct fight could lead to diplomatic problems. Ultimately, there would be an explosion. At that moment, all the priests felt a slight earthquake and looked out the window where a huge column of smoke was billowing. MC shouted that whoever struck first wins. They dared to covet his mana core, so let them die. At that moment, the mages stood in horror at the epicenter of the events, where the explosion occurred. One of them wondered if those were the Azure disciples. Had they attacked, knowing they were about to attack them? One of them gave the order to attack the priests. Suddenly, another mage saw the protagonist and stopped them. He pulled out the prince, who in turn shouted, do they even know who they're going to beat? The mages, in wild shock, began shouting, it's the Crown Prince! Why is he with these priests? Let him go to them, and let them take care of him. MC exclaimed that if they care about this child's life, let them give him everything they have. One of the mages mused that the Eshua are also known as the Fate of the Azure. This is the branch that is the most honest and most contemptuous of immorality, along with the White Ones. The Eshua follow a strict code of chivalry. They will not raise a weapon, even if a knife is held to their throat. But now it was the Eshua sword that was raised to the Crown Prince's neck. Why was the prince with them? And why were they holding him like that? He was capable of subduing several grown men. They must have something against him. They must help him. The mage shouted, let him calm down. They need to talk. MC replied that he would talk later, and that they should give him everything they had. At that moment, another mage walked around him from behind and extended his hand to the Crown Prince. Hibarus shouted furiously, asking what they were doing. Why weren't they saving him? And they still called themselves mages of the Great Arcana Empire. The man tried to reach him, but the Crown Prince climbed onto the protagonist's neck and shouted that it wouldn't help. He ordered them, as the Crown Prince of the Empire, to drop everything and get out of here. The mage nervously thought that he was the future of their empire. He didn't know what was going on, but they had to obey his command. He said he would do everything as he said. He would give everything, so let him free the prince. MC wondered if it was Manacor. He exclaimed that he would forgive them this time, given their sincerity, but he would inform the Empire of their attempt to attack them. The mage said it must be a mistake. They were simply hunting demons. The protagonist asked, were they hunting with a weapon designed to kill priests? Did they really want to return with the corpse of their prince? What were they even doing? After a while, the protagonist spread the mana cores around him on the bed and began screaming furiously. Hibarus marveled at his keen eyesight. The Arcane Empire's mana cores were on a completely different level from those of the Holy Empire. Did he appreciate the value of this? He didn't expect someone from the Holy Empire to appreciate it, but such talent from the Azure House, as expected of a faith that is unmatched in character. Let him tell him everything. He will highly praise Ashua when he returns. The MC replied that it sounded wonderful. Hibaris wondered if he had ever considered transferring to the Arcane Empire. They would be kind to him. At that moment, Shuri approached him, noting that he needed to tell him something. Was he really going to tell the Patriarch that it was their fourth uncle who brought the mages here? The protagonist agreed, adding that he needed to eliminate all competition. Shuri remarked that he'd be in big trouble if he was wrong. He didn't know because he'd never met him, but he really was an unusual person. If he did this without solid proof, he could die. MC said that bastard mage had previously called him Eshua's descendant. That fool already knew who they were. Shuri remarked that they simply stood out because of their appearance. He struck them quickly, saying they were ugly as hell, with hair the color of feces. Who would look at them and think they were Ashua? He knew who they were. They must have been Ashua's fourth child. There was no way those Arcana bastards could have known Ashua was among the trainees. Get a grip. His uncle tried to kill him. Does he really think his father will just let it go? He'll be furious. Shuri sighed and replied that he didn't know. How could he even know? MC, with a sly smile, said he knew. Azure, gold, the crown, and the holy throne. Everyone should have known by now. Meanwhile, in the Holy See, the Cardinal of Gold received news that the Azure team had returned alive. A man told them they were heading to the capital. Intelligence said there were even more of them, and they had also rescued hostages. The guy indignantly asked what the mages were even doing, and the Cardinal nervously gritted his teeth and thought that the fourth Ashua and the mages had done the impossible. They should have tried harder. This idiot not only didn't die, he completed the mission beyond the norm. The man said that the mages said they couldn't attack because the Prince of the Magical Empire was among those rescued by the Azure. The Cardinal froze, and his subordinate, shocked, asked what he had said. The man clarified that it was the last Prince of Arcane, Hiberius Britannia. Isaac Ashua also demanded an investigation into the mages, saying he intended to find out who tried to kill the prince. The Cardinal thought, so this is how he wants to play? With the prince involved, everything changed. They will definitely investigate thoroughly. Then not only will he be unable to do anything, but he could also be accused of attempting to murder the prince. Failures are pouring in, both with the son and with the father. Suddenly, another guy ran into the office and told the Cardinal that he had bad news. Patriarch Ashua had arrived in Berit and caused a scandal. He demands that his fourth son be brought immediately. The Cardinal bit his lip nervously. This news finished him off. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Holy Empire, Roman, having received the news, MC laughed out loud. His grandfather was absolutely furious when he received his letter that his fourth uncle had tried to kill him. He wiped away his tears and said that this was expected of his grandfather. True, he is unusual, but he never thought that he would interfere with the city pope. While he chuckled quietly, Asili knelt before him and said that she was deeply grateful to him. He had avenged her brother, who was killed 14 years ago. He looked at her in surprise. He didn't even know about it. He told her it was nothing and asked how the others were doing. She told him with a smile that they had the same reaction as the Patriarch, and Lord Guel was apparently disappointed about something. He screamed in rage. This madman was trying to kill not Isaac, but his own nephew? Rayleigh pointed out that Isaac was also his nephew, and he exclaimed that they had different hair colors. He responded that they differed not only in hair, and the chieftain ordered him to be silent. Hearing a strange sound, they turned around in surprise. Benjamin, in charge of finance, burned the fourth lord's right of inheritance, saying that he would receive nothing. Everything would go to social needs. MC thought it was such a waste. It would have been better if they had given it to him. Asili told him that all the descendants of Ashua were gathering for the new year, and frankly, it bothered her. It seems the fourth lord is trying to kill him. It seems he really intends to become the Patriarch. Isaac told her not to worry, he is not going to die. It is strange, of course. There should still be chaos among some others, but they seem calm. A letter flew in front of his face. He was very happy and said that he finally arrived. He tore the letter, and a magic summoning circle appeared on the ground, and MC noted with a smirk that he was in a hurry, even used a spell. Leon appeared from the circle. He walked up to him and grabbed him by the clothes, saying that he told him that he would show him something interesting. Isaac said that apparently his little prince was fine. He thought he would like it. Leon clenched his teeth in rage, then pulled himself together and let him go, asking with a smile what he was thinking. Bringing the prince here? He answered him that he did it to help him, and he smirked. Of course, at first he liked it. This was a rare opportunity to squeeze money out of these freaks. He sent him a letter asking for an investigation. Then everything was quite obvious. Probably the Pope and the fourth of Ashua, trying to make Isaac guilty. Isaac Ashua, thanks to this stupid little child, he will be able to bring the high houses of gold and azure to their knees. This is enough to stand against 14 demons and even more. But when he came to the prince, he ran into a difficulty. The prince asked discontentedly, "Is this how the Holy Empire conducts interrogations? They call themselves an empire, being such barbarians?" He lay down on the bed and began to act up, asking, "Does he not know his name? Where are his rights? Are all priests like this? How dare he talk about his brother Isaac? Isn't he ashamed? They, nobodies, dare ask him about the House of Azure? They are 10 years behind them." One of the interrogators lost his patience and said that he would kill him and go to the afterlife, but his brother stopped him. At that moment, the cardinal realized that this brat requested this interrogation to scare the gold ones, and he really didn't want House Ashua to suffer because of their fourth son. so he handed them a prince who didn't even think of cooperating. So the gold ones must go crazy. How dare he use them? Asili tensed and drew her sword, and Leon asked, he doesn't think he can get away with this, does he? He really hates to see his people go through such hardships. MC smiled and asked, isn't he satisfied? He even enjoys the pain of his people. Leon stared at him in surprise, then smiled and said that it was so strange. No one ever knew this about him. He released his heavy aura, a pressure fell on Elise, causing her to fall, and Leon asked, was this what the Cardinal of Azure told him? It's not hard for him to make one student disappear. He wonders who blabbed. Isaac said with a serious face that if he enjoyed it, then let him pay. He grinned and extended his hand asking, do they study anything in their house except quick ways to die? Asili was afraid for Isaac and told him to run, but there was nothing dangerous. MC snatched something from the Cardinal's hand, causing him to smile, and thanked him. This payment was more than enough. Asili was finally able to get up. Seeing that it was just some kind of token, she calmed down. Leon said he was curious about something. Did he really defeat that monster? There's no way the student could have done it. He answered with a smile that it was a trade secret. He supposes it's natural for them to be curious, since their house is so bad with monsters. Unlike the faith of the Azure, that's why his son lost. Leon smiled and left, mentally calling him an impudent boy, and he waved goodbye. Asili immediately ran up to him and worriedly asked, is he okay? Why is every other red so unpleasant? He told her that it was because the red house had been led by psychos many times. She asked what he gave him, and he said it was a token that would guarantee him passage into the dungeons of the Holy See. In his mind, he added that with this, he would be able to meet his servants. Sometime later, in the Gold Pentagon, the supervisory board, everyone began discussing which team would take the king of this Pentagon, and everyone was rooting for the gold team. When they mentioned that the Reds lost to the Azure team, Leon smiled irritably. The students came out to the stadium. The Azure team was the first, and everyone was excited at the sight of Isaac. One guy from his team began cursing him in his mind. How many times had he almost died because of this idiot? MC said he saw their faces. Let them smile. They all immediately plastered on saintly smiles, and the spectators cheered enthusiastically, their attention shifting to the golden team. They confidently walked into the stadium and grinned, thinking about the Azure. They recovered a lost Imperial relic from a hostile state with the help of Kina. That's what truly matters to the Holy Empire. And they were in the lands of the mages? That's all nonsense. Do they think anything will change because they brought back a bunch of rescued people? Let them use their heads. Stupid Azure kids. The judge addressed all the cadets and other guests of the Golden Pentagon, asking them to stand. The results of the Golden Pentagon will be announced by His Majesty the Emperor himself. Alexander walked out with his son to applause, and the guests were greatly surprised by his presence. Does the Emperor often attend award ceremonies? So, this Pentagon truly is significant, since he will personally announce the results. The guys from the gold team bowed to him, thinking they had returned the treasure, which is why the emperor himself was present. The judge announced the beginning of the judging ceremony, and the audience screamed with delight. The treasure returned by the white team were lost books that had spread far and wide. The red team returned a holy sword created 300 years ago by the brilliant swordsmith Arte. The treasures were presented to the emperor, and the guests remarked that Arte's creations are still valuable to this day. The cadets of the stream are impressive. Last year there weren't so many items. A servant brought out the next treasure, and the judge said it was amazing. The gold team had returned an imperial treasure stolen hundreds of years ago. This jewel had been passed down from generation to generation, a necklace stolen by barbarians. Shuri was surprised. Now he understood why His Imperial Majesty was here. Alexander glanced at the treasure and said that it was truly impressive. It was passed down to future generations and worn at weddings, but barbarians stole it during his grandfather's time. He thought it would be impossible to see it again, but they managed to get the necklace back. The gold team is incredibly capable. They were overjoyed to hear praise from the emperor himself, and then began to laugh at the Azure team, saying that this is exactly what made them different. Shuri mentally called them annoying idiots, and finally, it was their team's turn. The Azure team returned the entire team of paladins kidnapped by demons in Carciadia. The guests were surprised, only amazed that they were able to return at all. The guy from the gold team smirked, saying that they only had a pathetic handful of rescued people, and the judge exclaimed that, besides, they defeated the monster that killed their students 14 years ago. They managed to defeat the monster the mages were fighting, and even rescue their people, thereby healing the wound inflicted on the Empire 14 years ago. He almost burst into tears of joy, and the members of the gold crew were a little nervous, but not upset, trying to convince themselves that the Imperial treasure was still more valuable. But the Azure crew didn't stop there. They also rescued the Crown Prince of the Arcane Empire, Hiberius Britannia. This news already stunned them. The judge was so excited that he scattered all the papers and exclaimed that they, the Holy Hellen Empire, had demanded the Arcane Empire's rightful payment for saving the life of Prince Hiberius, namely, the return of the item they had once stolen from them, and the waiver of tolls for their citizens crossing the mages' lands. And the Arcane Empire accepted their demands. The spectators roared in delight, and the emperor rose and solemnly declared that the results they had brought him were so stunning that he was speechless. These cadets had restored glory to the Hellan Empire and brought concrete benefits that their people would feel. Imperial treasures and legendary artifacts sing of the greatness of their empire, but to him, the lives of their people were of far greater value. The Azure team had saved not only their paladins, but literally the lives of countless citizens, and even the prince of another country. The gold team realized they had failed, and the emperor said that their souls mattered more than anything in the world. Isn't this what their holy Hellan Empire existed for? To protect the souls of its subjects? Taking care of international trade issues would also undoubtedly save countless lives. Of course, the supervisory board, which judged the unprecedented results of this year's Golden Pentagon, came to the same conclusion as he did. He looked at them, and they realized they could not contradict him. The man cleared his throat and said that while the imperial treasures brought back by the Golden Team were certainly astounding, the Azure Team's achievements were beyond compare. Such a feat was unheard of for the students. Moreover, it was further confirmation of the Azure House's mission as clerics. Protecting the weak and devoting oneself to the people are the primary requirements for believers. Meanwhile, the other teams had brought back items of purely material value. Whether intentional or not, the Azure Team had rendered excellent service to the Empire and its people. Kina clenched his fists nervously, thinking that Isaac would never have done all this if he hadn't expected such a result. He had brought back their people, so they had no choice but to reward the Azure Team. Everything was according to his plan. The Emperor said it was now time to announce the results. This year's students had once again proven their exceptionalism. One team even stood firm in the face of the unimaginably difficult task of rescuing people. Their achievements would be a shining example not only for their colleagues, but also for their predecessors. He waved his hand and solemnly declared that the Pentagon of Gold belonged to the Azure Team. MC smiled, and the others began to hug each other with joy. Sometime later, in the Azure Team dorm, Eli walked down the hallway and thought about his beloved grandson. He told him to just come back alive, but he outdid himself. Maybe he really is capable of becoming a saint and bringing glory to the Azure House. His personality has serious downsides, but a little discipline and it will work. He walked into their room with a smile and found Isaac giving them a lesson. He chuckled and said that the air was complete nonsense. They just need to be good at talking. They can talk about how they care for their comrades and recite sacred passages. A couple of simple actions, and the patriarch will carry them in his arms. He laughed and told them not to worry about the king of the Azure Pentagon. He was sure his grandfather would give it to them, no matter what. This is what invincibility feels like. Shuri and the others got really nervous when they saw the patriarch, and MC asked why they suddenly went silent. He turned around to check what was going on and saw his enraged grandfather, got really scared and realized he screwed up. Eli sternly said that it looks like it's too early to decide on his successor. Discipline clearly didn't help him. Isaac got nervous and thought that those idiots should have told him when he arrived. After that, his grandfather punished him. He screamed in rage and threw his pillow on the floor, then exclaimed, "And he singled him out for all this harsh training? He lured him with treasures so he would stumble? Is it even fair to task him with making copies of 100 pages of books that are difficult to even read? What did he do wrong?" Whisper noted that he said all those terrible things to his face. He has no choice. He said he would give him a low score if he didn't do all this. He wants to lose? It's all his fault. MC cursed, and an idea came to him. Actually, there was a way out. His uncle arrived with his grandfather. He immediately ran to him and used a foul move. He threw himself into his arms and looked up at him with tear-stained eyes, which immediately made him tense up and ask who made him cry. He'll blow their heads off. He said that he thinks his grandfather hates him. Maybe he should leave this house. Whisper almost threw up from this, and Riley crouched down to match his nephew's face and worriedly asked what happened. He told him that his grandfather told him that he should leave and that he didn't deserve it. His grandfather really said all that. Only Isaac took it out of context. He kept crying, and Riley thought, why would his father do this? Is he trying to strengthen Isaac's resolve? His older brother and his wife were like parents to him. His world was empty when he lost them 10 years ago. That's why he was so happy when he found out that his nephew survived. He would do anything for this child, even sacrifice his life. MC whispered these words to him as if they were his thoughts, and Whisper asked, what was he doing? After that, Isaac said that he just wanted to pass the Azure Pentagon, become a righteous priest, and defeat the Skeleton King together with his uncle. He cried even harder and exclaimed that now Isaac would never be able to hit the Skeleton King on his bald head. And Whisper asked, was he completely crazy? Why was he talking about himself in the third person? These words reached the very heart of Relai. It was like an electric shock passed through him. He loved his nephew so much. He immediately stood up and told him not to worry. He would take care of everything. To hell with the Pentagon. He would make sure he got through this with his eyes closed. It was as easy as pie for him. After that, he ran off, telling him not to worry, and Whisper noted that the Azure Pentagon was tomorrow. Will Relai really figure everything out? He smiled and said that he was sure he could handle it. Besides, he had more urgent business. He needed to meet with his minions before the execution. The next day, in the dungeon, the guards checked his token and told him that he could see them in 14 days, and he thought he had so much power in his hands. He said the execution was in less than a month. Are they planning to let them meet when their heads roll on the scaffold? He will come in a week. The guard excitedly said that this is not negotiable. They need at least 10 days for the security procedure. Let him consider himself lucky. He was lucky to meet them at all. He said that then he would come in 5 days, and the guards exclaimed that they would not let him in. He said that in that case, he gave them 3 days, and then went to the window and said that he changed his mind and wanted to enter right now. The guard exclaimed that he could come tomorrow, not earlier. MC patted him on the shoulder and told them to work, and he thought, why did the patriarch give a token to this brat? Isaac left, and Whisper asked, wasn't he wanting to see them today? He answered him that something could be achieved by taking the king at today's Azure Pentagon. The best would be to see them tomorrow. They left the prison, and he said that Relai said that he would do everything for his favorite nephew, and Whisper asked again, favorite nephew? He told him to shut up. Now he wonders how easy the test will be this time. Whisper noted that they were talking about Relai. He's confident he'll replace it with something even a baby can handle. The day arrived, he came to the Pentagon, and the judge greeted everyone present, saying that the final task of the Azure Pentagon was to defeat 5 monsters. Everyone was overjoyed, because it would be a piece of cake. But MC didn't share their enthusiasm. Everyone immediately crowded around him, joyfully asking, did he make a deal with his family for them? They would definitely be able to pass the test. Shuri pointed at the arena and exclaimed that the monsters they had to defeat were all skeletons. Apparently, Riley took his nephew's words literally about wanting to hit the king's bald skull. Seeing Isaac, the skeletons were overjoyed. Their king had come to see them. He had come for them. Where had he been all this time? Their king had come to save them. Whisper remarked that this was fratricide, and these words made MC feel even worse, and he remembered his uncle with all his bad words. Skeletons, you can't even think about them without tears. They're weak, which is terribly stupid. No one cares about them, but everyone uses them. They are literally untouchable in the demon world. Priest trials, nobility training in martial arts, even children's parties. They are summoned everywhere and killed for fun. If they are killed by turning the undead, they immediately go to hell. They have to go back to the very beginning, to the very first level. Isaac did not escape this fate. He was very angry and began to curse the priests. How dare they summon these poor guys in front of him, the Skeleton King? One of the skeletons joyfully threw up his hands and asked where they were. His friend answered him that he had no idea, but the king was here. Meanwhile, Isaac's comrades were telling him to send them all to hell, and he got nervous. And Whisper said that the holy art is very simple, let him use it. MC answered him that he had died from this 1,000,000 times, and he wants to use it on these little ones? Is he out of his mind? Suddenly the skeletons joyfully pounced on him, shouting that their king had come for them. He got scared and screamed, and then the whole crowd pushed him to the ground and Shuri called out to him worriedly. The skeletons started hugging him and asking why he was gone for so long, but he finally came for them. He told them that he understood. They missed him, but they were heavy. Shuri asked in confusion, were they attacking him? His comrade assumed they were just trying to crush him, and Shuri said that he thought they were happy to see him. Hearing this, Isaac cursed and thought that if he was wrong, everyone would realize who he really was. He would simply drain their mana cores so they couldn't continue the fight, and then return them to them. The judge said that the trial was beginning, but that no one was allowed to interact with their mana cores. The participants needed to use Turn Undead to turn them into dust. His plan failed before it even began, and the Knight Captain winked at him and said he'd made it so that taking first place wouldn't be a problem. MC swore he'd destroy the entire house of Eshua, and the audience began discussing the challenge. It couldn't have been simpler. Dispel Undead was already an incredibly powerful art against practically all undead. They should have asked him to draw out their mana cores. Even a baby could handle that. Isaac cursed. He had no choice, so he pushed his subjects away and prepared himself, thinking, do they think he'll use that spell? He'll destroy them with other offensive arts. He felt very sorry for them. Any holy art would hurt them, but it was better this way than going to hell. Seeing the king looking at them, they rejoiced even more and asked what they should do. Let him just give them an order. They were so glad to see him. They were happy. It touched him deeply. He fell on his knees and said that he could not do it. His comrades were shocked. Shuri exclaimed that even a baby could handle this, and he answered with a sad look that he still couldn't. The skeletons, noticing his mood, worriedly approached him and asked why he wasn't moving. Did he have no mana? Maybe he wanted them to put him in the dragon flames to restore his mana? He indignantly shouted that he was now a man, not a skeleton, and quietly added that the fire would hurt him. The Knight Captain asked what he said, a man, not a skeleton? The people were surprised and exclaimed, does he really see people in skeletons? The man said that probably all these skeletons were once people. Is it hard for him to attack these former people? Maybe he wants to save them? As expected of the sacred Azure, humanity's fortress in the battle with demons. His faith is strong. MC didn't deny anything, and Shuri tiredly grabbed his head, thinking they were all crazy. He would never do something so good. He walked towards the skeletons and told Isaac to step aside. If he can't do it, he will. He was about to cast a spell, but MC stopped him with a punch to the face, after which he nervously glanced at the skeletons and thought that if someone used turn undead, these little ones would definitely go to hell. This cannot be allowed to happen, so he used something else under the guise of turning undead and created a huge glowing dome, blinding everyone present. People were surprised, because they had never seen this spell on such a large scale, and the skeletons joyfully raised their hands to the sky and asked, "What is this glowing thing? It's so beautiful." Isaac summoned a shadow lich and ordered it to hide them in its shadow, after which the lich covered them with itself, and the flash of light disappeared. Seeing that the skeletons were gone, the people exclaimed in surprise. He destroyed them all in one fell swoop? This is incredible. A priest's apprentice can't do this. He's already at the level of a bishop. He truly is the son of a saint. MC at this point shed a tear and swore that he would destroy each of them. Time passed, and Eli called his sons to discuss the situation. The Red Cardinal wants to steal Isaac from them. He's sure that at the offering ceremony he will summon an evil god. If some mediocre god had chosen him, he would have felt more at ease. Goal said that he would be shocked to know which god had chosen Isaac. Eli asked, "Is he worse than an evil god?" He confirmed this, and his brother's face turned pale, and their father cursed. How evil and rotten was the god that had come to him? Eli asked worriedly. "Will he summon the god of disaster?" Eli said, "That's why they needed to retrain him. He should be brought home soon." There was a knock at the door, and a man entered the office and told the patriarch that he had come from a meeting with young Master Isaac and was heading to the Holy See's dungeon right now. They all stared at him in shock. Then an ominous energy enveloped the patriarch, and he slowly stood up and asked why. He couldn't enter a dungeon run by the Reds, right? The man told him that the cardinal had given him a token granting him entry, and he furiously asked, "Is this red idiot luring children with such vile tactics? Does he really think he doesn't have the same tactics?" They were heading to the Holy See's dungeon immediately. Meanwhile, MC, devastated by the recent event, was heading there too. Hiding under his cloak, he began wandering under the wall and said that he felt as if he had been defiled and had to use turning out the undead. Whisper noted that in the end, everything worked out. He brought the reward from the Pentagon of Gold. He answered him that he had done so much for this. Of course he brought it. He took it out and Whisper asked, "All for a piece of thread?" He answered him that this thread gets rid of mana and helps those who are dependent on it. In his case, it will hide mana. Whisper laughed and asked, "So he's going to hide his essence in front of the entrance?" He asked, "Is there no one around?" He answered him that everything in his radius is clear, and he snapped his fingers, summoning a shadow lich and skeletons. Seeing the king again, they were very happy and said that they loved him so much, they thought they would never see him again. Isaac ordered the shadow lich to take them home, and they immediately became upset. They fell at his feet and began to beg him not to leave. They will do whatever he wants. Can't they stay with him? He exclaimed that they will be banished if they stay. After that, the Shadow Lich gathered all the skeletons, and MC sent him to carry out the order, sternly telling him to return them home safe and sound. Isaac decided to go to the prison, but suddenly felt someone grab his belt. One skeleton still managed to cling to it. He asked in surprise when he managed to do that, and the skeleton happily said that he couldn't lose it again. Whisper cursed. He hadn't noticed his mana because it was too weak. At that very moment, the guards called Isaac, and he nervously wondered how they had arrived so quickly. He glanced at the skeleton and mentally told it that he had done so much for their lives, so he should sit quietly and keep a low profile. He followed the guards and told him to hold on. Climbing out was forbidden. They opened the gates, and he entered the dungeon with a smile. Whisper told him about a 9th-rank demon captured in the Holy Empire 50 years ago. He came to the Empire alone to retrieve the parts of the Skeleton King, but some of them were in the hands of the priests. Then the greater demon bowed his head to save the flesh of his king. The fact that a primordial, pure-blooded, true demon was captured shook the continent. It's written here. MC thought it really was him, the Bloodlord Shabnak. Whisper took out his binoculars. They reached the end of the wall, and Isaac, without even seeing the prisoner, exclaimed indignantly, "That's it. He can't even see him from here." Whisper said he couldn't see anything with the binoculars either, and the guards smirked and told him to be glad they'd allowed him so much. MC turned to him, smiling and showing his badge, and he clenched his teeth nervously. His partner said that then they'd need to search him first. The situation was highly suspicious. As soon as he reached out his hands, his demeanor changed. He said with a serious expression that if he touched him, he would kill him, and they immediately retreated, feeling a terrifying pressure from him. Isaac pointed angrily at them and exclaimed, "Are they saying that he, a descendant of Yeshua, is suspicious? If they lay a finger on him, they will declare war on his entire house. What are they planning to do with the child? Do they want him to bite his tongue off? He might even kill himself." They waved their hands excitedly, begging him not to do it. He threatened them with his uncle, which frightened them even more. He really could tear them apart for his nephew. The guard nervously said quietly that he had bragged about his nephew going to the toilet for the first time. He really could declare war over such a trifle. His partner said that the patriarch had ordered them to find out the boy's plans. While they let him in, there was a reason they gave him a token. Listening to their whispers, MC grinned. After which, one of them cleared his throat and told him to follow him. He crossed his arms discontentedly and asked, why couldn't they have done that from the start? They led him to the dungeon, walked to the end of the corridor, and a guard told him that behind that door was his solitary confinement, and warned that his dark energy could cause his heart to stop. He ordered him to shut up and finally open the door, after which the doors swung open and demonic energy poured out. Seeing his king, Shabnak immediately went berserk, began screaming and banging against the bars. The guards became nervous, not understanding what was wrong with him. He always kept quiet. The demon screamed even louder, and the guard worriedly turned to Isaac, saying that he was so strong that it was best for him to leave. He ignored them and smiled broadly, noting in his mind that he hadn't weakened at all. Seeing him smiling under such pressure, the guards thought he was completely crazy, and MC remarked that he thought the priests had dragged him here by force, and Whisper excitedly exclaimed that he had misunderstood everything. They hadn't been forced, only threatened. Hearing this, Shabnak became even more enraged, and the guards became frightened, realizing that things were getting even worse. Whisper said he had misunderstood. The master said he would bite off his tongue and kill himself. Luckily, they bowed their heads quickly. Shabnak misunderstood again and shouted, how dare they force his king to submit? He fell to his knees in despair and exclaimed, how dare they make him say such things? Whisper gave up trying to explain everything to him, and the guards became worried, seeing his devastated appearance, and thought he was dying. One of them told his partner to bring the men. They couldn't let him die before the execution day, and Isaac thought it was a good opportunity, but that guard was still watching him. He needed better circumstances. Suddenly, the shackles on the demon's hands lit up with a holy light, and he screamed. And MC anxiously leaned forward and thought that this was the Pope's power. He was going to die now if he didn't save him. Maybe he should distract them with magic, as he had originally planned. They would definitely notice if he used that now. The small skeleton tugged at his clothes, drawing his attention, and said that he would talk to him, which made him very happy. He told him to go ahead. With his size, he could easily squeeze through the bars. Let him give him the mana stone, then he would break the chains. The skeleton ran towards the demon, and Whisper noted that there was so little mana there that it was almost unnoticeable. After this, his master folded his hands together and said with delight that this was so cool. Now he respects the Reds. Hearing this, the guards stared at him in shock and thought, the son of Ashua is praising them? It seemed that this was not even sarcasm. Whisper asked if he was crazy. He answered that he was distracting them. After this, he exclaimed with eyes shining with admiration that the Reds are the best, and the skeleton was already next to the demon. Isaac said that he almost wet himself when he saw the demon, and they were so calm. The guard noticed that he was laughing, to which he replied that it was out of fear. The sacred house of Sefet is so lucky that they serve them. They would have made them no less than guard commanders. They were shocked by the nonsense he was talking, and MC said that he was not allowed to speak, but in fact, he was here on the orders of the patriarch. They were confused, and he explained to them that this was the business of their house. A test for the position of the next patriarch is currently underway, and he's been ordered to wound an elite demon. The guards remarked that he was unlucky. He could die like that. He agreed with them, and the man said that this was downright disastrous. This could even influence the election of the next cardinal. But who in their right mind would give such a task? While they were discussing this, the skeleton approached Shabnak and handed him the mana stone, after which he ran off, happy that he was able to help his king, and Shabnak gave him a thumbs up. Isaac continued to distract the guards and asked if they wanted to join the sacred azure. The skeleton quietly climbed onto him, and the guards asked in surprise, is he trying to lure them away? Immediately after this, MC grabbed his head, pretending to be ill, and said that this task was probably too difficult for him. They immediately became worried and led him to the exit, saying that he shouldn't have been given this task in the first place. They would accompany him home. Shabnak, watching his departing king, thanked him. The guards led Isaac out of the dungeon, and he thanked them for their help. But suddenly, Nezer appeared with his men and ordered him to stop. Before he left, they would have to perform a test. Let him show the token. He raised an eyebrow in confusion and asked, do you need the Red Cardinal's token? He smirked and said that it was an assessment of his faith. He thought they gave it to him for nothing. The weaker his faith, the darker it was. Let them see it in the light. MC only smiled confidently in response, and his assistant decided to check the token and was surprised to find it pitch black. This immediately shook his confidence. Nezer extended his hand, asking for the token, and he nervously told him that he would not give it. He grinned and asked, is he afraid it's red? Whisper exclaimed indignantly that this token was as black as his master's soul, and Isaac, hiding the token, told Nezer to leave him alone. That wasn't the case, but he said that then there was nothing to hide, and he asked, he wants to take it and then say he lost it? Nezer was surprised, not understanding what he was even talking about, and he exclaimed that he would steal it and blame him, and then demand money from his house. The people of the Red House were shocked that he had even thought of such villainy, and MC continued, saying that this was his house. Everyone here was on his side, and blaming him would be easy. How could he trust him? Nezer was already starting to get angry that he dared to defame the honor of his house, and said that he didn't need his token. Immediately after that, he slammed his fist on the ground with all his might, causing it to shatter, and said there was a better option. Whisper called out to his master with concern, warning him of danger, and then a statue of a saint, a tribune of judgment, rose from the ground. It was an art created to find unbelievers and demons disguised as humans. MC wondered if he was crazy to use this on one of the nobility. Nizar said that if he believed, the goddess would shed tears of forgiveness, but if he was a heretic she would open her eyes, horrified by his blasphemy. And then MC realized that if she opened her eyes he would be in trouble. The guards began to support him, telling him not to be afraid. He was brave and so faithful to the gods. Let him prove his innocence. Let him pay for this rudeness. He became even more nervous. There was no way she would open her eyes. Nizar pointed his finger at him and told him to climb onto the tribune if he was a candidate for sainthood. But he shrugged and nervously asked why he would play his games. Nizar threatened him that if he didn't want his family to disown him, he should get on the podium. He didn't understand what he was talking about and told him to shut up. He thought his family would accept this so easily, but Nizar wasn't going to let him go that easily. He quickly appeared behind him, grabbed him, and then forcefully pushed him onto the podium. Seeing the statue in front of him, he became very nervous, and Nizar, with a smirk, told him not to be afraid. Everything would pass quickly. After that, a beam of light fell on Isaac. He became scared because he couldn't move. He couldn't escape. Meanwhile, Nizar raised his hands and asked the statue to quickly open its eyes, so he could definitely send Isaac and all the Azures to hell. And then the most unexpected thing happened. The statue began to cry tears of blood. The people from his house were very surprised to see this, because such things only happen to cardinals. Nizar was completely shocked and thought that this couldn't be true, since he had no faith at all. MC had exactly the same reaction, and Whisper advised him not to show his surprise. He saw a small skeleton on his belt and said that it seemed the goddess had measured the child's faith. They also believe in the Demon King, which means the statue had measured the child by its faith in him. He had no doubt whatsoever. Isaac was overjoyed and praised him, and people began to discuss the situation. He summoned the statue, although he wasn't sure. He himself certainly couldn't make it shed tears of blood. As soon as the Azures find out about this, there will be such a scandal. MC immediately became confident and turned to Nizar, asking what he was thinking. His house would soon find out about this. While he was turning around, the skeleton happened to be outside the stands, and immediately after that, the goddess opened her eyes. Seeing this, Whisper excitedly told him to jump off the stands, and he, after quickly checking what was going on, stepped aside. Immediately after that, the goddess closed her eyes, and he, clutching his rapidly beating heart, wondered why she suddenly opened her eyes. Whisper said that he needed to exit so that the skeleton would be the last to leave the stands. Unfortunately, Nizar noticed this. He exclaimed that he knew it. They all saw it, right? The goddess opened her eyes. The priests asked what he was talking about. Her eyes were closed. He exclaimed that he swears he saw her eyes open when he walked down from the stands, and Isaac breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that he had been scared for no reason. Whisper laughed, noting that he was the only one who noticed, and the priests, confused, said that they had seen everything. The statue was shedding tears of blood. And how was he supposed to justify himself now? Realizing that no one believed him, he got angry and said that he had seen her open her eyes. One of them asked if their house was really in such disrepair that the statue changed its mind for no reason. A very funny sight unfolded in front of MC, and he took out popcorn, and one of the priests asked, did he mean to say that the Tribune of Justice changed the verdict? If that was really the case, then they can no longer use it. He better not lie. Nizar nervously clenched his teeth and told Isaac to climb back onto the tribune, and he asked with a smirk, why? So that he could rig the result? He stroked his little skeleton and asked, or was he just jealous that he would never believe as strongly as he did? He was so pathetic. The boy clenched his fist in rage and said that he'd better get on the podium while he was still kind, and when he was about to hit him, the Yeshua Patriarch grabbed his wrist and said that he knew something like this would happen. Is he completely crazy? Riley worriedly asked him not to touch him. It would only make things worse for them. They could go back now and file an official complaint. MC ran up to him and, almost crying, said that Nizar had hit him. And immediately after that, Eli screamed in rage. Did he want to die? Nizar was very scared, and then they punished him. Eli said that he would talk to the Red Cardinal, and his son volunteered to write the complaint, after which he wiped his finger with a handkerchief, and Shuri excitedly ran up to him, asking him to stop. He would definitely die. Nizar lay unconscious on the ground, and Eli said that he was pretending, and he only hit him on the forehead a couple of times. Meanwhile, Isaac was finishing his popcorn, and his cousin wondered what he was even doing. It was obvious what kind of antics they were capable of. He approached him and said they were going home. If he stayed here, it would only get worse. He asked, does he mean the trial for heresy? He confirmed it and said that it had already happened. Nizar took out that scary statue and placed him at its feet. Hearing this, his grandfather and uncle became angry again, and Shuri asked in fear, will they burn him at the stake? MC called him a fool, and Rilai turned his gaze to Nizar and began to approach him, saying that he would pay for this. The priests immediately stopped him, excitedly saying that the trial had taken place, but the result was good. There was no doubt in his faith. They had never seen such beautiful tears of blood. The Patriarch was slightly surprised, and the Red Cardinal approached them, smiling and saying that he had been told there was some kind of crowd outside the dungeon. but he hadn't expected to see the Azure Patriarch here. Eli immediately began with insults and said he was glad he had come. He needed to show his grandson the demon and then let him go. How dare he judge him? Leon asked in response, wasn't it suspicious that he was eager to meet with the Skeleton King's subject? Moreover, he was made of sacred azure. How could he resist? Eli said that his third son had conducted a test of faith. How far was he willing to go? Leon was slightly surprised at first, but quickly pulled himself together and said he never thought it would come to this. He asked for his forgiveness, and they would compensate them for all moral damages. Could he return his token? He replied that he was disgusted even to hold it, after which Isaac approached him and asked how he could even give his grandson something like that. He replied that he had asked for it himself, and he remained silent, thinking that they were idiots. He knew that this boy was sometimes impudent, but they had called the tribune of justice. However, he was able to make the statue shed tears of blood. Usually, only cardinals could do this. Now he regretted that he doubted the faith of his dear grandson. He extended his hand, smiling, asking for the token, and thought that if the statue was shedding tears of blood, then the token was in order. But when he saw the black color, he froze in shock. An image immediately flashed through his head of his grandson being burned on the cross, and him calling for him in tears. Leon distracted him, asking, did he see the token? Let him return it to him now. To avoid revealing his grandson's heresy, Eli threw the token on the ground with all his might, breaking it. Leon screamed and fell to his knees in shock, asking what he was doing. The first pope had given them this token, and he had destroyed it. Eli caught his breath and said he had nothing to return, after which they left. Leon returned to his estate and began to sort out his affairs. He clutched his head and asked if his faith was in perfect order, and the statue was shedding tears of blood. Should he perhaps publicly declare that this boy was the best of the candidates for sainthood? And he tried to judge him again when everyone saw the results. Nizer shuddered in fear, and Neon, the vice patriarch, exclaimed, did he not care about their reputations at all? He had 2 idiot brothers, and that was the only reason he was the future patriarch. But now, it seemed to him that all 3 were slow-witted. Does he even understand that he's only given life if he becomes a pope? They'll unite the entire world under the shadow of the Reds only if he becomes a saint and then a pope. Leon warily told him to stop. They already have enough problems. The token measuring the strength of faith was lost. But that's not critical. Assessing faith is easy. They have other methods, like a sacrificial ceremony. God's messengers will descend upon them. They're unlikely to let a problem child slip by. Until then, let him do nothing. Nizer remembered the statue opening its eyes and thought he'd definitely seen it. He jumped up and asked his father if the list of participants in the ceremony had been approved yet. He replied that most of those who had signed up were from the sacred azure, and Isaac Ashua was among them. He passed the pentagon of blackness, so he can apply to participate. He declared that he wanted to join as Isaac's servant. Let him put him on the list. The regulations didn't prohibit it after all. Neon clenched his teeth in irritation and exclaimed, have you lost your mind? The future patriarch of the Reds was serving someone? He might as well have gone into agriculture. He said there was no other way, and if there was no direct evidence, they had to keep searching. Leon said nothing would work, and his son exclaimed that humiliation meant nothing to him. But that wasn't what he was talking about. He already had someone willing to become his servant, and that was Kina. Nezer clutched his head warily, then stared at his father in surprise and exclaimed, will he really be his servant? Meanwhile, the House of Azure also convened a council, and Eli told his sons that the token was blacker than black. His son asked, is that why he broke it? Benjamin asked in bewilderment. Didn't the statue cry tears of blood? Eli said he'd retested Isaac's faith just in case. Apparently, the statue was crying because he'd recently met Melissa. He'd stolen the testing device from the Reds, so the results should be accurate. Riley agreed, and Benjamin wondered in surprise. Patriarch Ashua was stealing. Goel warily shook his head and said that now they shouldn't worry about being chosen by an evil god. It seemed Isaac was one himself. Benjamin exclaimed that this was a nightmare. The top members of the Pentagon will call upon the gods at the sacrificial ceremony. The Red Cardinal was surely counting on just such an outcome. Their father said that wasn't all. The Black Cardinal sent him a letter saying he didn't want to put in the effort, so the Pentagon of Blackness would judge the children by the god they summoned. He'd really screwed them over. He turned to Goel and told him to tell his son that he would be Isaac's servant. The boy couldn't be allowed to summon a god. Soon, the day of the sacrifice arrived, and everyone was in the Colosseum. Nezer screamed in rage. Had he even listened to him? Kina told him he thought he had schizophrenia and would be his servant. Nezer screamed that he would be his servant and let him look at the official lists. Shuri, who had also come to do his bidding, wondered why they were such idiots. MC said it would be easier to just smash their skulls, then stretched and thought that it was already hard enough for him. There were plenty of sycophants here. Whisper asked, sycophancy at a sacrifice ceremony? Isaac thought that the sacrifice was usually brought by the Lord's confidants. But this year, the sacrifice was a supreme demon, so one of the sycophants would handle the transportation. The two had already started fighting, and he asked irritably, should he really kill them right now? Shuri asked him to relax. Today was a wonderful day. He agreed with him, and all because today he would free his servant. Shuri became nervous and thought that the adults had told him directly. If Isaac's character was found out, they would be finished. Maybe the joke about him being an evil god was not a joke at all? MC asked what was wrong with them today. Since when did the role of his servant become honorable? His cousin excitedly answered him that priests should simply show humility and help everyone, and he said that was complete nonsense. Meanwhile, Nezer grabbed Kina by the clothes and said that he was ordered to become his servant. He felt disgusted to say that word, and Kina in response said that Isaac promised to train him if he helped him. MC clapped his hands and walked up to them, telling them to stop fighting. They weren't giving in to him. He pointed at the two and said that Nezer was a horse and Kina was a fan, then pointed at Shuri and said he was a coat hanger. He became indignant and asked, why him? The ceremony was about to begin. Everyone gathered in the spectator seats and started chatting. This year's ceremony promises to be interesting. One of the participants will become a saint. Seeing them is probably even cooler than the execution of demons. The first group of participants came out. The servants of the Golden Cardinal excitedly said that Master Kina was coming. They were seeing him in person for the first time. He is a real candidate for sainthood. The people from the Red House got angry and asked, haven't they heard the prophecy? A new saint will come from the Red House. The servant of the Golden One exclaimed, which prophet is this who promises dark times for the world? Do they even know how rare Master Kina's stigmata is? They began arguing with each other, while the cardinals sat quietly and silently. Finally, the priests were announced, and everyone froze in anticipation. What they saw shocked them all. Nezer was acting as a horse, Kina was fanning Isaac, and Shuri was holding his cloak so it wouldn't drag on the ground. He smiled nervously and thought that if the evil god didn't choose him, the real one would be him. All the cardinals were shocked by this sight, even speechless. Everyone immediately began whispering, not understanding what was happening. And the white cardinal, Seraphine, tried to hold back her laughter, but couldn't. Eli irritably asked her to stop laughing, and she said she couldn't. Was this agreed upon in advance? She hadn't thought Nezer and Kina would agree to this. Here asked if she really thought so. She smiled and asked if he wasn't having fun at all. She had heard he had raised his boy harshly. He remained silent and remembered how his son had said that it was impossible to become a pope without having ever been a servant, and he would never allow Isaac to receive that title. He closed his eyes and mentally told him that he hoped he was satisfied now. Isaac was powerful enough to summon a higher god, and Kina's presence was only to their advantage. Seraphine laughed and asked why he had gone silent. Was he up to something? He answered that he was only thinking about how to make Kina a pope, and thought that Isaac would not be summoning a god today anyway. The Red Cardinal told him that he remembered something. His name was not on the list of gods summoned in the second half of the ceremony. It seemed he had forgotten about it, but he shouldn't worry. He had added it to the list. Hearing this, the Gold and Azure Cardinals looked at him in surprise, and he grinned and said that he couldn't wait to see what evil monster he would summon. They both mentally called him a crazy idiot, and at that moment, the execution began. Immediately after, there was a roar. A beam of light struck the center of the Colosseum, and executioners appeared around it, and then the supreme demon himself. Shabnak rose to his feet and released his energy, causing the young priests to be terrified. Now they understood what demons really were. Even though his power was suppressed, he still faced such power. How strong is the Skeleton King if he has such servants? He has immense power, and they probably sealed it away more than in the dungeon. While Shabnak was recovering, MC nervously gripped the reins and mentally told him that he would save him. What did they do to his baby? They didn't even remove the torture devices from him. This is simply disgusting. Priests don't deserve to live. Everyone saw his furious gaze and noted with surprise that when he saw demons, even his aura changed. He really was itching to destroy the 9th-ranked demon. After all, Azure is Azure. Leon, meanwhile, thought that he had immense hatred. After all, he was a true spiritual leader. Someone who had truly renounced the faith would be glad to see a demon. Isaac, meanwhile, tried to calm himself. He couldn't reveal himself. He needed to save it. He looked up at his servant again and thought that he was wearing 5 restraining measures. He had given him the hacking device so he would remove the shackles himself. The sphere wasn't a problem either. He had cast a dispelling spell on them through the priests, so as soon as the ritual began, they would break immediately. He knew it was worth leaving this ash alive. The dragon would now ignore him. Seeing the priests approaching the demon, he smiled and thought that it seemed the execution was beginning. He pulled on the reins and asked Shuri why he was standing up. Let him come closer to them. He cursed and asked if he should finally get down. He only responded with irritation by saying that horses don't talk. Or had he changed his mind about being his servant? If so, he could go. But Nezer wasn't going to back down that easily. He was determined to find proof, and that's why he had to go through such humiliation. MC pulled his hair, telling him to answer, and he let out a horse-like neigh. Meanwhile, the priests climbed the columns around the demon and began to pray, and Isaac told Shabnak that the device was activated. Now all that was left was to remove the scandals, but for some reason, he didn't do that. He told the king that now he could die without regrets. Long live the king. MC furiously pulled Nizer's hair and exclaimed, "What is he talking about?" Shabnak said that he was able to force the heirs of the sacred flowers to kneel and serve him. Now he has no more regrets. He continued to pull poor Nizer by the hair, which made him continue to laugh like a horse, and exclaimed, Why is he even talking about this? He needs to run. This is his last chance. Shabnak said that his king has reached incredible heights of power. Just because he came to save him, he is in his debt to him. He shed a tear of happiness, and Isaac pulled Nezer by the hair again, cursed loudly and shouted, "What nonsense is he talking about?" He exclaimed in response that he was imitating a horse, and MC asked Whisper what was wrong with him. He answered him that he did not know, but something clearly happened. And then he noticed another sphere on his chest, and Isaac wondered in surprise. Where did he get this? Did they install this on him after leaving prison? He asked, is this why he gave up? Shabnak said he'd been given a new life, so he shouldn't risk it. The Pope and bishops are important people. He should abandon him and gain their trust. He clenched his teeth nervously and told him not to say that. He thinks he'll leave him to die because of this little ball? He figured the sphere probably wasn't high-ranking, so taking it down wouldn't be a problem, but first he needed to get to him somehow. What should he do? The risk was high, so he needed to distract everyone somehow. And then suddenly his chance came. The man told him to switch places with the executioner's assistant. An order from Cardinal Barrett. All the other priests were surprised, and Shuri thought, are they sending an apprentice to the demon general? This is clearly no accident. They have something in mind. They couldn't kill him during the Pentagon and decided to do it now? Isaac ate a piece of the skeleton king, so the minions won't let him go, but it only played into his hands. He had already dismounted from his horse and thought that the Golden Cardinal had helped him so much. How pathetic he was. He was going crazy with terror. Now he had the right to touch him, which meant the game was over. Breaking the sphere was easy. He could destroy such low-ranking trash in one blow, but when he approached his servant closer, he saw that it was a sphere with a divine-ranked holy art. He immediately grabbed his head and thought, what an idiot, and why did he attach this to him? It would take a month, if not more, to remove. Whisper said that nothing would work without sacred blood, or a pure sacred animal, or the Pope himself. MC excitedly exclaimed, where will they get this now? What should he do? He will be executed right before his eyes. He began to quickly look around and wondered if the Pope was present today or not. Suddenly, one of the priests, in an excited voice, ordered everyone to stand. God's messenger descends. Looking up, Isaac saw a huge magic circle in the sky, which illuminated the entire Colosseum with divine radiance. After that, the angel himself descended from the heavens and said that the air here was filled with the stench of decay. Among them was the skeleton king's minion. He, the messenger of the god of punishment, will be merciful and will kill him himself. Whisper said he now understood why Shabnak had surrendered. The executioner was an angel, making escape practically impossible. But Isaac had an idea, grinning broadly and saying the blood had just arrived. Whisper asked, is he crazy? Seeing Isaac preparing for the spell, Shuri became nervous, as it was a very familiar situation. He had seen this before. He remembered how, as a child and as an adult, he had shown disrespect to the gods, and was horrified. He grabbed his head and excitedly called out to his cousin, exclaiming that he was crazy. Immediately afterward, there was an explosion. The priests thought it was an enemy attack, but it turned out to be only Isaac. Shuri called out to him and asked, what kind of curse is he under? Why does it keep happening? Is he happy now? Suddenly, the angel told the child that it was not bad. He hadn't thought he would notice the hidden demons. It turns out the holy bullet didn't hit the angel, but the demon behind him. Upon seeing him, the audience started whispering, and Shuri exclaimed in shock, so he didn't attack a god? MC ignored him and nervously gritted his teeth. He really did attack the angel, but the angel deflected his holy bullet. After that, everyone started looking for demons, and MC thought it looked like Ash had told everyone properly. An execution is the perfect situation to absorb the mana core of a high-ranking demon. The priest's apprentices are an extra treat. They'll go crazy even over the body of a 6th-ranked demon, let alone a true 9th-ranked demon. A real bloodbath will begin here. If all the saints are distracted by a surprise attack, it will play into their hands. The idiots who came here because of a rumor are no match for him anyway. But he dodged his attack? He was aiming at him, albeit under the guise of attacking the demon. But how dare he? He swung again and thought, can he handle this? Shuri called out to him worriedly, after which he threw a sacred bullet at the angel. But he also deflected that, hitting the demon, who was pinned down by 2 red guards. Isaac didn't give up. He created several more illuminated bullets and rained them down on the angel all at once, but killed the demons again. Reflecting another attack, the angel smiled and noted that he was still an apprentice, so his aim was problematic. Or was he using him as bait? Let him try again. He would help him. Shuri grabbed his head and smiled nervously, thinking that it was better for them that he didn't understand anything. MC exclaimed that this was just great and shot at him a few more times, and his cousin exclaimed in surprise, he was doing this without even hiding it? He should at least be ashamed. The bullets pierced the demons again. Isaac nervously clenched his teeth and thought, are they equal in strength? He didn't dodge, but simply changed the trajectory of his attacks. If he doesn't hit faster, then that's how it will be. Or he will call upon powers greater than those of a lesser angel. No, for that, he needs a contract with a god. Right now, he only has the Melissa relic. He took it out and told this angel to get ready. He will tear him to pieces. It seemed the demons reacted to the relic, and they all pounced on him, knocking him to the floor, and the knights immediately rushed to save him. But Isaac somehow escaped the demon's grip. It was an angel. He picked him up and said that he barely made it in time. "He's not hurt, is he?" He wanted to say something else, but a sacred bullet immediately flew into his face, and there was an explosion, and Isaac was thrown aside. Shuri rushed towards him, worried. It was good that he managed to land correctly. After that, the angel told him not to scare him. He understood that his aim was not yet honed, but the demons were not here at all. MC ignored him and continued shooting at him, and he again asked him not to aim there. The holy bullet hit another demon, and the angel thought, "Why is the priest attacking him? You can tell by his faith that he is strong." MC called him an idiot, exclaiming that he would pluck his feathers, and he turned to God in his thoughts. Education these days is completely lousy. Little kids can't even distinguish an angel from a demon. Suddenly, Isaac shouted that it was a demon in disguise. Did they see that? Demons don't attack him at all. He serves the Skeleton King. He will probably try to steal the demon's body. This made the angel angry and thought, what do they teach them in this country? Is there even a school here? Calling a servant of God a minion of the Skeleton King? Is he serious? But it can't be helped. God told him to keep an eye on the candidates for sainthood. Although a little discipline wouldn't hurt, of course, the main thing is not to harm him. MC pointed his finger at him again and shouted, "Did they see that?" He said the demons came, and he didn't show any sign. They need to do something about him urgently. The angel told him in his mind that gods cannot directly interact with the mortal world. Children aren't taught this either. Maybe this will work in his favor. The god of the sacred reds ordered him to get rid of all the candidates except the son of his house. If he says he's a heretic, it will work. He was distracted by these thoughts and didn't notice how a sacred bullet flew into his face, and Isaac clenched his fists in triumph, rejoicing at the hit. Shuri grabbed his head, calling him an idiot, and the angel was confused, seeing blood from his nose on his palms. MC exclaimed that if he wasn't the Demon King's servant, then he should prove it, and he frowned, thinking it was absurd to demand proof from a servant of God. Isaac asked, can't he do it? Then he used his rosary, releasing divine power, and even the angel was surprised. He created a huge holy bullet above his head and exclaimed that if he couldn't prove it, then he was right. At that moment, a bright light appeared above them. Shuri, frightened, couldn't understand why it was so big. If it hit someone, the entire Colosseum would be destroyed. He looked at Isaac in surprise and asked, he's not going to touch it, is he? When suddenly he reached out with his hand. Shuri, frightened, screamed at him to stop. Isaac ignored everyone and screamed for them to die. He kicked the ground, causing magical rays of light to emanate from him, piercing the entire Colosseum. At that moment, people began to close their eyes because they couldn't see anything. A strong wind appeared in the air, and Isaac, smiling, thought that was wonderful. At that moment, the angel thought about the power being holy. This must be a son of the house of Yeshua, but how could they trust a child with such power? They can't even raise children, let alone try to stop the Skeleton King? He thought about the Skeleton Queen and realized that he was so worried about the death of one subordinate. First, he needed to deal with the child and finish the task, after which he would return home and get some sleep. At that moment, he was ordered not to move. The angel was dumbfounded by the horror he experienced and saw a skeletal demon in front of him. But he said that if he moved, he would die immediately. The angel realized he couldn't move and was horrified. It was as if he were facing an entity many times superior to him. He realized it was the child himself, and at that moment, Isaac aimed his magic beam straight at his face. He began to cough and clutched his head, after which Isaac smiled and said that he was just an angel. He returned, and Isaac punched him again. He began to cough and realized that this way he would lose. And at that moment, he exclaimed that he was just a human. At that moment, Isaac realized that he had fallen into its trap, and the angel was trying to destroy him. A moment later, the dust in the room cleared, and a frightened Shuri ran to his Isaac and loudly shouted his name. The angel thought he shouldn't panic. He'd merely stripped him of his holy powers. At that moment, he was stunned and didn't understand what was happening. Everyone started screaming, how dare he do this to him? The angel was stunned and looked ahead in surprise. Shuri didn't understand why God's messenger was killing a faithful servant of the Lord. He began to sob loudly while holding Isaac's bloody body in his arms. He tried to get his brother to wake up, shouting about it and calling out his name. He realized it was impossible. Lightning, a punishment, paralyzes. Why would there be so much blood? Isaac tried to catch his breath and suddenly opened his eyes. He called out his brother's name, who continued to cry and scream for him to wake up. Isaac smiled and said he'd made a mistake, mistaking God's messenger for a demon, and was being punished for it. It was his fault, so please don't let him be angry. Isaac continued to say his name, when suddenly Kina approached them and placed his hand on his chest for healing. He said that everything was fine and he would live. After all, he had to teach him. However, it was strange that why would a messenger of God do such a thing to a priest? He turned around and continued to shout angrily. How could he do such a thing to those weaker? Had he gone too far? The angel asked again. Weaker? But he almost killed him. He was on the brink of death. Kina stood up and noted that it was disgusting. Lethal arts are only used on demons. He confirmed, that's right, he didn't use them. Shuri exclaimed, then why is he wounded? Everyone saw him attack him. Isaac looked at him mockingly, and he didn't understand. He himself wondered where he got the wounds. Shuri angrily asked, is he joking? Kina confirmed that everything was very suspicious. Why did a messenger of God suddenly show up at an execution without warning? He asked, what? He replied that Isaac was right. The demons did not attack him. He pointed at himself, startled, asking again, How could he know about this? Isaac silently repeated that he had orchestrated the whole thing. He was convinced he hadn't reached him, so he should wait a little longer, just in case. The angel continued to say that all this happened because the child went crazy. First, they needed to investigate the cause of his mental collapse. They should hand the child over to him, and he would take him to his master. Isaac smiled and said, "Finally." At that moment, there was a roar. Everyone was stunned with horror and couldn't understand what was happening. People screamed. No, the demon's bonds had fallen. No one understood how it happened, and suddenly a demon appeared in front of the archangel, where people screamed. Wasn't he sealed above the celestial sphere? The archangel was frightened, and the demon thanked him for helping him escape. At that moment, it grabbed his face with its sharp hand, and Isaac smiled, thinking that he'd gotten smarter in prison. He wouldn't even recognize that generator from the past. All he had to do was cause chaos here and get out of here in the quiet. At that moment, the archangel became terrified and began screaming, and the demon kept saying that he needed his relay core to recover. Shuri, frightened, realized what an interesting idea he'd come up with. The archangel screamed, "Demonic parody, you shouldn't talk nonsense here." He tried to deflect it and move away, then created a magic ball in his hand and swung it. Realizing he needed to kill it before it recovered, he decided to take it to the Lord, and it would become a reference. At that moment, the archangel was attacked from multiple sides, and his blood drained. He clutched his stomach in pain and began coughing. He understood that if this continued, it would be the end for him. He had to call for help. At that moment, he screamed loudly and fell to the ground in a pool of his own blood. Suddenly, the demon didn't understand. Was that his voice? He thanked him, but it was time for him to go. The archangel asked again, where would he get the mana core? He replied that the rest was his, comrade. The people around him exclaimed in surprise. Comrade? At that moment, the archangel didn't know what to do and exclaimed. People were discussing whether the demon had called him comrade, but he had tried to kill the priest. The archangel realized he had been caught, and that everything had happened because of this degenerate. Isaac understood that it couldn't be so and smiled into his eyes. The archangel said he would not forgive this, and at that moment, several beams of light were aimed at him. He cried out in pain several more times. As he began to fall, he turned around and asked, "How dare he do this?" Relay approached him and asked, "How dare he touch his nephew?" A moment later, a bright flash of light from the struggle erupted in the room. The archangel staggered back, exhausted, not understanding why he was attacking an angel. "You idiot." Eli approached them and asked, "What is he doing, Relay? He shouldn't cut off his head. Let him kill him slowly and painfully." The archangel was stunned with surprise, and at that moment, two guys ran up to Relay and asked, "How dare he attack God's messenger? Were they completely insane?" Relay asked again, who in their opinion would use deadly spells on a faithful servant of God? His nephew was bleeding, barely alive. What did they think happened here? It turned out Isaac had injured himself, but he didn't admit it and sat quietly. Nizer started screaming angrily, pretending no doubt. Would they really forget the filthy Pentagon? He was simply the devil incarnate. Relay turned around and asked again, "The devil? So he thought his little angel was the devil?" Nizer exclaimed, "Let him get out of the way. They'll take that freak straight to the Inquisitors." Relay replied that he would never allow that to happen, and Harry approached them, slamming his fist on the table and shouting, "Enough! Now's not the time for infighting." Leon exclaimed that those squads must pursue that demon immediately. The squads returned on their way, and at that moment he thought they had lost one of the 14 generals, but luck was still on their side. He was so badly wounded that someone would come to his call. He exclaimed that the demon had escaped and that everyone should return in pursuit. At that moment, Relay ran up to Isaac and asked how he was feeling. He couldn't leave him. Eli approached him and told him to take care of Isaac, then announced that he would go after the demon, catch it, and prove it. He was surprised that this was too cool for that. He would definitely be caught with him. Did he even have any idea how hard it was to save him? But he knew there was no way out. At that moment he said, "Grandpa, Uncle, let them not go, it hurts so much." Shuri, sitting next to him, was very surprised by these words, and Relay and Eli turned to him, dumbfounded. They both became embarrassed, and Eli said, "Okay, he'll stay." They knelt next to him and said that without them, they would catch the demon, and that they should go get treatment, baby. Isaac smiled and thought that everything was great and going according to plan. When they placed him on the treatment bed, everyone surrounded him and kept him under constant observation. He was irritated by the fact that they were all in his room. Relay shouted at the others to get out of there and not disturb the patient. Nizer exclaimed that this was the Holy See's hospital, not his. And who even allowed them to bring a demon here? Eli asked again. A demon? Nizer asked him to please explain why he was interfering with the investigation. Eli turned to Relay and said that, from this moment on, all members of the Sacred Azure would cease interacting with the Crimson and carrying out missions for the Holy See. One of the knights asked him not to do this and to please calm down so that this could be resolved peacefully. The Sacred Azure does all the dirty, unpaid but necessary work, and this is the first strike in their entire history. Eli turned and asked again, peacefully? During the demon's execution, a divine messenger appeared and attacked his grandson. Could this be resolved peacefully? And didn't the demon call him his comrade? He exclaimed that the demon could lie, but Eli exclaimed that he was removing the divine shackles. Nizer asked why he was covered in bandages like a mummy. They would have to remove them for inspection. Eli asked, what if the wounds reopen? Eli replied that it was more important now to understand who removed the demon's shackles. The Black Cry was investigating, and they would soon find out. Nizer thought that was excellent, and if they found even one loophole, they could tie him up. He longed to see him behind bars. At that moment, a messenger burst into the room and announced that something terrible had happened. Isaac, like everyone else, was dumbfounded with fear. He exclaimed that the evidence had disappeared. Isaac smiled and was glad about this. The cardinal announced that he was about to begin an investigation when suddenly the bonds exploded. The protagonist realized that Shabnak had done his usual best. Incidentally, after a pause, he felt a sense of power, but before he could finish speaking, Nizer shouted at him to be quiet. Eli repeated, does everyone understand? The investigation was over and they must leave. He realized that his grandfather had put an end to everything. At that moment, someone knocked on Isaac's door and asked if he could come in. He saw Nigel standing across from him and was surprised. He waved and asked how he was feeling. Isaac thought everything was fine until he saw his face. He announced that he had brought a secret medicine to speed his recovery. He understood that Isaac was too badly injured to participate in the gods' selection. Gold was probably very pleased with what was happening, and he told him that this wouldn't do. He had to make sure he was cured and give him their secret medicine. At that moment, Isaac poured the entire potion into his mouth and declared it delicious. Nigel shook with horror and realized what a waste this bastard had been. It was costing a fortune. A drop would have been enough. Why had he drunk it all? The pig? He clutched his head, unsure how to react. But at that moment, Isaac healed and smiled, thinking it would be poison, but it really was medicine. He even felt stronger, and it tasted like wine. Whisper remarked that it seemed to be a blessing too. What an abomination. At least it would help with the god's selection. Nigel asked him to stop, as he hadn't allowed him to drink the whole bottle, and Isaac asked again, what did he just say, idiot? He said that the patriarch had said he would give him more if he came to them in less time. Isaac was surprised by this and thought that one bottle would be enough, but they were going to give him more for free? That was rather suspicious. He said he would gladly come, but his leg still hurt. He grabbed his leg, and Nigel exclaimed, no problem. Let him take his blessed boots. It would be easier, so they should go now. Isaac thought he had prepared well, and Whisper confirmed that his cunning was comparable to his. Isaac stood up and said that he needed to change, so please let him leave. Nigel answered, okay, and was delighted. He thought about how he was a greedy idiot and how easily he had fallen for the knives. If he came to them, it would be the end for him. He'll do everything possible to make sure he's on the front page of every newspaper. At that moment, Isaac opened the window and thanked Nigel for helping him, calling him an idiot. After a while, Harry slammed his fist on the table and started screaming. What horrible crimsons! Did they bring secret cures to their hospital? He'd given him a luxury room specifically so he'd never leave, and they'd healed him and blessed him. He needed to make sure the ritual failed. Blackness and crimson were peanuts, and they were just degenerates. They had to stop it at any cost. They couldn't be allowed to participate in his choice of God. Meanwhile, Isaac was telling his uncle he had a favor to ask. He approached Guel, who was horrified by his appearance and thought he'd gone mad. He said in a trembling voice that he was busy and should come back later. Isaac gave him an ominous look, frightening Guel so much that he cried out in fear. Isaac said he knew, and Guel turned around and asked again, what? The protagonist asked which god would choose him. Guel was horrified, wondering if he was a petty manipulator, knowing he had access to the House of Gold's information. What if everyone learned the truth because of him? The Azures wouldn't be able to defeat the Pope. But if they just waited for the ritual, everything would be fine. Then no one would dare look down on Yeshua's house. At that moment, the protagonist announced that he wanted to refuse this participation, and Guel asked, what was he talking about? Isaac repeated, he thinks an evil god will choose him, so he's not talking about it. But what if an evil god really does come? Guel grabbed his hair and started screaming. Was he crazy to refuse something like that? There won't be an evil god. The Supreme One will come. At that moment, he cleared his throat and Isaac smiled, realizing he was the Supreme One. Guel exclaimed that he'd misheard. Isaac asked his beloved uncle to repeat, what god is coming to me? He started screaming, get off me. He loved him, but was he kidding me? Maybe he wanted to die? He realized he'd completely lost it. Guel screamed at him to let go and tried to shake him off with his foot, but Isaac wouldn't let go and held on. Guel shouted that the patriarch had called him and that he needed to go. The demon general was hiding somewhere in the city. When Isaac heard this, he realized Shabnak was somewhere around here. Meanwhile, Eli was shouting to his subordinates that one of the 14 generals was somewhere in the vicinity and that they shouldn't let their guard down. At that moment, Guel announced that he had come to him and brought maps of the underground springs. Eli was surprised and asked why Isaac was on his leg. He replied that he wanted to come with him. Eli said it was too dangerous here and he should leave. Isaac exclaimed, no, he needed revenge. He had disrupted the execution ceremony and put innocent citizens in danger. Eli silently turned to him and Isaac shouted that he was coming and would take revenge. Clutching his chest, Whisper asked what he was planning. Eli exhaled and said, "Do as you please." Isaac was pleased with the permission and said that it was excellent. After a while, everyone was shocked. When they saw Sir Isaac, they looked at him in surprise. One of them thought they wouldn't send anyone else on strike, but here was their descendant. This must end someday. Joshua is the best and in search of demons. The protagonists arrived, and they asked, "Is he really starting?" He turned around and said terrifyingly that the damned minions of the royal tickets weren't that easy to find. It would take some time. After a while, they turned to him and asked, "Is he serious?" Isaac seemed amused and said, "It's a great demon and he's good in the ancestors. He feels it somewhere nearby." The people around started shouting, "Maybe he's mocking them?" This was too much. He's been doing nothing all day. They couldn't do anything but his grandson. At that moment, Eli got angry and crushed a glass in his hands. He stood up and asked, "So they're saying he's wrong?" The shards fell to the ground and the guys answered, "No," after which Eli turned to Isaac and he asked again, "What?" Eli ordered him to make them pay. Isaac shouted that he sensed a demon here, and everyone started running away. At that moment, Leon approached Eli and said that he thought he was on strike, but what was going on? Was he trying to cover up his grandson's crime? Eli turned around and asked again, "What?" He said that if he did that, Isaac's crimes would become more serious. Eli asked again, "Do you have proof that his grandson is guilty of this?" Eli smiled and replied that it would soon be revealed. Pope's power was detected on the orb. He couldn't be blamed for it, and Isaac fits the bill. If this was truly the case, he would witness his fall. After these words, he turned away and said one last thing. He wouldn't reveal the details of the god-choosing ceremony, so it would be better for him to cooperate with him. He might as well handcuff his grandson. At that moment, Gwel approached him and told him not to listen to him, as he was doing this out of fear. Eli replied, "No, he was going to tell Isaac to treat them like dogs." Gwel exclaimed that he'd taken it seriously and was frightened. He then turned to Isaac and asked, "Did he hear that? He needs to pay more attention." But suddenly, he realized that Isaac was no longer lying on the cot and had wandered off somewhere. This greatly surprised them. Meanwhile, Isaac was strolling through the palace with Whisper, who was saying that he must have left it behind. He hadn't seen a code like that in a long time. Isaac realized what it was, and Whisper said he didn't think demons would take his place. Isaac replied that they would move on. They were proud of their heritage and disdained serving with a skeleton. He wondered if, since his spell was difficult to break, they had their own skeleton king who forced them to follow orders. This meant they were recognized as not following orders. And yet, this was strange. Where was the orb? The Pope of Rome? The Crown Prince? Isaac wondered if the Pope of Rome and the Crown Prince's mana remained on the orb, and he understood. But the Crown Prince? Why was he interested in great demons? Whisper asked again. Was he going to continue ignoring this anyway? Isaac didn't understand what he meant, and at that moment looked up and said he didn't think the mercenaries would join them. They realized he had noticed them. The priests should already know what was happening. Everyone was stunned by this sight, and a magical force appeared around Isaac. They didn't understand what had happened, as they hadn't even seen him cast the spell. When he found himself in their circle, he asked, "Are they mages too?" They shouted, "Capture him. Priests are weak." At that moment, Whisper screamed, "How weak do they think he is?" He simply couldn't believe they were using third-tier spells against him. Isaac grew angry and thought that these bastards were misbehaving and he would deal with them. At that moment, he turned around and saw two people standing in front of him shouting that they had caught him. This was his fear. Whisper confirmed that they were good, and Isaac thought that absorbing all the mana wasn't so bad. Was he okay? They began to murmur in a trembling voice that this should have knocked them out. Had he taken the antidote beforehand? Isaac scratched his head and exclaimed, "His head, but it won't be enough to defeat him. He's a member of the noble Azure clan." No one understood what was happening to him, and one of them exclaimed that he was still Joshua. They must capture him. Everyone rushed toward Isaac, who was shouting that the two of them wouldn't do anything to him. Idiots. Did they really think he'd give up that easily? The enemies shouted that they were still chattering and had to catch him. At that moment, they aimed several arrows at his body, and Isaac said he wouldn't leave like that. Maybe they'd give him about 50? He looked at them with a terrifying gaze, and they didn't understand what was happening, because they were so frightening. They had run out of poison needles. Isaac lowered his gaze and thought, shame on them. He'll absorb all the mana and leave here peacefully. One of them screamed. Did they really catch him? He fell to the ground and pretended to close his eyes. They said that this was what he deserved, then exchanged glances. Count Moloch appeared among them. When Moloch realized it was Isaac, he realized that their family had been exterminated because of him, but now he would take revenge. He approached the supposedly unconscious Isaac and asked, "Is he dead?" They didn't let too many games run, but they had no choice. They were just going to take him away. Moloch replied that they couldn't leave any evidence and needed to build it up for a demon attack. Moloch didn't know what to do, as it would be suspicious to leave him there. Whisper approached him and said, "Everything was fine, and he'd left plenty of coals. It was nothing. He'd never acted so devoutly when suddenly Isaac grabbed him and asked, "Does he want to die?" They realized he was still moving and were frightened. They needed to hold him down, as they needed to build it up for a demon attack. His throat should be slit. Isaac realized he hadn't taken all the mana, and at that moment, they pounced on him with swords. With one swing, he cut down several attackers who began screaming loudly in pain. Moloch exclaimed, "What?" He was frightened by what he saw and realized that a swordmaster had come to his defense. When he appeared, everyone was surprised and started shouting, "Why is a swordmaster here?" He drew his sharp sword and pointed it at the enemy. Isaac smiled and was glad it was magic. Whisper said that, compared to his teacher, he was still a beginner, but his level was quite decent. When Moloch fell to the ground, he asked, "Do you know who he is? How dare he raise a hand against a nobleman?" The master didn't answer, and Moloch began to run toward the exit, wondering why the Black Cardinal hadn't said a word about it. "What's going on here?" When Moloch emerged, he saw Kina standing next to him. He was overjoyed to see him and shouted, "Please save him." He would explain the details later, but at that moment, golden magic appeared around him. Kina said, "Count Moloch. If he takes one more step, he'll die. He needs to train with him, so why is he always getting in his way?" Moloch didn't understand what he was doing and should wake up, since he had come to help him. If this idiot summoned a god, His Holiness the Pope would be at a grave disadvantage. Kina snapped that he didn't care and asked who had sent him. Was it the Black Faction? He replied in a trembling voice that it wasn't, so, that is, but before he could finish, Isaac said that he seemed to know exactly which god he was supposed to summon. If this was harming the Pope, then he was one of the golden gods. Moloch was startled, and Isaac asked again, "So it was the god of wealth?" Moloch exclaimed in horror and shouted that he didn't know and that he should step aside. Isaac asked again, but his voice seemed to suggest he knew. Maybe he hadn't even argued that he knew. He asked again, "God of wealth? God of money? God of gold?" Kina approached the master and said that if he was before that, he wouldn't be observing propriety. His syllables were probably already at their limit because of his master. The master slightly removed his hood and replied that the main thing now was to deliver the wounded young master to the imperial palace. Kina replied that there was no need to go to the palace since he was going to the papal capital. The master spoke up. No, they were going to Chong. He kicked the ground, and at that moment, Eli, who had entered the room, asked what kind of monster dared to raise a hand against his grandson. Moloch was terrified when he saw him in front of him and a moment later, loudly exclaimed in pain. The master smiled and said that home is the best place, right? Kina confirmed that he was saying they were going home. After a while, Tan asked the master to stop showing interest. His Highness the Crown Prince? He asked again. What? Tan continued to say that he was already under suspicion, and people were saying he'd come to the scene solely for the demonic writings. He hadn't realized he was so lacking in common sense. It was a black cardinal named Tan Balrog. The master asked, "So ordering Count Moloch to send assassins to eliminate Isaac was truly a clever plan?" He replied that it was because His Highness wanted to get closer to Isaac. The master asked again what he'd said. Tan replied that saving a man from an assassin naturally drew him to him. Since this boy would rather break his own head than leave a debt unpaid, he would voluntarily swear allegiance to the royal family. Chablis thought this was nonsense. So this is how the Black Faction thinks? The Northern Crows, who don't care about money or morals, are cold-blooded enough to use demon corpses against the demons themselves. The prince sat down and asked, and now he's lost interest? However, as a scholar, he was intrigued by Isaac's answers, wasn't he? He'd mentioned writing about capturing the Skull King. Tan insisted that if he really had written it himself, then yes, he should stop showing any interest in this child. The Inquisition would begin immediately after the Black Pentagon, unless he could find a way to prove his innocence during the summoning ritual. Then, in that scenario, the Chan family would be completely exterminated. Sometime later, at the Eshua estate, the imperial capital, Rely exclaimed, "How can this even be comprehended? Even if Isaac summoned malice, encouraging kidnapping was so extreme? Even for a believer, that was too much." They discussed the situation at a family council, and Riley shouted that he never imagined the Black Cardinal would go so far. Eli lowered his gaze and replied that Isaac would not appear for the next day's summoning. Guel exclaimed, "What? But why? He's going to show up. Is all this chaos really worth it for these situations to happen?" "That's true, but Guel exclaimed that he must show up." Eli asked again, "Is he crazy? Didn't he say that Isaac is a weakling who needs to be protected, and he doesn't want the whole world to see him summoning an evil god?" Guel exclaimed that it's not an evil god, it's the supreme god. He's summoning the supreme god. They don't care if it's faith or something else. He just has to make him show up. He grabbed his head and realized that he shouldn't have said that at all. But it was better than dying of anger. Rely asked again, "The supreme god?" He exclaimed, "Yes." And Eli asked again, "Who?" Guel exclaimed that it was Isaac. "Who else? The supreme god chose him at the initiation ceremony. Therefore, he is obliged to participate in the summoning." Eli replied that if he was drunk, he should go to bed and stop talking such drunken nonsense. Guel exclaimed that he was telling the truth. He had seen it himself in the house. At that moment, Eli tensed up, and Guel continued shouting, "Why do you think they tried to stop him? When the installation failed, they tried to kill him at the Pentagon. Now that all attempts have failed, They're desperately trying to block the draft. He still doesn't understand why these freaks are acting like this. He addressed him like a brother and said that even Relai would have pelted him with slippers for that. If he felt bad, he should go inside and rest. Goel was already shaking with anger and told them that if they didn't want to, then they shouldn't believe him. They finally got a leash on the papal house, and he just wants to throw that away. He'll take Isaac and leave this house. Relai was dumbfounded and asked again, "Is he serious? Is everything he said true?" Goel exclaimed that he said it was true. Eli tensed up and said that the supreme god turned out to be a pervert. His tea spilled, and Goel asked again how he'd even come to that conclusion. Relai understood that Isaac was now in danger in a completely different sense. The supreme god existed, something he shouldn't have messed with, but at least he couldn't avoid the Inquisition. Faith had nothing to do with it. He had been chosen by a being higher than the main gods, and no one could go against the will of the supreme god. At that moment, a knight ran into their room and informed the patriarch that something had happened. The Red Faith had declared the Inquisition against young Master Isaac. Eli was dumbfounded by what he heard, unable to move. Sometime later, the day of exams in the Black Pentagon arrived. The moderator announced that the second part of the Harmony of Offering was now beginning. The gods' summoning would take place before their honored guests, so they must ensure there were no mistakes. Shuri tensed, fearing that this would drive him crazy. The Inquisition was swarming everywhere. At that moment, he remembered the name Isaac and was terrified, unable to understand what he had decided. Why were these red freaks interrogating him? A few days ago, Inquisitors approached him and started shouting at him to confess that he voluntarily served the Skeleton King. His name had surfaced in the code left by Demons 14 and 6. He asked again, what kind of nonsense was this? Even though the Skeleton King had knelt before his god, deeply honoring his great merits, he hadn't finished the sentence before suddenly exclaiming, "Wait, did he kneel? They were freaks. Nothing like that was written there." He became angry and flipping the table began attacking the Inquisitors, declaring that he would kill them. They asked again, can he read demonic codes? He'd been caught, the idiot. Shuri realized his mistake, and the Inquisitor said that he simply had to wait for the Black Pentagon. Shuri clutched his head and asked himself how he could have fallen for a trick that even a child wouldn't fall for. Why, in his opinion, did they wait for the Black Pentagon instead of arresting him immediately? They planned to ruin the moment when the evil god was summoned. Nizer would summon the Red God who punishes evil gods. He would bring him immediately and crush him and Isaac, branding Chong as heretics. What was this guy up to? He laughed and said that if he was a golden god, then he was certainly a god of wealth. Gold, silver, gems. Nizer, watching him go, thought about how they could laugh at him from up close, but he didn't know how the interrogation had gone. He would crush him in front of everyone, and he would also bring the red god right here. If he brought the evil god, divine judgment would subjugate him. The people around began to discuss among themselves. Did they really know that Chong had fallen? He promised to show proof today, didn't he? Nicer confirmed it was true. They would fall worse than a banal inquisition. After a while, the hosts announced that they were now summoning a god. They should infuse divine power into the rosary beads they were given and summon the god. Shuri prayed for the protective god to hear them. He squeezed the magic ball in his hand and mentally repeated that this idiot had come into the family and would grind them into dust. He repeated, God of wealth, God of money, God of abundance, asking him to prevent Isaac from summoning the evil god. At that moment, Isaac grabbed the magic ball, which began to glow brightly with a golden light, and realized that it was indeed the golden god. If it was gold, then the coin was gold, and there was money too. He must hurry to them, the god of wealth. He was definitely coming, the god of wealth. And this god had appeared. Isaac was overjoyed when he suddenly saw his magic ball begin to change color to silver. Whisper was surprised, and Isaac exclaimed that this simply couldn't be true. He said that, as expected, he had definitely summoned an evil god, and he would expose him in front of everyone. At that moment, Isaac slammed the magic ball to the ground and shouted, "No!" The surrounding people were dumbfounded by what they saw, their mouths open in shock. Shuri exclaimed that he was a crazy freak, and Nizer asked, does he know they won't find it since he threw it away? That was even better, because Isaac had no more tricks. He would expose his evil god himself. He shouted at the Inquisitors to bring it here, and at that moment, Isaac became afraid. The Inquisitors approached him and said, Young Master Isaac, please let him wait. They will return the rosary, and they must confirm which god was summoned. They approached him and informed him that if an evil god was summoned, he would be forcibly taken to the tribunal. At that moment, Isaac began to fall to the ground and scream loudly, "No, let me summon him again. It doesn't count. He'll do it all again right now." The Inquisitors approached and reported that they had found the rosary, and Nizer asked them to give it to him. He exclaimed that this would be the end for him, Isaac. He smiled and shouted to take a good look at the god he had summoned. People were discussing how it turned out to be the symbol of the supreme god. Nizer exclaimed in surprise and realized it was the mark of the supreme god. He had never appeared before. Didn't he say that Chon had fallen? How could they fall if they didn't summon the supreme god? Harry became angry and realized that this was what had happened. Shuri turned to Isaac and asked why he had thrown the rosary away, seeing that he had summoned the Supreme God. He replied that the Supreme God was of no use to him. Shuri replied that God should at least save this freak. At that moment, the god of wealth finally appeared to the girl standing next to him. Isaac asked what had happened to her. Let her give it to him. He shouted for her to trade it with him before he finished her off. The girl was terrified, and he grabbed her by the hair, screaming, "Won't she give it to him?" Nizer was so angry that he mentally wanted to destroy him. Sometime later, when he gathered the council at the table, Seraphine announced that Yeshua would handle the matter. Rilai turned away in embarrassment, and she asked again, "What happened?" He couldn't utter a word, and Seraphine confirmed that he was in excellent spirits. It seemed the Duke was happy for his grandson, and for summoning the Supreme God. Eli truly glowed with happiness, and confirmed that yes, this could be news about the Empire's future development. Everyone around him was angry at this news, and Here asked, "Can love summon him too?" "It's all about summoning and the contract." Eli said that if everyone could do it, the Golden One wouldn't have failed even once, right? They started laughing and discussing how even the summoning itself meant a lot, and he wasn't a newbie anymore, so he was in this game too. With this chance, he planned something important. Here realized that raising his prestige by using the god Kina had summoned was going awry. He had given it his all when the god of wealth had leaned toward him, but against the supreme god, it was all the same. Well, he was chosen only for his talent. He wasn't capable of truly summoning him. At least the contract had to be broken at any cost. Even if the supreme god of holy spells were cast, he would be ready for it. At that moment, he shouted for his choice to be revoked. Shuri said that he hated it so much and now suddenly wanted to study. Isaac, sitting at the table with his textbooks, became angry at his words and shouted that he had to study, but he was angry because there was no mention of reversing the divine choice. Shuri was stunned and thought it was time for bed. He put down his glass of drink and said that he didn't understand why he hated it so much. Wasn't being chosen by the supreme god a reason to rejoice? The protagonist was stunned and asked again, "Does he want to know?" Shuri replied fearfully, "No, he doesn't need to say that. He had already received a gift from the Supreme God, so didn't that mean he was truly chosen?" He replied that he had thrown it away. Shuri exclaimed, "Why did he throw it away? He could have summoned the Supreme God with it without any problem." Isaac replied that he didn't need it, and Shuri said that he respected his decisions, but even if he didn't like it, it was better to at least have a supreme god. Isaac, looking weary, asked again, "Why?" Shuri replied that it was because his enemies were waiting for him. They were planning to summon their god and exact revenge. At that moment, Isaac paused and looked away, but said nothing. Shuri continued to expound on his theory that once their god tested his faith, lightning would strike immediately. If the supreme god didn't block it, he would die. Isaac then offered to give him the chief god of the Blue Order he'd summoned. Even if it's not the supreme god, someone of equal strength should block the blow. If it was the god of light, he sparkled. He should be good at finding gold, right? Shuri was dumbfounded and exclaimed that the god of light wasn't that kind of being. Isaac wondered if there really wasn't a single supreme god who would actually listen to him. Whisper asked if he thought there were any. He'd better prepare a backup plan. A week later, at the god summoning ceremony, many people gathered, discussing among themselves whether they would actually see the supreme god. Summoning and choosing were two different things. How could one even summon the supreme god? Could it even work? Someone asked if his friend had heard rumors about Isaac's faith. If the enemy's chief god was summoned, would he be executed? At that moment, Nizer smiled and said he didn't know what trick he'd used before, but it wouldn't work anymore. The enemy gods themselves had said they'd wipe him off the face of the earth. He addressed Isaac by name and announced that the enemy god would execute him today. The protagonist wondered if he was talking nonsense again. It wasn't entirely true. Here approached him and said his body couldn't handle the summoning of the supreme god. The protagonist became angry and asked why so many idiots were picking fights today. Suddenly, Here announced that he would help him summon the supreme god, and Nicer was dumbfounded. He agreed to give it to Golu after the summoning. At that moment, Relai stood up for him and sharply stated that even if he made such an offer, it would be useless. Hirai confirmed that he would exchange it for the god's wealth. At that moment, Relai shut Isaac's mouth, and he exclaimed that they had agreed, and he would give it to him. At that moment, he realized it wasn't a bad offer. The god of wealth was also a supreme god, so he could block the enemy's attack. Relai considered that, first of all, if they didn't get Golu's help, Isaac might die trying to summon the supreme god. Therefore, letting this precious child die was something he couldn't allow. He grabbed Isaac and told him to do what he wanted. At that moment, Isaac froze, ready to bite his hand, and exclaimed to Here that they had an agreement. Here responded that it was a wise decision, and his subordinate exclaimed, "Your Eminence, this is serious. The summoning ritual order has been changed. Young Master Nicer has been appointed immediately before young Master Isaac." Harry turned around and exclaimed, "What?" Eli approached them, suggesting that the red-haired freak had bribed the black faction. Riley turned around and was surprised to see his father appear, who announced that he would handle everything. After some time, they began to discuss Nizer summoning God before Isaac. This effectively meant executing Isaac. They noticed the blue cardinal and wondered if he was really going to protest in front of the black cardinal. Of all people, the red cardinal. How should the unfortunate blue cardinal react to this? At that moment, Eli exclaimed that money would change everything. He opened the chest with gold bars, and Relai and Shuri exclaimed, "Head of the household." People began to discuss, is the Blue Cardinal really offering a bribe? They would never accept something so brazen. Tan replied that this was a significant bribe, so they should consider it. Everyone around exclaimed, "What's going on?" Isaac confirmed that it was wrong to do that and became frightened. He begged grandfather not to let the Blues do that, because they weren't supposed to do that. Head of the household, please let him stop. People discussed how everything was going as expected from a candidate. He truly deserved to be the next pope. If he had that kind of money, he should give it to him. When Isaac exclaimed this, those around him were dumbfounded. One of them said he never thought the Blues would do such a thing. Could the leader of the Blues really destroy his own doctrine? Eli lowered his gaze and said that the Blues' faith exists to protect the small and weak, and they protect the smallest and weakest in their home. So they follow this doctrine, right? This interpretation was quite surprising, and Tan said that this country impressed him quite a bit, Cardinal. Well, they've already gotten something from the Reds. Eli became angry and exclaimed that he was a freak. Did he even know what would happen if this red-haired brat summoned a god? Another faction member asked if he even found Isaac suspicious. Black Cardinal? Eli stood dumbfounded, holding the gold bars in bewilderment, and the guy said that he was asking him to stop, because what had already been decided could not be changed. Tan confirmed that what had already been decided could not be changed, and then let them summon a god at the same time. The boy exclaimed, "How could this be allowed after he'd taken all that money?" He asked again, "Isn't it enough if the Reds summon first, or couldn't he do that?" The boy grew angry and thought that fighting wouldn't achieve anything. The Cardinal would decide order. He replied that it was fine, but he would remember this. Blue and Black would regret it. At that moment, Isaac approached his grandfather and, clutching his chest, addressed him by name. He asked him not to worry, because everything was fine. Even if he couldn't summon anyone, no matter which god the Reds summoned, the Blues would protect him. The protagonist looked at him with tears in his eyes and hope for protection. Suddenly, he pointed to the side and said that wasn't the issue, and Eli asked again, "What do you mean?" He pointed toward the boxes and said that one was a spare box with offerings. Let him give it to him. He became very embarrassed and asked if it was possible to give him the other boxes too. When he hit him, he asked what he was planning. Isaac. Shuri shouted that Nicer was summoning the god of retributive justice, the main deity of the Red House. The protagonist, holding a box, said that even this was to his advantage. He had already planned to deal with the Golden House and disrupt the summoning ritual. Shuri was dumbfounded by what he heard and asked again, "What?" Isaac continued to say that what the Golden House had given them was definitely cursed, and he was planning to faint when it worked and blame everything on the Golden House. Shuri was surprised that he took it knowing this, and Isaac wondered if the Supreme God was summoned and he would recognize his soul. So the plan was to feign illness and surrender himself until no one else summoned the Supreme God. Although there was the option of crushing everything with the Supreme God's power, and they didn't know what the Supreme God was thinking. But Nicer summons the god of retributive justice? Then the situation changes completely. If this god is alright, he will use this chance to uproot the Red House so they will never interfere again. Once the god is summoned, it will become a corpse. At that moment, he took a step and found himself directly in front of Nicer on the battlefield, and the host announced that they were beginning. At that moment, Nicer raised his hand and shouted that he was first. Red-hued magical powers appeared around his hand, and he began to summon the god. The entire area glowed with bright red rays, and people announced that this was the main god of the Red House, the god of retributive justice. Nicer smiled and was happy, shouting with joy that he had succeeded. At that moment, Isaac touched his chest, and magical rays of light began to emanate from his body. The atmosphere spread throughout the room, and those around him were confused. Had he really summoned the Supreme God? Nicer was frightened and realized that one summoning wouldn't be enough, and they needed a contract to complete the ritual. Then he simply needed to make the contract first. At that moment, he clapped his hands and realized, "Oh God, let it examine this child's soul and execute him. He's a lawless being." As he screamed, Isaac asked, "Who dares call themselves a saint?" He exclaimed, "He really has appeared. He's about to be erased." Isaac said everything was fine, and Whisper shouted at him to quickly conclude his contract. Meanwhile, the surrounding guys, watching what was happening, said that this freak really had summoned the Supreme God. Another replied, "It's okay, young Master Nicer. Hurry up. As long as he concludes the contract first, everything will be over." Nicer spread his arms and joyfully began to use his powers, when suddenly, he was frozen with fear. He realized that this was the one who ate the bones of the Skeleton King, and Nicer exclaimed, "Yes, his faith is at the level of a heretic, and he is asking to be examined." The god replied that there was no need to examine him. He had no faith. Isaac smiled, and the god continued to say that, on top of everything else, he reeked of the vile aura of that wormy Skeleton King. No, he was already using that power. Nicer was dumbfounded and asked, "What?" The god remarked how disappointing it was to unleash such a creature upon the god's realm. There was no need to summon the punishing god. He would be executed immediately. When he announced this, everyone froze in horror, and Riley realized, no, Isaac's faithlessness had been exposed. Would they have to eliminate Nicer now? If they simply knocked him out and severed his connection with the god, everything should be fine. At that moment, the Reds approached him, and one asked if he had already forgotten the Pope's decree. No one but the summoner is allowed near the summoning circle. Relai was stunned, and the boy continued to tell him that everything was happening for a reason. If this child was executed, it must be for a worthy cause. Relai grew angry and exclaimed that he had chosen the wrong master and would truly be erased. But he had said everything was fine. Let him sit quietly for once. Whisper asked again, "What do you mean everything is fine?" Isaac smiled, and, creating magical power in his hands, asked for trust. A bright flash of light shot straight up from the floor to the ceiling, and Riley screamed in fear, "Isaac!" A moment later, the punishing god appeared right in the room, amid the dust. He looked ahead in surprise, and Isaac realized he had reflected it. A smile appeared on his face, and he realized that this was where it all ended. At that moment, he used his magical powers, and everyone around was stunned and covered their mouths from the terrible smell. They realized that it was mana and started shouting about it. This freak uses mana, so it's true that he ate the Skeleton King's body. The Blue House wields the Skeleton King's power. He's a heretic. At that moment, Riley screamed in fear, tears streaming down his face. Isaac and Guel shouted at him to stop, as he too had been branded a heretic. Riley screamed that he didn't care. Did he really want him to just watch Isaac die? Isaac decided all these words, and at that moment, Riley tried to break through the magical aura. The guys understood him. That's all. Now he can't escape. The Skeleton King's mana has manifested, so even a god should consider his execution. The moment the god attacks Isaac, they will drag him away. All this will happen at the moment of the attack. They were incredibly happy and were expecting this attack. Right now, let him attack. The other guy told him, "That's right, let him attack." When they started arguing among themselves, Relai simply watched in bewilderment and asked why he didn't attack. The Nizer summoning was unsuccessful? It simply couldn't be. It was impossible. The protagonist smiled and said, "Yes, that look meant he'd beat him, and now it's nice to meet you." When the punishing god was dumbfounded, he silently looked at Isaac, realizing it simply couldn't be. He shouldn't tell him that Isaac had created a barrier. The people around him started shouting, "It's a barrier. Couldn't they really take him like that?" Isaac was indeed in a special barrier, saying that this freak hadn't changed at all. The god reached his hand toward him and tried to enter and come closer. Isaac asked, "He won't rest until he checks for himself, right?" After that, he cast the soul-searching spell, and the god directed his powers at him. Suddenly, he realized what was happening, and Isaac asked, "What happened?" They hadn't seen each other in a long time. The god of punishing justice. He continued to try the soul-searching spell, but it didn't search for anything, and nothing worked. Isaac said that was enough, and the god didn't understand. Why was the one who was supposed to be sealed inside the bug here? Had the seal been broken? That simply couldn't be. The body was a clone, just an ordinary clone. He had used his power to send the clone away. Isaac realized he had definitely gone crazy. And the god continued to say, "Let him just die in the body of this human child. He would return the body to its true owner." He said that he couldn't kill him right now. How dare some higher god defy the supreme god? Couldn't he see the supreme god's potion in his hands? The god wondered. Did the supreme god choose this Skeleton King guy? What kind of nonsense was this? This wasn't something he could handle alone. He needed to borrow from his superiors. Isaac asked again, what did that mean? He was the Skeleton King, right? So he couldn't seal him, right? His son placed that seal, didn't he? The god was stunned with horror after hearing this, and Isaac suggested he report this to the higher-ups. But if he knew that collective responsibility was at work, right? That meant they'd take him, as a god, along with them. Isaac waved at him with a smile and said, it would be very interesting when this reached his superiors. Their punishing justice was supposed to be among the main gods. What a pity. One mistake and he'd be out, or rather, another hard-won bruise. If the main gods found out, would they wipe him off the face of the earth? He got angry and told him to leave for now and asked what he wanted. He replied, nothing special. Let him make a contract with him. The god replied, fine. He agreed, when suddenly he froze and asked what he'd just said. He gave him a thumbs up and smiled. He wondered, the Demon King wants to make a contract with a god? But why? Even though he's a human priest now, so that means he's a demon king in the role of a priest? God asked, just in case, what his current name was. He grabbed him by the shoulders and looked him in the eyes. Isaac replied that his name was Isaac, and God asked for his full name. He gave his last name, and God realized he was one of the 5 great houses. Isaac understood that he was dead, and he couldn't kill him, and he couldn't return and report this. If he couldn't do either, then he should just make a contract with him. God asked again, what was his game? Isaac noted that he simply wanted to live a normal life now, and God asked, did he really think he would believe that? Isaac replied that he had suffered under a curse his entire life and had finally received a living body. Did he really think he would throw away a body he had barely received? God was dumbfounded by what he heard, and Isaac asked, was it because he couldn't make a contract without respect? He was sincerely grateful to him. He had made a foolish mistake at a critical moment, but he was damn grateful that he had placed him in this body. So he has respect, right? So that means he can make a contract, right? The god wondered if he should just kill him. Isaac smiled and replied that he couldn't live without this body anymore, and he knew that with a human body he was a complete idiot to the gods. So did he really think he'd run around screaming like the Skeleton King right there? From now on, he'd live quietly as a human. Whisper was surprised at how well he lied, but Isaac replied that he wasn't lying. He'd kill the gods one by one and quietly take everything he could. And quietly, he'd reached another rank. Did he understand that? Once he got there, he'd destroy everything. And to do that, he needed someone to secretly feed him information about the divine realm. Whisper asked again, "What about the supreme god?" Isaac replied that it was a card with which to threaten the gods, so of course he'd keep it. The punishing god pondered, "If you think about it, the skeleton king wanted to die someday, so that's why he's now bound to this body. But in any case, that's unacceptable. Enemy gods can only make contracts with the red faction." He clenched his fist and exclaimed, "No." And Isaac asked, "What's that?" Let him think about it. He knows perfectly well what he does when he loses his mind, doesn't he? The god was dumbfounded with fear and remembered the outline of the skeleton demon's face, and Isaac asked, does he really want him to self-destruct again? The god was surprised that he was threatening him with self-destruction, since he was still dying and this was the end of it all. Maybe it would be better to give him what he wanted rather than escalate the situation. But of all people, it was Isaac. He asked, will he really behave? Isaac extended his hand and said he would try his best. The god frowned and stood there for a moment, lost in thought, unsure of what to say. Suddenly, the barrier began to shatter into pieces. The people exclaimed that the god wasn't coming down, meaning he'd removed the skeleton king's power to make him easier to capture. At that moment, the knights began shouting that they needed to capture this heretic, when suddenly they were frozen with horror. Isaac felt great and danced in front of them, laughing at them. He showed the god's seal on his hand, and the knights were dumbfounded by what he saw. Isaac said he was taking their god with him, and if he didn't like it, he could go far away. All the knights looked on, stunned, unable to understand what was happening. Had the god of vengeance really made a contract with one of the Qian? Hadn't young Master Isaac tried to summon the supreme god? Why would he abandon the supreme god and make a contract with their god? Was he really planning to first take over the enemy boy and then make a contract with the supreme god? Or does he want to squeeze him dry and then move on to the supreme being? Does he really want to take everything and then bring back the god of vengeance? What kind of madman is this? Isaac replied that it wasn't so, although the idea wasn't bad. The people around him started shouting, did the enemy god choose a child instead of the red faction's heir? If the heretic hunter had made a contract with him, then his faith was sound. Nizer's entire body shook. He didn't know what to do. So he valued a child from another family more than the current heir. He was beside himself with rage. People continued to discuss what they had said about Isaac being a heretic. So did that mean the red faction had mistaken him? If there had been a problem, he would have executed him, not made a contract. The red's judgment had completely sunk, and Isaac began to wonder if that was really it. At that moment, Leon approached him and asked, did he just steal a god? The enemy god was of the Cheon faith. There must be some misunderstanding. Naturally, they should terminate this contract. At that moment, Eli asked again, why? The conditions for the Pope were someone who could embrace all 5 faiths, and his grandson had already picked up one of the Reds. Leon got angry and thought he was a freak. After that, people from the Red faction started shouting that this was illegal. You can't just take someone else's god. Another guy shouted, does he really think it's okay for Isaac to take someone else's god? Riley told them to get out of here and that there was nothing more to do. The guys shouted that this was absurd and that they should return immediately. But Riley said that everything happens for a reason, right? He turned around and smiled, asking if he hadn't said those words to him. Sometime later, at Isaac's estate in the imperial capital, Shuri exclaimed in horror. What had he done? Hadn't he seen all the red priests looking at him? The Cheon already had so few people. Why did he continue to make enemies? Isaac listened with boredom and said nothing while Shuri grew angry. He recalled the situation with the god who told him to be careful, because if his superiors found out about this, there would be absolute chaos. Isaac replied, perhaps the god told him not to be arrogant, thinking this is the best body, even though they've invested so much power in it. It has a short lifespan. That's why there are several saint candidates. Isaac was dumbfounded and continued to listen attentively to the god, who said that if he wanted, he could transfer him to another body, and asked, what about a child from the red faction? If he was going to make a contract with him, that would be an excellent option. Isaac exclaimed and panicked. So this body was even better than he thought? God was horrified, and Isaac said that if it were bad, there would be no point in suggesting a replacement, right? God realized he was just a perceptive idiot, but otherwise, he wasn't lying. Isaac replied that he knew, because the stronger the body, the more problems with durability there were. Other candidates are strong enough to become replacements. He said that since he'd already pulled off the half-trick, he'd give him one piece of advice. He shouldn't get too attached to Yeshua. At that moment, Isaac thought about these words and couldn't understand why he was saying such sad things. Shuri exclaimed, was he even listening to him? He hadn't been able to summon the supreme god due to a lack of holy power, so he'd made a contract with the god of the red faction? Isaac replied, no. And at that moment, Hirai entered their room and began to sincerely congratulate him. He blurted out that the priests shared first place in the Black Pentagon with their Kina. He didn't like the shared first place, but since it was a Chon, it was fine. Shuri and Isaac were stunned, confused. Had he always sounded like that? Isaac even got goosebumps from this madman. He asked again, had he forgotten their deal? Isaac was stunned, and Harry said he would pay him much more than promised, so let him hand over the supreme god. Shuri realized Isaac definitely wouldn't do that. when Isaac suddenly exclaimed, "Yes, fine." Shuri got angry, and Isaac exclaimed that he was simply insane, and Isaac said payment up front. He said he would give the god his wealth in exchange, right? Harry explained that when making a contract with them, there was a limit on the number of gods, and Pope could make a contract with several gods, but it would be difficult for him. So he'll give him a stone from his god, the god of wealth, that can be used without a contract. Isaac realized it was a jackpot, and Shuri exclaimed that it was the cornerstone of the Gold family. It contained more holy power than most temples, and he was giving him a cornerstone capable of blessing an entire territory? When Isaac grabbed the stone, he asked, so he just needs to summon the supreme god for it? And yet Shuri understood that the supreme god was taboo. Whisper asked again, is he really going to give it to him? Isaac, no. First he wanted to find out the supreme god's purpose. He always spotted suspicious people first. Harry bowed and said that in exchange for the triangular stone, he wanted the supreme boon. Let her give it to him. At that moment, a goddess appeared to protect the protagonist, enveloping his entire body. Isaac was surprised by this, and Harry was dumbfounded with horror. Shuri exclaimed that this was a sign of a contract with the supreme god. This seal appeared on his hand, and they started shouting that it was definitely the crest of the supreme god. So he already had a double contract with the supreme god. How was that even possible? Isaac was incredibly scared. What was this even like, and why had he suddenly made a contract? Shuri exclaimed, so that's it. He was originally planning to secretly make a contract with the supreme god. He's such a cunning, pathetic boy. He knew he was a freak. Isaac was furious because everything was actually wrong. Those around him were wondering, so he gets the god of wealth and immediately makes a contract with the supreme god. Do these people even have a concept of ethics? They were freaks from Cheon, and from the very beginning, they were planning to cheat not only the red golds. He wouldn't allow it. At that moment, Isaac exclaimed, terminating a contract is cheating. He started rolling on the floor, screaming about it. The cardinal should tell him how to terminate the contract. Harry covered his face with his hand and said he knew it was unintentional and for him to extend his hand. He would break the contract for him. He explained that contracts with the gods cannot be broken by force, and if he truly decided to do so, it would be annulled immediately. Isaac exclaimed that he really wanted this, and at that moment, Harry cast the Battle of Fate spell. Bright rays of light appeared between them, and the contract-breaking ritual was completed. Harry announced that the mark on his hand would immediately disappear. Isaac watched in bewilderment, and Harry urged him to stop thinking about extraneous things and focus on breaking the contract. Isaac screamed, how much more should he think about it? Harry placed his hand on his again and cast the Battle of Fate spell. Isaac understood that he didn't need the supreme god. Let this go. The god of wealth was better. He had to annul the contract and stop ruining his future and get out of here. You freak of a supreme god. Let him leave here, please. Disappear and break the contract with him. Isaac was thinking about all this and hoping that this would be enough, when suddenly Harry asked how he dared insult him. Isaac exclaimed, what is he talking about? Whisper also told him to just accept it, because for their master, it's not so bad. Isaac thought so, but he liked the god of wealth better and felt something suspicious. Harry said that if it really was a mistake, then let him give him the cornerstone. That would be fair. Shuri felt sorry, of course, but he was right, and since that's how it turned out, Isaac lowered his gaze and said, Cardinal of Gold, he'll just steal it. At that moment, he broke free from Harry's embrace and ran back, shouting that he would never forget his kindness. Shuri clutched his stomach, unsure what to do. The Knights of the Red faction didn't understand what this guy was talking about. What kindness? They told him to hand over the cornerstone, but he escaped. Isaac ran toward the window and jumped out. They exclaimed to the cardinal that he had escaped with the stone. Harry was dumbfounded by what he saw and began shaking with anger. After some time, people gathered in the banquet hall and began discussing. Had they heard that Isaac had made a double contract? Is that possible? Kina made a contract with twin gods, but in essence, it's the same as one god. Isaac made a contract with two gods of completely different faiths, one of them supreme. At that moment, men entered the room and said silence, let them read the announcements. According to the results of the meeting, Isaac received first place in the Black Pentagon. Everyone at the table was stunned with surprise and their mouths dropped open. Isaac will later come to the cardinal's office to receive his reward. Many of the guys were delighted by what was happening and exclaimed with joy. He won the Pentagon for the first time. Shuri was stunned and asked again, is he still asleep? Everyone started wondering where Isaac was, and Shuri replied that he didn't know. But where did he always hang out? Isaac would be happy if he knew Chun could win. At that moment, the man cleared his throat and announced that the Pentagon's assessment of the past year was complete. Based on this knowledge, they could now truly enter the world. The students' graduation ceremony would take place at the New Year's meeting, and they would attend in 3 months. Before graduation, it would be a good idea to talk to the seniors and get closer to them. 3 guys stood smiling in the middle of the room. The guys were angry that they were so eager to flaunt their power. They had heard that the initiation would be no joke. Wasn't this senior commander the high priest of the 2nd rank? Why did he come here? Isaac most likely caught his attention. Shuri wondered if it was a good thing he wasn't there, because if he fell out of favor things would be really bad. He should warn Isaac beforehand. But at that moment, Isaac burst into the room with incredible joy. The Red faction ran after him, shouting to stop this guy and have him hand over the territorial god. The senior turned around and asked, "Is this the famous Isaac?" Just as the rumors said, he was completely unworthy. Like an unbridled stallion, Isaac began to fall right on top of him, kicked him in the face, and used the divine art of leaping spell. The guy flew to the side with incredible speed, and Shuri realized what a crazy idiot he was. Why was he blocking the path of a busy man? The guys ran up to him and asked if he was okay. Had this guy gone crazy? The senior told him not to panic. He was the one they needed to control. He would handle it himself. When suddenly they covered him with flowers, and Isaac jumped aside and screamed, "How long are they going to chase him?" The guys didn't understand what this insolent guy was throwing. They begged him to spit out the keystone, and Shuri realized they were done for. One of the seniors started screaming, "Who is this freak?" Another guy replied that the student had just used someone's face as a stepping stone, simply crushed it, and escaped. God, how dare he leave after that? What kind of candidate for sainthood is this? More likely he's just a crazy guy. They don't need to be too harsh. He's only about 10 years old, and maybe he's just immature. They just need to train him properly so they can control him later. All the boys turned around in surprise and realized things were bad. In any case, the students would be sent to the Imperial Palace for the rest of the term, where they would receive a mission from the Empress related to the Skeleton King. Their final grade at graduation will even depend on this, meaning the current rankings aren't final. Does he really think this wild stallion will get good results without their help? He'll only come to his senses after receiving a bad grade. This guy was spoiled by people who treated him like royalty. Shouldn't they, as seniors, guide him in his chosen path? Shuri clutched his head and realized he was finished. They only remembered him. He too needed to experience failure. The guys couldn't understand why he was muttering to himself and then saw Isaac from above. They shouted, "Why does this guy keep helping Isaac? Maybe he's from the same group?" It didn't matter, so Isaac jumped down and said they'd see each other at the graduation ceremony.